projects. And I can see a lot that you will be able to pick up from that. And I invite not just students of our institute, I invite all the students, and very soon we'll bring out something that you will probably be able to connect. Without taking more time, I would like to see that I wish to thank the academic leadership of the Center for Social Entrepreneurship in the School of Management Labor Studies, Dean Majumdar, Professor Satyajit Majumdar, Chairperson of the Center, Dr. Archana Singh, Professor Samapti Guha, and all faculty colleagues from the center, from the school, and of course, the bright young minds, students who have designed this event, taken the lead, and are continuing this as a signature annual event, I should say. It has emerged very well over these years, and I can very proudly say that you stand amongst those very, very dynamic programs that our students create every year in every school. So look forward to the proceedings of the 2 days, and my very best wishes to all of you. You all have done us great proud, and look forward to all the events. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I now request Dr. Satyajit sir, Dean at School of Management and Labor Studies, to encourage us with some words.
Good morning and namaste, and congratulations on yet another version of Ipreneur. We have traveled a long way, and I've seen Ipreneur right from the beginning when it happened for the first time, and this one which is happening. Feeling extremely happy to have our Honorable Director, Professor Shalini Bharat, with us to bless us and to really support us in this initiative. And I remember when the center started, it was kind of a very isolated journey. We could not explain what social entrepreneurship is. We started with that time, whether it is investment, whether it is NGO management. I think we had traveled a long way to actually define social entrepreneurship more so in the academic and research discipline, and that resulted this great initiative. I remember in 2020 when suddenly all of us faced COVID challenge, and none of us prepared actually. No one was prepared, no faculty, no student, nobody was prepared, including the government. And I remember a group of students from then senior batch started an initiative, and some of them didn't go home, and they started an initiative. So I think that's the spirit which really talks about entrepreneurial spirit to solve the problem. And everyone was clueless what's going to happen, but still they did something. And I remember we were talking on phone, and we were worried about their own security and safety, but nevertheless, they led the way, and they did great thing, even in a scale which is doable at their end. Then came 2021 version of Ipreneur, and again the same challenge. We knew that we'll not be coming to campus. Even our conferences were also online, 2021 and 2022. And the wonderful thing is, I'm just recalling what happened in 2021. You got the best international speakers, real celebrities. You got Philip Kotler, okay, who is considered to be the hallmark of marketing management across the globe, and you got Desh Deshpande. I'm sure had it been an in-person conference, you would have not got them. They will not come for only half an hour or 1 hour session with you, right? So I think you did that. And getting Philip Kotler and Deshpande kind of a person, because we know all of them, I heard them personally, I met them also, is not that easy. So you have done it. I think you took full advantage of COVID situation and say, okay, here is a new version, here is a new thing. And that's what innovation is all about. So I see very unique pattern of innovation in Ipreneur also. Now, what is happening this year, 2022? I see it has evolved very differently. You have brought a lot of creative content in this thing. You got literature-related discussion, art and culture-related discussions. You got Padma awardees at the grassroots. I think these are the unique proposition, and case study, of course. Case study is really wonderful. So on behalf of the center, maybe we can handle the case writers to make it publishable, the best ones. Maybe we can talk about it, make it publishable through our channels, make it really useful for research and teaching. Maybe we can do that. We have already offered support to the Idea Challenge winners to give them some incubation support. for a while through the incubation center. I think that's how the extension of this event actually gets into the practice and academics and research. And that's the real impact of such events. It's not an event for the event sake. Actually, it brings a lot of networking. And I remember a lot of network partner whom we have now as a part of our education and incubation are actually introduced to us by the students. It's not we didn't find them. You found them and you connected with us. I think there are many actually. So it's a great event again. And had it been in person, I think it would have a different flavor. But I think we have overcome that challenge of not meeting in person. I think we know how to evolve. We know how to innovate. We know how to be different despite being on digital platform. I think that's where Ipreneur stands here. And of course, it's a great event which gives us wonderful identity in IIC ranking, wonderful identity in ARIA ranking, as Professor said just now. So you are actually building up the discipline, which is contributing a lot to put TISS in a different trajectory where we have a very unique position in entrepreneurship. So I think all our dimensions of entrepreneurship are very unique, very, very different. And very fresh. And so having art and culture and literature is one such indicator in this Ipreneur. So I hope the conference will go well. This event will go well, and we'll have great sessions ahead. And again, congratulate all the students for organizing such a wonderful event. In the participation list, I saw many of my friends being there in the audience. And really that gives me a lot of satisfaction. It's not that, and they are teachers, they are educators, they are mentors. I see a lot of their names in the list. I just quickly browse through the list. Who are the people who are there? I see the number at 109 at this moment. So I was curious to know who are these people who are attending. So it's really wonderful to see them in the audience who are actually interested in attending this event. So good luck to all of you. And once again, I thank Professor Bharat for taking time on. I know it's very difficult to find such long time being with us, but this encouragement is fantastic. And you have actually encouraged us all through, whether it is incubation, and there were many small things which we went to you for support, and we got all the support all the time, including the students-led initiative. So I hope we'll continue to get this kind of blessings from you, and the students will really have a great time under such things. We look forward to have the second year students in the campus very soon. Then we can extend a little bit of this discussion in the classroom and beyond classroom also. So thank you very much. Welcome, and wishing everyone a great event for next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and appreciating words. I would now request Dr. Archana Singh, who is the chairperson at the Center for Social Entrepreneurship TISS, to welcome our guest and the audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tejas. Good morning, Director, Dean of SMLS, and my colleagues at the Center for Social Entrepreneurship, our speakers, and also on all the entrepreneurs in making. As the chairperson of Center for Social Entrepreneurship, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this event. These preceding 2 years have seen the world undergo tremendous challenges, and people's perspective on priorities in regard to health, farming, education, livelihood, wealth have all changed. And this has thrown up challenges for professionals like us. But we all know problems are opportunities. It is therefore that the theme for this edition of Ipreneur is Disruptions in Societies from Surviving to Thriving. Ipreneur is Social Entrepreneurship Summit and a flagship event of the Center for Social Entrepreneurship conducted by ESEL, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. The goal of Ipreneur is to build an entrepreneurial ethos in the country. So it should not be restricted only to the students of Center for Social Entrepreneurship or TISS, but it should spread everywhere. This event is spread over 2 days, today and tomorrow, and features panel discussions by subject matter experts, venture challenge, case study competition, and sessions by our eminent speakers. As always, students have brought their efforts and energies to ensure that this event is a grand success. And I hope that you all will enjoy it as much as they have enjoyed putting this event together. Thank you. And I also congratulate all my students who have who have been, working hard to make this event a success. Congratulations and thank you. Welcome you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. We also have our dear Professor Samapti Gua with us. So I would like to invite her to give us some inspiring words.
Students and all my colleagues here, Professor Bharat, and all my beloved students, participants, panelists, experts. It's I'm glad to see the journey of ECEL and Ipreneur from last 11 years. And my all students, they chose the very contemporary relevant topic, and we are not sticking to only social entrepreneurship. We also move forward to discuss and debate about the all social problems and the current pandemic related issues. And that's why I think the topic is disruption and from surviving to thriving. It's pleasure to see you all so confident, and I also observed your lot of hard work to structure this event. And so we are not only working on basic structure, we are also thinking about the superstructure of the economy and the society. And that's why we can see that they take a lot of hard work to connect the art and culture with the economic growth, with the society. They also, and very wonderfully, they chose their speakers and experts who have immense knowledge about the ground level reality. And my students are not very shy about to discuss the whatever the pandemic taught us and how we can address. And the whole ethos of this subject is that we need to identify the problem and need to learn how to stay with the problem. So all the very best, and I wish you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We also have Mr. Anush Sharma, the founder and CEO of Alcisar Impact Private Limited and visiting faculty at Center for Social Entrepreneurship at TIS Mumbai. With the gracious support of Mr. Sharma, the Social Venture Challenge could be carried out. So I welcome him to on the stage and say some words. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Like, it is a pride to be part of this amazing Ipreneur initiative. So for me, like, I've learned a lot with my association with TIS, and whatever I'm doing today, like, there's a very big role of TIS which has made me do what it is. For me, like, I've been in the development sector for the last 14 years, primarily like galvanizing investments in South Asia. And social entrepreneurship is important because it provides basically a bigger framework for businesses to find their own success in the pursuit of helping others. But at the same time, if we see the future of business can either be social or it will be anti-social. So it becomes a very core thing that we are going to see in next few years as well. And though COVID has affected us all, but if we are evolving and in one way are showing signs of resilience, that is only because of the social entrepreneurship that we can see, which is sprouting all around. And also the concept of entrepreneurship, especially the social entrepreneurship, is not easy. And it is primarily multifold difficult in nations like India, because we have lots of different things which are against us. But at the same time, we have amazing entrepreneurs or students who are kind of converging together. And in that whole process, they are putting their passion to the forefront. They are putting their learnings from the experiences which TIS makes the students learn by going into the ground in the hinterlands, the kind of diversity they have, the access to resources, which is beyond money. not just the money. And if we, as a nation, we have to grow truly, social entrepreneurship is one of the vital solutions, if I be very, very honest here. And it is also that it is important that we need to have a very important intersection of academia, learning, and practitioners coming together. We cannot have an isolation where academia is only asked to do lots of different things on the social ground, and we leave the capitalists on the other side to kind of enjoy the glory. We need to come together. And the same thing, if I put it like this, the entrepreneurs coming out of this, and I'd been like honored to be part of some of their ventures as well, has been phenomenal. They are true change makers and lighthouse role models, if I put it like this. And lighthouse role models, what I'm saying is they're not just impacting their own certain nearby people, but they are actually impacting the whole society around them to inspire them to take up social entrepreneurship, which is a very big thing, if I put it like this. And the diversity is pretty unique, as I had said, and so is the way to access the ground level experience. And what we will be able to do without a resilient social agriculture, tell me, or affordable agriculture education for all and financial inclusion. We have to have it. These are the very basic things. And it's high time we start an inclusive approach towards including and working towards uplifting 80% of our social public around us, who are actually looking at social entrepreneurship as one of the last resort. And for them, entrepreneurship is now the biggest hope. They are not looking towards policymakers, they are not looking towards capitalists, but they are looking towards social entrepreneurs who are actually giving them the right kind of direction to make this society a more habitable and equitable one. And thanks a lot for making me part of it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have a short transition and a transition break. So we will rejoin at 11:15. Please don't leave the meet. Stay joined. We will be restarting the program at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satyajit sir, Archana ma'am, Samapti ma'am, and Shalini ma'am. Also, Anuj sir, for inaugurating our event. Thank you so much. Looking forward to see your presence for the future events. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning.
Hello, sir. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, so this session, I think I'm supposed to moderate.
Yes, yes.
Okay, could you tell me the guidelines for that?
Yes, sir. So right now, the event would start in about 11:15 a.m. and the speakers would be joining soon. Mr. Rajesh Patidar, Mr. Deepak Parekh, and Nilima Vora. So they would be starting soon. So the outline would be that it would be like a discussion. You would be asking few questions to them, and it would be a discussion sort of thing. So 45 minutes session, and post that 15 minutes Q&A session. So that's the
So
word.
are the participants going to do some presentations as well?
I don't think so. I don't think so. So if at all they have, we can allow them the screen sharing option, but most probably they won't. I think they would be joining soon, so it would be nice if we can discuss that there.
Okay, so how much time we have?
So yeah, 45 minutes talk and then 15 minutes Q&A.
So by 12:15 we have time.
Yes, yes.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's time. So welcome everyone to the first event of the day. It's time for the panel discussion on reimagining agriculture in emerging technologies. India's agriculture sector is increasingly embracing technology at various levels. Tech-driven interventions can possibly change the agricultural landscape 2 decades from now. This calls for a paradigm shift in how agriculture is viewed, from a rural livelihood sector to a modern business enterprise. Our panel members today consist of stalwarts who have done exceptional work in their domains. Now, before I introduce them, I would like to welcome our moderator for the session, Mr. Vijay Pratap Singh.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I'll just quickly give you an introduction. So Mr. Vijay is a first generation entrepreneur working on enabling rural services for a more inclusive society and sustainable world. He is the co-founder and CEO of Egggown Technologies, a for-profit social enterprise to enrich the lives of over 1 million rural households. I can see our panelists have joined. Yes. We welcome Mr. Rajesh Patidar, the co-founder and CEO of Farm Prosperity Solutions, a proud alumnus of our very own social entrepreneurship course at TIS. Mr. Patidar has always been passionate about strengthening agricultural linkages in the country. His venture works to enhance the profitability of farming operations in collaboration with the farmers themselves. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. We also have Ms. Nilima Vohra, the Vice President Input Procurement at Dehat, an online marketplace providing all the agricultural products and services to farmers. In her role, she leads strategic relationships and supply of agri-inputs portfolio there. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our panelist, our third and final panelist, Mr. Deepak Parekh, the CEO of AgriWatch, is sadly not able to join today. We regret I think there have been certain circumstances, inexcusable circumstances, and we are sorry that he won't be able to join us for this session. With that, I would hand over the platform to you, sir, Mr. Vijay, sir, and please commence. Oh, well, before I forget, we have 15 minutes Q&A session towards the end. So all the participants, people, if you have any questions at any point of time, just put it in the Q&A box and we'll hopefully address them towards the end 15 minutes. Over to you, Vijay, sir.
Thank you, Anushri. And I welcome my panelists, Rajesh and Nilima. Thank you for joining us in this panel. As aptly put by Anushri in our introduction, that Indian agriculture is going towards a phenomenal shift. And in my many talks, I have been saying for last 2-3 years that the decade 2020 would be the decade of agriculture in India. The predominant industry that will grow and get itself organized in a different way is going to be agriculture, and which will be the one which will generate jobs and as well as economic prosperity. But as organizations who are working in the space of agriculture and have some amount of inclination towards farmers also, Nilima's organization has history about working with farmers. I don't know what they are doing right now, but Rajesh works with farmers directly, where we are talking about looking at farmers' welfare as well as agriculture growth. So, and why I'm saying that is that agriculture growth is, unfortunately, last decade has shown that agriculture growth is not directly related to farmers' growth. Farm incomes are falling, but agriculture as a sector is growing, which is ironical plus sad, because if you add to that food inflation, which is on an average, if you just take one last 2 decades of food inflation, on an average, it will be 6 to 7%, which essentially means that if we add food inflation as a factor of growth, which propels agriculture, then agriculture should have been giving a good amount of income to farmers. Well, and we know that it's not happening. And that is a point of reflection, which also I would like to bring to the panelists when they're talking about their work, is that can this reimagining of agriculture imagine a space for farmers to also grow? Now, this may look for an audience which doesn't understand agriculture, economics, and agriculture sector in the way we, I think, all the three of us do, will look oxymoron. But the truth is that this is exactly the truth. So my request to both the panelists, let's have 5 minutes each, and while you are talking about your work, what is this reimagining to you look like in this decade, in the decade of 2030, 2020, 2030? We can start with Rajesh.
Yeah. Thank you, Vijayji. We have just started. So unlike Dehat, obviously they've got a huge legacy. So they would talk more on that. I would talk more from the perspective of, because I was in Agri Watch, where Deepak J is CEO right now. I think he's in Dubai. I think that's how something would have happened, and he may not have joined. And then before that, I was in NCDX. So, as in sort of while I was working, I was analyzing and observing this agriculture sector in detail. And then now what I thought and why we started Farm Prosperity is exactly because what Vijayji, you mentioned that, whatever development or new things or, whatever sort of growth is happening, let's say, after farmer level. So, further downstream, the value chain like processor and exporter, importer, and even this side, at companies level, input companies level, things are happening. And obviously, there is another way to look at it, is that trickle down effect will come, and eventually farmers would also be touched by that. So, but what we thought is exactly that, our company name also suggests that farm prosperity. So we chosen that name consciously, that we want to enable farmers prosperity, and our whole model is built around farmers. So we directly work with farmers. So right now we are working with around 1 lakh farmers near Indore. And we also saw that the holistic approach is needed. I mean, the entire value chain should be looked at holistically when we really want to sort of increase the farmer income. So, doing something here and there in bits and pieces, I felt, I saw it last 10-15 years, like it is not helping much. So that's why we decided to work from beginning till end. So, right from April, May, when season starts, till the, Feb, March, we are working with them. So with these set of farmers, we are providing agri inputs, so seed, pesticide, fertilizer, micronutrient on their doorstep. We are providing that. Then comes the farmer advisory services. So which pesticide to use, how to use, when to use, and all those kind of things, agri extension services. And once the important aspect is that once the produce is ready, so we help them in selling them into the market. So we procure and then we sell it to processors, millers, and so on. So all these three aspects, agri input, farmer advisory, and agri output, all this, like, so what we call it like full stack services is what we provide. And then the another aspect comes there is that whenever you want to scale it, obviously the tech component has to be there. So we have got our own, Sarthi app. And then right now through WhatsApp groups, since we are little early, so WhatsApp groups and telecalling centers and all are there to provide the farmer advisory. And then we sort of procure also through our WhatsApp group channels. We publish that we want to procure this quality ka, this commodity ka produce, and then we have got our procurement center where they can come and sell it, or we can go to their door and then pick up from their house itself or the farm itself. So that's how we are right now working.
So just a add-on question to that. Could you also reflect on the topic of the session, which is how do you reimagine the decade for agricultures and farmer? What is that you're reimagining, both as a sector and as well as your organization?
Yeah. So at a broader level, I would say the sort of the single most important thing which I feel is that right now the agriculture value chain is like broken. By broken, we mean that people are working in isolation. Like agri input guys would say that agri output is not my thing, my domain. I don't know about that, or I don't want to get into that. Similarly, agri output guys would say that agri input se mujhe koi lena dena nahi. And then farmer advisory like extension services are altogether totally alien to what is happening at input and output sector. So what I strongly believe is that it has to be looked at holistically, like any other mature industry, let's say banking, insurance, or pharmaceutical or so on, or automobile and all, where I was working earlier. Things are very streamlined. People from beginning to end know about what is happening at the entire value chain level. In our case, in agriculture, that is not happening. That is not happening at all. So that has to be streamlined. So this brokenness has to be removed away. Second aspect is about technology, obviously, wherein the technology also, there are various interfaces wherein you can plug in things. But what I feel strongly is about quality assessment. The quality assessment aspect is the sort of single largest main culprit, which causes lot of distortion in the market, because किसी एक individual के हाथ में you have given power to decide. क्योंकि क्या होता है अभी after farmer level, for example, we work in cotton value chain. So after farmer, trader, miller, or ginner are there, and then they're on they have got quality specifications and machines and tools to use it, to define the quality parameters. But while procuring from farmer in mandi, they don't have anything. So Cotton Association of India के पास भी कुछ नहीं है, CCI के पास भी कुछ नहीं है. So that's where but what happened कि एक किसान, like in case of cotton, 8 महीने उसका फसल का उन्होंने उसको प्रोड्यूस किया, एंड विद इन मंडी में मतलब 8-10 सेकंड में उसका प्रोड्यूस का रेट डिसाइड हो जाता है, एंड ही हैज गॉट नो से. एंड उसको समझ में नहीं आता है कि मेरे बाजू वाले को ज्यादा रेट क्यों मिला है या मुझे कम क्यों मिला है. So there is no quality standardization. You are not saying that you have got 7.5 score, so that's why your price is little lower than 8.5 wala. So there is no quality objective assessment parameters are available. So I feel that there are a lot of things need to be done. And then throughout the discussion we can talk more interfaces wherein technology will come into it, like remote sensing, and then AI enabled the crop advisory services, blockchain enabled tracing aspect and all. So those kind of things are also there. But before we go on to the bigger things, these small things also we have to crack, because adoption of technology at a farmer level is also something which we have to understand. We can't come from outside and impose on them. So the whatever solutions would come from grounds up. So what they really need first, and their adaptability, and then we build from there on.
Thank you, Rajesh. I think you have highlighted a very important point, that technology adoption should be grounds up, and you can't impose a technology framework on the farming ecosystem until unless the ecosystem itself is ready for that. With that, Nilima, over to you. Please share your thoughts as well as your work.
So I'll just start with briefly introducing myself and what we do at DeHaat, and obviously we'll touch upon what my understanding and my opinion on this topic is, right, briefly. I have actually a background of starting up my own company, because mentioning this here is important, because that's how I can tell you that I am very much passionate about this entire sector, and really want to how you started off, Vijayji, right? That agriculture as a sector might be growing, right? But how are we impacting the lives of the farmer, whether it is on the positive side or a status quo hai ya negative to nahi ho raha hai na? So that is also something which stays at the top of our mind while we are rapidly growing in the business also, right? So we have to parallelly keep that also in mind. We have to keep that philosophy intact as the core value, right? So at DeHaat, what we have been trying to do is largely what Rajesh ji mentioned, right? It's similar to that. The idea is the same, to be able to provide a full stack solution, agri solution to a farmer, right? Wherein the core problem that we could see is that ecosystem mein every service product is available, right? There is nothing new that we are adding in the product, or let's say, कि कोई service थी, but you are just, वो बहुत ही unorganized था, and we are trying to bring in all the relevant stakeholders at a single platform wherein it becomes easy for the farmer to interact and to be able to have better decision making and quicker decision making. So that is the premise. And at the same time, we with this premise, we want to become a one-stop solution for the farmer for any agricultural requirement that he may think of, right? Be it on the input side, or let's say he want to sell his produce, or rather financial services if he requires any. So that is the idea behind whatever we are trying to do at Dehat today. With respect to the topic today, what I personally feel is largely the ecosystem has, this sector has boomed recently, right? It has now arrived. The agri-tech, as we say it today, has arrived, right? 5 years back, let's say, it was something new, agri-tech. Maybe 5-6 years back, it was started as a term. Jahan par we could think, let's say this is a sector which is growing, which is going to grow, and a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs, let's say, a lot of entrepreneurs participated, and that's how it became visible. The impact became visible, maybe at a smaller scale, because a lot of participants were there, right? And that's how we could see that yes, there is a scope, because scope of improvement was definitely always there, but there is a scale, there is a possibility of a business also along with the impact, the positive impact that you are trying to bring in the society, right? So that's how it started. But given that the technology adoption, the kind of technology that all of these people are bringing in, right, all of these startups, or let's say bigger organizations also in the sector, they are bringing in, but the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, let's say smartphones or internet, or let's say the generation which has come up now, like the sons of the farmers and all. So all of this, and the recent unfortunate event of the pandemic, it has added to the pace of adoption of the technology, right? So that has become something on, maybe if we want to see it on a positive side, so it has increased the pace of technology adoption. And that's how, because in जब भी आप adverse situations में होते हैं, तो the normal human tendency, तो आप adopt करते हैं जल्दी, right? So that has happened to the sector altogether. And now what I see, what I feel is that from here, in not more than, let's say, 2-3 a couple of years, it will boom, right? It has already arrived. And there would also become consolidation, a lot of players doing full stack also, because there were a lot of problem statements. Someone was focusing only on one, someone was focusing only on maybe output side or input, financial, let's say precision ag, or only on data. But then now everyone is trying to become full stack, and that's the way forward, right? Because you cannot sell product. Ideally, now the way the entire industry, not only ag but otherwise also, we are moving towards more service oriented approaches rather than product oriented approaches, right? So that's where full stack also plays a major role. And that is where, when the entire ecosystem changes for the good, why? Because your ultimate user, the farmer at the core of it, would have a better buying power, let's say, right? That has happened similarly in the other industries also. So let's say that will happen in agriculture also. So that's something that I am imagining right now.
Thank you, Nilima. So add on to that question that you mentioned that, and you agreed that agri-tech as a boom has arrived. But there's a very interesting anecdote that I'd like to add. First, let me ask both of you, do both of you come from agriculture background?
No, not academically.
No. Same here, not agriculture.
So,
And that is true for 95% of agri-tech people. So the companies, 95% or even 97% of agri-tech companies which are coming up, the so-called boom that Nilima was mentioned, are not from agriculture. So why is it? So my question coming back to you would be that we are reimagining agriculture. We are talking about technology. We're talking about adoption of technology. And yet India produces the largest number of agriculture graduates in the world. We are number one. We produce the largest amount of trained human resource in agriculture. And yet this boom that all of us see is not seen by the agriculture graduates. The people who are actually reading the subject don't see that boom. Plus, people who want to, farmer's son, daughter, or whatever people are there, they also don't see that boom. So is there some kind of, the question I'm meaning to ask here is there some kind of, we have been blindsided by our own, because we probably each of us have come from technology background and we are fascinated. And since there's no other area to work left in the economy, the entire economy is collapsed. The only economy left which is growing is agriculture. So all of us have jumped. I'm just playing devil's advocate. All of us jumped in agriculture. यही बचा है, इसको कर लो, नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी. So, but the same picture is not seen by agriculture graduates and the farmers' sons and daughters and relatives. Why is so? Why do you think that is?
Yeah. So I would start. I'm to farmer's son, मतलब हमारी तो खेती है 10
See,
एकड़
that
है ना.
I am
So
also.
I would say
I don't want you to let go it easily. I don't want to let go this question easily. The reason why I'm asking this question is that there's a dichotomy in this whole situation, which is very funny, right? We see the growth and it's in the news everywhere. There's a news, ye ho raha hai, wo ho raha hai, and all that. But yet the people who are the real stakeholder of the sector are not getting encouraged. Do you see any Indian Council of Agriculture Research Institution jumping up and down and saying, okay, now agriculture decade has come? No, they are not, right? So why people from outside the sector, which is all of us here, are seeing it and not people from the sector?
So my initial thoughts on this are two fronts. One is why we are getting into this, right? So generally, wherever there is inefficiency, there is a scope, right? So that is precisely the first reason, right? And on the other side, when we talk about, let's say, agri graduates not interested, let's say sons and daughters of farmers, why not interested in jumping onto maybe other industries, career options? So the kind of growth, or let's say opportunity that we see today, we see the future, right? And maybe because we are still, let's say we are saying कि हाँ चलो इतने सारे startups हैं, everyone is growing, right? But still, how much percentage are you contributing? 150 million farmers in India. How many have everyone together touched and impacted on a positive side, right? How much impact the sons and daughters have seen and realized that yes, this opportunity is really good. And largely when we are still startups, right? मतलब अभी agriculture में most of the companies are startups. Even if we're 10 years old, so Dehat is 10-year-old and we still are startups, right? So that standpoint also, maybe for agri graduates, it does not become a very lucrative name or offer to get associated, maybe. So that could be one. But at the positive side, wherein I see, let's say, for example, this forum, right? So the audience is largely students, and they are largely from the same industry. So I'm hoping that such forums can, enlighten them, maybe tell them the opportunities that there are in the industry, so that they can also come up and contribute to the entire sector's growth.
Nilima, you have skirted the question, but let's hear what Rajesh is saying.
I would
Yeah,
rather
I
like
would.
to know
I would
your
not.
thoughts also.
I will. I will.
Yeah, sure.
I will be more direct about it. Like, it is like, first is, let's say, about the मतलब थोड़ा सा और background set करने के लिए about the agri-tech, like, a lot of funding is going into it. And obviously, Dehat is leading it. And then there is Farmart, and then, there is Gramophone, Agrostar, and on Big Heart, and Way Cool, and Ninja Car, and so on. So it is like, and then why this happened is like, as it is relevant in the context of Dehat's journey also, that, the sort of geo effect and, ability of data, readiness of the, farmer's son and all to adopt. And also that's where, so this relatively is 4-5 years old phenomena is such, matlab, when we talk at a industry level. I have been thinking about this since last 12 years, ever since I was in test to do this. But then I would relate it to my own journey also, that like how I could do this now. What I'm doing is will sort of answer your question to some extent, that why agri graduates are not able to get into it is largely related with your resource availability and your sort of domain knowledge and your own exposure, about the industry. So when we talk about, so how I did is, I was in automobile, then banking, and then in CDX. And so I was in Premier Institute, Premier company involved into agri output side, and then consulting business. And then, so that's where I was able to sort of, I got opportunity to analyze the various models available, who are the people who are setting this up, what is best available in India and outside, and what all, towards enterprise building and so on, because I did masters in social entrepreneurship from TISS only. And by the way, we were the first, I started this event, in 2010 when it was Navriti and now Ipreneur. So, in a way, it's like full circle for me. But then I would say that the best brain goes to IIT IIM, obviously. So, then, that's where from there, they have got the upper hand in terms of incubation, funding, availability, and seed funding, especially at early stage, what you need. So they have got very strong alumni network, and, people are ready to bet on them. So they are able to take more risk. So they are in a better position to take risk. Somebody from a small agriculture college has got no such facility available. So they will take a lot of time to generate resources on their own, build their capacity, and it will take 5-6 years and all. And by the time they are ready to do it, system catches up. Matlab, you are now in your sort of professional journey. So a lot of entrepreneurs who are coming are from engineering background essentially, and from good institutes like NITs and IITs. What Nilima is saying is absolutely correct, because engineers basically look at inefficiencies, and wherever there is inefficiency, they try to sort of address it. So that's where they are different. They may not be coming from the aspect of generating more income for farmers, or livelihoods and so on. That may be there for conferences maybe, but not there at their heart or something. It plus both the things are there, it is good. But otherwise, the first thing what kicks them is sort of inefficiency there. Because we thought in detail about this question, what you sort of put forward, why this is happening, so what I found is this, because they are inefficiency jahan bhi hai, they will get into it, solve it. And now, because there is a funding available, it gives all the more kick that you will get the funding quickly, होगा ठीक होगा, pan India हो जाएंगे, and then so that's why it is becoming more lucrative as of now. But essentially, it is that they are more resourceful. They can analyze the things
I like
better.
your
They
point,
got
Rajesh.
the
Adding to that, when you mentioned Cape, now we are at a stage where technologies mostly have been introduced to the sector, right? Whatever efficient method may not be have taken to the scale, but has already been introduced, right?
Yeah.
So now would really be a good time, jahan par technology has already been introduced, business models are there. So now agri graduates or whoever wants to join the bandwagon, right? They can join, because they do not have to reinvent the wheel, or they do not have to try anything new to at risk, right? To keep it at larger risk. So I feel now is a very good time for let's say not only agri graduates, but across industries people to come in and introduce, maybe contribute here in this sector, right?
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Just
you have.
I start one more. Vijay, just now one agri graduate joined us in our core team from Manage. He is agri graduate. So what Nilima mentioned, that don't have to reinvent, or you don't have to become founder, or just
Well,
like don't have to start.
I'll just
Yeah.
add to that most of these agri-tech startups don't even employ agri graduates. That is another fact that I would like to add to the inconvenient. I like to call it the inconvenient truth. So that is also one of the facts. Now, interestingly, one of the audience is said that Vijay Shri is also saying that not an agriculture, is from the agriculture sector, and also an outsider. Now, this is a very interesting observation that I had about the entrepreneurship which is happening in agriculture sector, and that will kind of bring me to my next question to you as a group. Is that yes? So there are the usual suspects. I call them the usual suspects, these IITians and IIMs people, and coming into agri tech or agri services sector, entering into this space. They don't have domain knowledge or even understanding of the sector. They just jump because they understand some aspect of efficiency lack in the sector, or any other motivation that might be. So if you look into the whole of agri tech, I'm sure all of you are following in what is happening in agri tech investment as well as startup ecosystem. Then you'll find that most of the people are involved in the what I call as periphery of agriculture. Periphery means they have replaced the existing middlemen and has become the new middlemen, which is in colloquial term I call it ke dhoti kurte wale middlemen ko hata ke ab pant shirt wale ya coat pant wale middlemen aa gaye, which essentially means that you have removed the agri input dealer distributor and you have become the agri input distributor and entered into that space where margins are very high, because agri input margins are very, very high. 40 to 50, 60% margins are there in agri inputs that are available. Now, in this space, many people have entered. A large number of agri tech people, if you see, are actually doing this. They're already entering into that. And then there's another people who are doing B2C, which is या तो सब्जियां बेच रहे हैं, या होम डिलीवरी कर रहे हैं, दूध बेच रहे हैं, मछलियां बेच रहे हैं, मीट बेच रहे हैं, whatever. That there's that aspect of it. The problem is, like both of you were trying to explain the whole agri value chain, that these people are working in one extreme and another extreme, the middle section, where the inefficiencies of the problem are very large. Very few people are entering in that, where technology is required, real technology intervention is required, where efficiency is building up required, where supply chain management, warehousing, cold chain management, value addition is required. Very few people are entering into that space. What are your thoughts on that? Nilima, we'll start with you first.
So as you mentioned, I completely resonate with what you said, right? But when we say that full stack ki jab hum baat kar rahe hain, right, as Rajesh has also mentioned, and even what we are trying to do at Dehat, so that essentially because it's a very jo beach wala section hai which you mentioned, it's a very let's say resource heavy or effort heavy area where you need to work and add or generate a value also, right? Let's say, for example, if I take let's say keep aside input or let's say the last mile of output, but in between, when you're connected with the farmer, there are a lot of other things also, because in the entire farming cycle there are roughly more than about 22 intervention points required, right? So when we say let's say advisory, so advisory is also another input, which is not only one time, it's a multiple information sharing that you are doing, let's say with respect to weather, with respect to customized crop that they are having customized, so region specific, because advisory in general is available everywhere, right? That's where it becomes resource heavy, that's where it becomes very specific, because agriculture is a very, as we all know, a very region specific area wherein let's say अगर एक disease भी है तो उसको 20 अलग location पे 20 अलग नाम से बोला जाता है ना. So you have to be that targeted because your user here which you are trying to touch is largely those people who are firstly not that adoptive at a very early stage, but at the same time those who are largely, let's say, can't read even a sentence in their native language also. Let's say about 25% of females and roughly about 45% of males, if I'm not wrong, are not even able to read their native language in this rural sector, right? So that's the kind of audience that you are trying to target, right? And you're trying to touch them, help them take your service or product, whatever you are offering, and then generate value also, right? But that's where the catch is. Ultimately, the catch is scale, because for any organization also, though it's difficult, but when you talk about scale, when you scale this up, your unit economics becomes better, right? So your cost per farmer improves. That's where the catch is. That's where the success may lie, right? So that's my take on this. So largely, and when I talk about full stack also, so there is a lot of so as Rajesh ji mentioned also, right? Silos may, if you are working like input as a business altogether, output as a business, let's say financial services as a business, then it may not add value to other sectors also, and then it may not integrate and generate 1 + 1 = 11, right? But when you are able to integrate all of these, and then take whatever internal or external for intelligence standpoint also, when you correlate all of these, seed to market, jab hum bolte hain, our tagline is seed to market, right? So we run an entire initiative called Sampurna, wherein we track with the farmer what input has gone, according to our recommendation, what are the package of practice. We are giving them advisory, he has to do it accordingly, and then we help them with the market linkages of produce also, with financial assistance also, everything, right? The entire bouquet of services that we have to offer. And then we calculate also the impact that we have created, impact as in with respect to let's say reduction of input cost largely, or how much production it has gone up by, right? So these are the things that you have to generate also, and then you should be able to tell them also that this is the value that we are generating. But yeah, for a business standpoint, you need scale to basically arrive or to justify your cost also, right?
Rajesh?
Yeah, so this is largely the sort of discussion between impact and scale. So wherever
my question, original question was not impact and scale. My original question was that that largely people are working on the periphery part of the agriculture, which I explained as input supply or B2C. But the middle, the core part, which you were mentioning in your initial thoughts, is the one which require more support. Their organization is required. Their aggregation systems are required. There very few people are working in agri-tech space, the new people who are there.
So again, it comes down to that only. What I think Nilima was also mentioning, that if you want scale, by nature, sort of you have to first gather the low hanging fruits. If you choose the difficult territory at the beginning itself, there is this story by some Shivaji Maharaj का है कि जब वो खाना खा रहे थे तो उन्होंने बीच में हाथ डाल दिया था. So that lady said कि अरे पागल हो गया, come from periphery and then get into it. So he was attacking the sort of main fort first, and then उसमें फंस गए थे. तो फिर then he sort of started guerrilla war, and from border, periphery, he went into it. Precisely, that's what I believe, and I think Dehat is doing that, and other agri-tech would also do that only, because creating value at what you mentioned is very, very difficult at farmer level. That's where people come from B2B first. Even Dehat is doing that, and Ninja Cart and so on. We are trying to attempt B2C, business to farmer first, but obviously once investor will come into picture and people will demand a scale, we also have to take some middle path, because and that's where your question of agri graduates would also come into picture, that right now when we do this, we don't need much domain expertise as of now, because it's largely about supply chain. It's about technology, it's about processes and systems and all, wherein engineers and other people, management graduates and all, are comfortably okay, and with some hiring we can manage. What you are talking about is some genuine breakthroughs at sort of farmer, around farmer, in terms of increasing their yield, or in terms of what I was talking about, quality assessment, and then other stuff like crop tracking, and even farmer advisory. We have got very poor farmer advisory system in country, even though we have a lot of ICRs and KVKs and so on, nothing is there. It's like very bad situation. So but we understand that that is the difficult portion. Agri extension is really difficult. It is easy to take even one small 500 ml का bottle deliver कर देंगे, भले ही बहुत दूर तक भी, will procure also. बट वो एक्सटेंशन पार्ट की उनकी लैंग्वेज में, उनकी क्रॉप को उनके गांव में समझाना, उनके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, इज वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एंड सो अभी वो टच करना कॉन्शियसली वी विल लीव, एंड एवरीबडी विल लीव दैट, बिकॉज वो थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट पोर्शन है, हमको भी पता है, सबको पता है. बट as in when more and more engagement will start, when we'll start going deeper and deeper with farmer, that would also be taken care. But that has to wait. Pehle jo how we see ourselves is like we are right now spreading the sort of net, matlab channel bana rahe hain. We are sort of creating the channel, and once channel is there, deeper engagement is there, multiple transactions are happening with farmer and other stakeholders, we'll attempt that portion also of the problem where it needs deeper resources.
So let me stop you there for a minute, because it seems both of you are getting into your own business to explain the larger point. My larger point was on the larger industry. So if say $5 billion has come and got invested in agri tech industry, then most of it is coming in the area where all of you are working on the that portion where, like you were saying, where you're able to generate some revenue. There's a cash flow coming to you, that will help you to go deeper into the agri value chain. So my question is, since we are talking about reimagining, and let me just put you not very long ahead in the future, just 10 years, 2020 to 2030. In this 10 year, where do you see this whole change will happen? What will be the change like? So let me use the word of Devendra Sharma, agri economist. He keeps saying all the time that there's a debate of the 3 farm laws that finally got repealed, that those farm laws were biased towards the industry. They were made for custom made for the industry, and industry was supposed to benefit from that. But farmers' interest was not safeguarded in it by the law, and hence the agitation, and hence the repealing of the law. So Devendra Sharma says, and he puts a very simple, one-liner in it, is that, and he asked me that, Vijay, you're working with farmers, income kitna badhaya aapne? He asked me ke, and then the bottom line of his comment was that MSP se kitna upar dete ho? Very plain simple. On the minimum support price that is there, that's minimum, सबसे low. उससे कितना ऊपर आप दे पाते हो? When he said that, then I asked my team to collect some data and share with me, and I shared the data with him because he was writing some article on the issue of MSP and other things. When I shared the data with me, in our case, we were around 60-65%. So of the retail price of the product that we ultimately sell, we have reached 65%, which might be very difficult for us to reach 60-65%. And then we have a benchmark of Amul, which is already 80%. 80% of the retail price goes back to the farm. So can I ask from both of you, reflecting on the important question of income and reimagining agriculture, where do you see that happens? If you like to take an example of your own enterprises, please do. Rajesh, first you.
Yeah. So that is the sort of final aim, that wherein how much of the revenue of the value chain is going to farmer, that is there. But before that, I would still say that it is like little early that, before reimagining, we have to sort of strengthen whatever current value supply chains are available that are broken. So even if pathways, roadways are still not built, we can't talk about, let's say, speed, So I would say a lot of work has to, go there, because अगर कुछ 50, 60, 70 साल में नहीं हुआ तो अगले 5-10 साल में कैसे होगा? That also you have to think. But definitely with the help of tech and the sort of networks which these startups are sort of putting into the system, the value chains will become shorter. So a lot of precisely, what happens is like every stakeholder is delivering some value, but they are extracting more than what they are delivering. So एक local commission agent भी sorting grading करता है, but वो उतना share ज़्यादा ले लेता है उसमें से 10-100 रुपए में से, the so what would happen is like when a professional player is coming in, वो 2-3 activity अगर कर रहा है, and then that person will be having more sort of revenue with him, with the company, and then that can be shared with the farmer and even their customer at the back end. So once bigger professional players are there in the system, so they have got more buying, let's say, in terms of कि उनको तो 1000 metric ton लगता है, and they have got technology, they have got manpower. So automatically more value and efficiency will be generated in the value chain, and then they will be able to share some of it. Definitely they will share, because ultimately system में कम लोग हैं, पहले 10 लोग थे, अब 3-4 लोग ही हैं, तो वो share होगा. So that's where precisely I would say that's how farmer ka share will go up. There is no other way, any shortcut or magic is there जो possible है at a scale.
So Nilima,
So
before you answer the same question, I would like you to add on what Rajesh has just mentioned, that value will increase because a lot of middlemen will be removed. First, you agree with it? If you agree, then give me an example that in any supply chain that has happened.
So yes, to a large extent, I agree. Specifically in this sector, wherein see, largely in general, if we say yes, there are a lot of companies, whether startups or otherwise, but largely today tech companies, we are saying, right, who have started, who have jumped in, as you mentioned, and let's say having looked at the business proposition, but at the same time, which we should not disregard as a philosopher. I'm just trying to reiterate something, that a good lot of these people have also come from a mindset, or let's say a passion of also to be able to contribute, or let's say impact, because we are talking about social entrepreneurship, right? The audience here, a lot of these people would come, would be our future, right? Who would definitely have that orientation, right? And a lot from the past batches, let's say Rajesh is an example, right? Who has clear mandate in his mind that this is what he is trying to achieve. Let's say in the journey, he might have to go phase by phase, right? So that is one aspect that I wanted to reiterate. But yeah, at the same time, when you asked, and definitely, as I mentioned, if you are trying to solve one problem, right, and you are trying to create an entire business model around that, that's fine. Then the next stage comes, wherein definitely today also a lot of companies are getting into, is to bundle all the services and become a full stack solution in this particular space, right? That is where the let's say that deciding factor, that deciding point has they will arrive at, whether from that stage they will go towards, let's say, scale or efficiency. And the success parameter here would be whether you can have that unit economics to be able to, right, pass on, to be able to have that, and then to be able to pass on to the farmers or not, or you are not able to. Basically, once you get into the full stack, it becomes very complex for you to manage the entire full stack business model, as well as to be able to efficiently manage and save and earn something out of it, wherein you can have something to pass it on to the farmer. Right? That's what my idea is actually. And today, largely, if you're talking about the entire agtech space in general, people are not yet there. Maybe someone at a very small scale might be doing at a very small level, right? At a very pocket specific or regional level, wherein in that particular space, right? So that's a choice, whether you can pick up a district, right? You build your entire business, entire whatever offering you have in that particular district. Don't move out of that geography, right? And just build your unit economics there, so that you have that something to pass it on to the farmers. Or you go large and then have that patience to wait till the time you can have something to pass.
Okay, you are probably reiterating the same point, but let me, before we open for questions, I think one last 1 minute answer, not more than that, please, is that reimagine the agriculture 10 years hence. What problems would have been solved by AgTech or anybody else 10 years hence? What problems that are real, that are there currently, you think would have been solved by 10 years from now? 1 minute each, not more than that. Nilima.
Sure. So, see, there are a lot of things that are happening in the industry currently, right? When we talk about tech, it is not only about digital marketplaces we are talking about. It is also about let's say IoT, which is some way or the other has come and are contributing at least to the efficiency part of the business, right? And then also there are, let's say, precision ag, right, where people are moving towards too. And then there is also technology at the product side, as in, let's say, seeds, right? What kind of better R&D we are doing, or let's say other people are doing to bring in better products for the farmers, right? So all of this is technology that we are talking about today. And 10 years from now, if you ask me, this would, again, what I started off with, right? I see that it would become a space wherein in this sector, the user would definitely be at a stage wherein he would have multiple options, because we are at a stage wherein competition is also increasing, right? So once that also happens, it becomes like just like in any other industry also, from all of this disruption in the industry and new people coming in, fighting for their share and fighting for the growth, everything, right? Fighting for the impact also, let's say. So in that entire process, the farmer ultimately at least gets multiple options and has the transparency, the decision making, the ease of decision making, let's say, because he has multiple options, so he can maybe choose and have a better buying position, right? So that's how I see it. And definitely a lot of technology coming in, let's say drones and everything, is government is also at least incentivizing a technology adoption. So yeah, I see that happen.
Well, I have my strong reservation against foolishness called drone. But let's hear Rajesh. 10 years hence, what problems would have been solved in agriculture?
Yeah. So if what problems I would like to get solved, or we ourselves will solve, and people like us, is that quality assessment has to be sort of digitized, and there has to be sort of this human intervention removed, and we will do that soon. We will do it. Already in Tello Labs and Ignite, people are doing it. It will pick up more and more. So ek wo portion remove karna, because that causes a lot of distortion there. Second is that remote sensing technology would obviously be very very productive, मतलब going ahead. अभी पता ही नहीं चलता है कहाँ पे कौन सी क्रॉप लगी है, कितने एकड़ में लगी है, और उसकी क्या कंडीशन है. That is the single biggest another problem, मतलब which causes like supply side sort of confusion, and which sort of hampers the streamlining of the operations entire value chain ka. So that portion, remote sensing, so crop tracking basically. And then labor problem is going up and up. मतलब labor नहीं मिल रहा है अभी, बहुत shortage है and costly होता जा रहा है. तो उसमें जो sort of mechanization का aspect है for small land holding, because बड़े का तो बहुत है, थोड़े बहुत available हैं, but for 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre farmer कैसे adopt करे, तो उसके around भी होगा थोड़ा और disruption. So these three portions, and then overall it will result into sort of small value chains, wherein one-stop destinations would pick up, like that has to go as a sort of one-stop sort of entity जो offer कर रहा है input, output and advisory, तो वो pick up होगा. And in the process customer यानी farmer would have more choices, मतलब and as an access to sort of better quality product, क्योंकि अभी क्या होता है, बहुत सारे input तरफ कुछ तो भी प्रोडक्ट होते हैं, लाइक लोकल वंस, और इनएफिशिएंट होते हैं, उनका यील्ड नहीं है, यूजलेस है. सो दोज विल गो अवे बिकॉज प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स विल कम इनटू पिक्चर. तो ये चीजें मतलब होपफुली होनी चाहिए.
Thank you, Rajesh. So we will move on to the questions first. Let me kind of summarize some of the questions because some are repetitive. One question is that how difficult is to get farmers on board when you are setting up an agri enterprise? Rajesh, you can answer that.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And in fact, that is the theme of another case study which we have floated, and in the evening we'll discuss that. It is the problem there, because when we sort of onboard a customer at a city level or urban areas में, वहाँ पे there is a clear-cut proposition and they adopt it. At rural area में it has a lot of personal touch is required, and that causes lot of resources का training and time लगता है and all. So that is a problem, like, because you have to demonstrate first, वो 1-2 season, and demonstrate also for 1-2 season means 1-2 years. So that causes problem when we really want to onboard, not just that you go there and get the app downloaded into his mobile. That is not the onboarding. That is the easiest thing to do. But yeah, real onboarding takes time, because it is that farmer needs personal touch, मतलब उनको चाहिए होता है. So that is difficult.
Thank you, Rajesh. Nilima, one question to you would be that you're working in multiple states. Is that how difficult it is to, is the policy from state to state differ in agriculture, or your working style differ?
Yeah, definitely, because of definitely the regulatory aspect also, but at the same time, the cultural as well as the regional differences, even within the state, it becomes very difficult, and you have to customize everything that you are doing, whether your outreach program to the farmer, or with, of course, the advisory definitely should be customized, but also how you approach the customer base or any of the stakeholders also changes. So we have to become, the model remains the same, but at the same time, we have to customize a lot of things. Let's say, for example, UP having a huge area, right, covering a huge area. It's really very different from, let's say, east to west. Pura, it changes a lot, huge changes, right? Your proposition altogether changes, because what are the priority requirements of the farmers? As in, let's say a farmer staying in Bihar might be willing to come down to the shop, right, and might not value the let's say doorstep delivery as a convenience in his priority list, right? But let's say a farmer in Maharashtra or a farmer in UP West also, he or Haryana, let's say, they would value that convenience also. They might be willing to pay extra also. So that kind of customization is definitely required. A lot of background work, a lot of going to the market and studying them is definitely required. So huge effort and resource at that end definitely is required, because I strongly believe in what Rajesh ji also mentioned, that technology alone is not enough, not at all enough. So technology would always play as an enabler, but at least in this sector, you definitely need local anchors. You definitely need a physical touch point. So yeah, so let's say phygital is something that would stay, right?
One additional question, Rajesh, is on, it's a very generic question, is that how to understand the value chains in agriculture. another industry? How basically, if somebody wants to enter into entrepreneurship, agri entrepreneurship, how do you to understand agri value chain? It's like an overarching question. What are the steps? Probably you can give some steps that how to understand agri value chain.
So first thing is to decide on the crop, like क्योंकि जैसे डिलीमा जो बता रही थी, so there मतलब जो crop का भी aspect है state to state, anyone within district, मतलब 2-3 district के बाद, so your whole organization, मतलब your teams, your this thing managers and all, मतलब हर एक crop अलग है तो उसकी value chain थोड़ी सी अलग हो जाती है, so that causes lot of problem to scale. Another issue is there that और हर एक का डोमेन एक्सपर्टीज बिल्ड करने में टाइम लगता है, इवन एट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल आल्सो. सो अगर हमें किसी भी वैल्यू चेन को एनालाइज करना है तो ऑब्वियसली वंस वी सी दिस, तो देन व्हाट वी हैव डन इज वी हैव ब्रोकन इनटू 2 पार्ट्स, इनपुट साइड एंड आउटपुट साइड. तो पूरा पहले एकदम से नहीं, मतलब यू हैव टू हैव दैट थोड़ा पूरा ब्रॉडर अप्रोच, बट पहले इनपुट साइड. सो इन आवर बिजनेस मॉडल आल्सो व्हेन वी एंटर इनटू अ न्यू टेरिटरी, we first do input business for some time, and that's what we are advising to our FPOs also. Right now also I'm in Mandla, this Pradhan side, so there also we are saying that first some people should do input business for 1 or 2 season, and then uske baad mein they go to output side. तो उसमें once you are having that focus, तो फिर आपको पता चल जाता है कि that input side then who are the major stakeholders. जो distributors होता है, जो chain होती है, मतलब companies हैं, distributors हैं, retailers हैं, and then farmer है. And this side also farmer है, and then local agent है, then मंडी में trader वगैरह हैं, then miller processor है, and so on. तो उसको थोड़ा break करके step by step when we do, it is possible. It is easy. It's not that difficult.
Great. So I don't think there's any other questions, but let me add few of my points and summarize. Okay. Should I take Q&A? How this is verbal Q&A, I presume? Okay. So if there are any other questions, please ask. Yes, go ahead.
So if there's a section called Q&A, which is showing 2 as notifications. There are 2 questions over there. Should I read them out loud?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. For ground level farmer, is there any solution? They are not tech familiar due to lack of education and awareness. It's by Bhavna.
Okay. Who would like to answer that?
I would take it. So definitely. So as we were also discussing briefly, that technology is not enough, because your audience, your customer is not, his profile is different, right? So that is where your farmer outreach becomes very critical, and that is where, but again, I'll just by my own experience I'll tell you how we have also evolved with the pace of the sector. कि पहले जा के मिलते थे किसान से, एक किसान से मिलते थे, फिर मीटिंग करने लगे, 5 किसान 10 किसान, थोड़ी बड़ी मीटिंग करने लगे, ठीक है, फिर फीचर फोन अगर थे तो तब फोन से बात होता था, SMS से होता था, and so you need to create multiple touch points, right? अब स्मार्टफोन्स आ गए हैं तो एप्स भी हैं, बट ऐप का पेनिट्रेशन इज लिमिटेड ओनली टुडे. So you need to have, you need to keep, it's a very critical thing, and it is always on the top of our mind, how to reach to your farmer and keep, be engaged with him, not only once or twice, but in his entire farming cycle, right? So that is definitely a very dedicated effort, and a journey, a continuous process. You have to pivot it, right? Again and again, you have to think and go back and have multiple touch points and have that personalized touch also, with respect to whether you're customized or whether your physical presence there. So I hope I am able to tell you.
Yeah. To create that physical touch point only, like this, apart from online platforms, like we have got our CO, I mean SO, sales officer, somebody will have some other name there. But आपको once in a week touch करना ही होगा, sort of physical meeting in some way, either you are delivering some product or buying something or arranging some kind of meeting, visiting their plot. So that also, so we found that animal feed is such category which helps you in doing that. So that is one clear cut is there, that animal feed is the category which generates the regular touch on a weekly basis.
Thank you, sir. The next question is by Medha. She asks, how to gauge demand of ag tech in a certain value chain? Ag tech in a certain value chain, how to gauge the demand of it?
How to how to
So basically, the technology requirement in a value chain, how to assess that?
yeah, so let's go to that first thing. Why technology, so much technology around, is because, let's say, first thing is investor want their money getting rotated quickly in 18 months, 18 years ka cycle mein. So that's where tech comes into it. Second is like what we were saying, that for scale you have to have technology. For generating better impact you have to have technology, that is given. But right kind of technology we have discussed a lot. But by this thing, once you are on ground, it doesn't matter your ag tech or sec tech, fic tech, whatever tech is not important. First, your understanding of the sort of customer and the sort of business is important. These are the tools to talk at sort of some other forums, or to pitch your this thing, your spice it up, your pitches and all is okay.
So let me add to that, Rajesh, one small point, because this is very interesting. 5 years back, I was in one forum giving a talk, and there's one entrepreneur who came up to me and said, "Sir, I want to provide agriculture services through drone in India." So I asked him, "What is the business model?" "Sir, I will charge for the services," because he might have seen some videos from China or America, drones flying, and he said, "I will do the same thing in India." I said, "Okay, fine, but what is the business model? Who will pay you?" Farmers will pay me. And he was a typical tech guy, like we were talking about people from agriculture and people from IITs. He has never been to a village or even understood agriculture. He just saw some videos in America and he said, "I will do the same thing." So ironically, and I asked him that, there's no business model for using a drone in Indian agriculture, considering the scale of agriculture. We are small farmers largely. Even big farmers are there, they can't afford a technology like that until unless the technology cost is reduced in some way. So 5 years later, I met him and I asked him that what you're doing in one of another forums, and he said that, sir आप सही बोल रहे थे, अब शादियों में ड्रोन उड़ा के हम खर्चा निकालते हैं." So he was using the drone to cover marriages, to cover the cost of running the company. That is the level where when we start understanding technology. So your question on agri value chain, it's important what is the appropriate technology for a value chain. Until unless you understand that, you will be doing exactly what he was doing, shadiyon mein using drones to cover even the cost of running his company. So that usually doesn't work. Technology appropriateness is important. I think one of the point I'll take my prerogative as a moderator to add my perspective to the session is that if we are talking about reimagining agriculture, we can't reimagine agriculture without policy framework. Remember the year 2000, I think 1999 or 2001, when Vajpayee government came up with telecom policy, the second telecom policy, and unleashed telecom revolution in India, which you might have seen. So Rajesh, you were saying that 10 years is not an enough time to see reimagined sector. But if you see telecom sector is a bright example of a reimagined sector, what it looks like in just 10 years, because right policy framework was there. So policy framework is probably very important, and sometimes we do not understand the scope of it because of the politics around it. We don't understand it because right stakeholders are not the one which are not being consulted by the policy makers. It is very important to do that. Let me give one example, and I'll close from my side. Saudi Arabia is a country which I think all of us know, that it's a country where women can't even go alone. No women can go alone. She needs to be accompanied by a brother, a real relative, a brother or a husband or a father, nobody else. No friend of yours or distant relative can accompany a woman. In that society, women labor participation would be obviously low, right? For the obvious reasons that you can't even move freely. You can't even drive a car. So from that society where 5 years back, the labor participation was as low as 11% and 10% in the labor force. It has, in just 5 years after the proactive policy framework being changed pro gender, the labor rate has increased to 33% in just 5 years. Women labor rate, which is huge because 33% is for many developed countries right now. Female participation in labor force. Whereas India, in the same 5 year, in India, from 26% it has come down to 15.5% in same 5 years. So if you see a policy, it can have a negative impact, and there are multiple policies. In India, gender is not one policy framework. Gender is distributed across policy. You have seen a fall in women participation in labor to the lowest in 30 years. So we have gone back in female labor participation for 30 years, which means that the 30 years of education, बच्चों को पढ़ाओ, लिखाओ, लड़कियों को पढ़ाओ, it's gone. So policy plays a very important role. I am giving these two examples. And I personally believe agriculture policy framework which allows ag-tech or technology introduction or financial intervention in agri-value chains and agriculture sector to work properly in the system, we can create a great amount of value. We can unleash a huge value because agriculture is by far the largest sector in the country. Don't look at the GDP numbers, but if you look into the real GDP numbers, agriculture and food sector is the largest sector in the country. Now, this sector is bounded by so many unproductive legal restrictions. That is probably the area where reforms are required. And in financial services, in technology and R&D and many other such things. And I think policy remains a very important component in reimagining agriculture if we are going to do that. That's from my side. Thank you. Any other questions or anything, Anushri?
Sir, I can see one in the chat right now. Okay, there are two of them. The first one is, what type of challenges you faced in the initial stage in this emerging field, and how did you negotiate from input to output stage? That's a huge one.
I think Rajesh, you have to answer that.
So sorry, I didn't get that question. Like, what was it? Like, how do you negotiate from input to output?
Yes, and also about the challenges you faced when you first started.
So basically, what are the challenges you have faced when you started your venture? And from supplying of input, how will you navigate towards going into output?
Yeah. So yeah. So like जो थोड़ा सा टेक का ही जो पहले डिस्कशन चल रहा था कि whatever like we let's say टेक के हम let's say per se nobody is against tech, but obviously टेक चाहिए स्केल के लिए and so on. But टेक right टेक वही build कर पाएगा जो पहले sort of system में है, as in like you first be there, work with them, develop the understanding of the value chain and the customer, and then go for tech development. That's what we do. We even have not developed proper app. मतलब WhatsApp से ही हमारा काम चल रहा है, and it is better than app because WhatsApp पे एक person in a day 3-4 hours रहते ही है. So and then so on. उसके ऊपर और build-up है जो बहुत सारी बातें हैं. तो it's like अगर टेक अच्छा डेवलप होगा भी, so वो वही कर पाएगा whosoever is there first in the ground with them, and they will only build up the tech. So right, like this only, when we talk about going from input to output, is like pretty sort of obvious kind of thing. I mean, it's a natural thing. Once where you are supplying seed to some farmer, then you will also supply fertilizer, then you will supply micronutrient and pesticides, and then the crop will be going on. They will ask, इसमें ये क्या डालूं, क्या pesticide डालना है. It's like it will come automatically, organically. Then you sort of consult them, advise them. Your more sales will come up because आपने उसको कुछ suggest किया, वो बोलेगा please you only deliver me. So that's how it will build up. Once then harvesting is there, which person has grown what crop in what acreage and what condition and yield and variety and blah blah, everything you will have. The detailed data we have with us of our farmers. So then the next obvious thing is that you procure from them, you take it there, and obviously you need domain expertise for price estimation and all, because price fluctuation is the biggest risk there in the output side. So you procure it, and then initially you just sell it, you don't stock it and all, because you will be taking more risk there. तो इस तरीके से you have to gradually build. In first season we only did input, and then second season only we started doing output, once we have got enough understanding and your presence and all, and then you can pick it up later on from there.
I
So,
think
yeah,
there's one other
that's how we
question
did.
there.
Challenges.
There's another question there from Sandesh Bharmecha, which is that if agriculture is growing at 2% CAGR, how will an agri-tech company offer a such solution in such a slower growth business? And it has to burn cash for 2-3 seasons.
2% CAGR, so I think is correct. क्या पहले? Huh?
So what he's saying is that growth of the sector is very small, very low. Then how will a farmer will be able to afford to pay for the solutions that an agri-tech is providing?
Nilima.
So maybe
I mean, this is like not a. As
So
long
I'll
as
just
you are
try
creating
to,
value in any.
I'll just try to answer
Yeah,
how
Nilima.
I understood the question, right? See, largely, just picking up from what Vijay you mentioned, right? कि farmer का जो, let's say average उसका जो income है या जो उसका disposable income है, ठीक है, कि कितना वो spend करना चाहता है, वहीं से उसका decision making start होता है ना, कि कितना उसको खर्च करना है अपने फार्मिंग में, ठीक है. तो वो तो आपका प्रेमिस है. इट्स नॉट अबाउट कि स्मॉल फार्मर है बिग फार्मर, बट ऑन एवरेज कि अगर एक फार्मर को इतना ही खर्च कर रहा है, ही नोज कि अगर मुझे ये क्रॉप लगाना है तो इतना मेरे को खर्च करना है उसमें. सो ये प्रेमिस है किसी भी बिजनेस को. बिजनेस अगर कुछ ऑफर कर रहा है फार्मर को तो दैट इज अ प्री रिक्विजिट, राइट? एंड दैट इज मतलब if that is not there, then you might build a solution and try to what you mentioned also on the drone case कि अरे मैं तो बना दिया टेक्नोलॉजी, अब क्या करूं उसको, चलो यूज करते हैं और चार्ज करते हैं, ठीक है. बट दैट इज नॉट द केस हियर. द प्रेमिस शुड बी कि क्या आप ऑफर कर रहे हैं, राइट? अब लेट्स से कमिंग ऑन टू अ वेरी बेसिक एग्जांपल, एडवाइजरी, जो क्रॉप एडवाइजरी की हम बात करते हैं, लार्जली फार्मर नॉर्मली विलिंग नहीं होता है पे करने के लिए. क्यों करेगा? ही नोज, ही हैज बीन डूइंग इट फॉर इयर्स. हमसे बेहतर उसको पता है कि कैसे खेती करना है, राइट? आप थोड़ा सा बस 2-4 चीजें कोलेट करके उसको एक बेटर में भी कुछ दे सकते हैं आज इंफॉर्मेशन कोलेट करके, बट दैट इज नॉट इनफ फॉर हिम to be able to willing to pay, right? So that understanding at a business level should definitely be there, that you have to, whatever you are charging or whatever is the you're offering, you have to rationalize first whether the farmer would be willing to pay or not. Uske bina to aap, you cannot even start start your business also, for that matter.
This CAGR and all will come into picture when market is saturated. If like
मतलब अभी तो we are not
like
talking about
agriculture
का
it's a big sector. It's a very big sector. Anushri, do we still have time? I think there's one more question there.
We can go ahead with another question.
One quick question here is about focus on collectives. So farmer producer organization or farmer producer companies. Your thoughts, probably one minute each.
So yeah, good. I guess so that is a very obvious way to start firstly interacting with the farmers and getting engaged with the farmers. Let's say क्योंकि अगर आप किसी भी individual farmer को target करते हैं तो it becomes very मतलब not that feasible. But अगर let's say group of farmers की आप बात करते हैं, collectives की बात करते हैं, तो FPOs become a very natural touch point for you to first go and touch base. At the same time, currently we see that at a policy level also there is a lot of emphasis on FPOs का building also and engaging them also. So largely what I feel is definitely building and creating FPOs, but at the same time making them, empowering them enough and making them be in the business and run efficiently is also important. And that is a very for businesses like us, like we are companies like who are engaging the farmers in their whatever requirement in the agriculture life cycle is. But in this case, in this, not only at the FPO front, but I would like to mention here that there are a lot of things that are there in the ecosystem from let's say policy standpoint also, and from the government body standpoint also, right? Where we need to see how much we can leverage, or let's say collaborate with them to basically be able to have them on board, or to utilize the ecosystem or infrastructure which is already there in place but maybe not utilized properly. So that's where companies like us has to play a role, right? Because whatever initiatives at policy level or government level, they can be focused on building the ecosystem, but not last mile execution. Expectation of a last mile execution from government is I don't feel is right. That's where we have to play a part, right?
Rajesh, I will add one more thing in that. Can collective ensure implementation of minimum support price in all commodities?
Yeah. So, at FPS also we are working with Pradhan, Baya, Srijan, and UNDP and GIZ and so on for helping them, because we thought like we have got some expertise there, so we can sort of share. So what we found in last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I am traveling Odisha, Jharkhand, and so on to see this only. So what I found is a lot of FPOs are being promoted, and all. A lot of old FPOs are also there. So as Nilima was mentioning that, these FPOs have to be vibrant enough to sort of get plugged into, our models, startup ka jo models hai. We can sort of definitely create value for them in terms of being the destination for input buying and output sort of procurement. But these so more efforts needs to go there कि वो थोड़े से vibrant हो, because registration हो जाता है, थोड़ा हो जाता है, member बन जाते हैं, but अभी भी उनमें काफी मेच्योरिटी आनी बाकी है थोड़ा, जो जिस लेवल का एक्सपेक्टेशन रहेगा किसी प्राइवेट प्लेयर को एंगेज होने में विद दोस एफपीओस. बट ऑब्वियसली एक साथ आपको 1000-1500 फार्मर्स मिल रहे हैं, so that is the best thing for anybody to sort of approach them and try to do business with them. MSP का जो है वो तो they do very nicely, मतलब what I feel, जो थोड़े बहुत एफपीओस हमें मिले भी मिलेट्स का या पैडी का वगैरह, जो MSP इंश्योर करने में तो they are good enough, because that is sort of simple thing for them to do. मतलब लिया and then उसको दे दिया government body को, and MSP तो they are able to do it. And wherever we saw something happening is even this thing like जो MSP procurement है for government bodies, and obviously some input shop here and there, but MSP तो they can do this, is so they are doing it.
So can we close, Anushri?
Yes, sir. So with this, we have reached the end of the session. As you might notice, we have extended the time, which is a good indicator of people's engagement and interest. I would like to thank Nilima ma'am and Rajesh sir for taking out the time to share their experiences and insights with us. I'm sure a lot of us now have clearer ideas on various aspects of not just agri businesses, but social enterprises in general. I would also like to thank Vijay sir for navigating us through this vibrant discussion, while also providing us with certain crucial informations regarding the industry. Thank you all the participants for asking such relevant questions as well. We shall now break for like 6 minutes tea break. Please don't log out of the event. Please be right here. We'll be back at 12:45 sharp to listen to Mr. Pranshu Singhal, our expert speaker for today. So yeah, see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Pranshu would be joining us in a few minutes and we'll commence then. Thank you for your patience.
Alrighty, everybody. Thanks for taking that little break and welcome back. For this next session, we're going to be learning from the work and life experience of Pranshu Singhal. Pranshu holds a master's in environmental management and policy from Lund University in Sweden and is part of several prestigious fellowships, including, but not limited to, Ashoka, Aspen, and Aspire Circle. Pranshu has led sustainability operations for both Microsoft and Nokia. In 2021, recently, he was selected as a finalist for the Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award by the Schwab Foundation. He is the founder and current head of Krosenbau. Krosenbau means make it possible, and designs and implements circular solutions for e-waste, plastic packaging waste, battery waste, with continued exploration in other sectors, aiming to make recycling a way of life for 1 billion people. For the listeners, we've said this already, but if at any point during this conversation, a question comes up, please type it in the Q&A box below, and we're going to address those inquiries towards the end of this session. Pranshu, thank you for joining us today, sir. We're looking forward to hearing from you, from learning from you, and I'm going to hand it off to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a very warm welcome to all of you to this session. I will be discussing about my journey here. And Chris, if I could request you, if there are any specific things that you wish I should spend my time on, I'd like to really understand that, because so that I could focus on some of the things which really help the group. So if you could just lay out, how should we divide the session in terms of timings, that would be very helpful for me.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, I think we'd all love to hear some of the genesis of how this all began, how you became maybe passionate about recycling in the first place. And then as you did initiate into this, if you could shed light, so maybe some of the specific challenges that you've come up against in this process, and as specific as possible, and maybe the things that we don't know about yet that you've already experienced, you can help us know what we're going to face in the future.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I'm delighted to talk to all of you. So what I'll do is I'll share a bit of my journey and then keep a good enough amount of time for our discussions and debates, because that is what would really help. So I'll share my screen, and I have a small presentation by which I'd like to share the journey that I have. Just a second. Sorry, for some reason the sharing.
Try doing that now, sir.
Just give me a second. Yeah, I can now. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'll share with you is the journey of entrepreneurship, and while giving some examples of what happened through, why did we start this organization, and so forth. So Karo Sambhav was started in 2017, and with the prime objective of making EPR successful in India. So before we decided to become a large, a full-scale circular economic company, the focus was on extended producer responsibility. So to give you some background, I am myself a student of Thomas Lindquist, who coined the term EPR in 1992. And I have been a practitioner of EPR in multiple parts of the world as a part of my my work at Nokia and then at Microsoft. So prior to starting Karo Sambhav, I had deeply engaged with EPR-based systems in terms of developing take back and collection systems in multiple parts of the world. And when the policy was bought in India, first in 2012, and then revised in terms of e-waste rules in 2017, there was very little momentum in the industry on this aspect. EPR was, while in other countries it was being embraced as a policy principle which could bring about a large scale change in how we look at end of life practices. In India, there was a very, very wide resistance towards the principle. And the resistance was in form of, the traditional point was it will lead to additional costs of operation for companies. So, it may not work in a country like India. We are a growth country. It may impact Make in India program of government. So there was a very wide resistance from the India, because yes, it definitely would have certain costs. It would lead to increase in some level of operational cost, but there was this very strong push ki ye nahi hona chahiye, and when I was at Microsoft, we were starting to see the heat in the circles, that why is EPR being talked, why is it being debated at a country level, why are we seeing? So it was more about why should we do anything, why should we even have such a policy in the country? And for me, it became very critical that can we create a counter narrative? Can we have a much, a positive side to it? There were few organizations, few companies who wanted to do, who wanted to show that EPR can give fantastic results at a country level. So the primary reason why, I was so pulled towards creating this organization was this drive to show positive impact, that yes, it will have its own costs, but so does any regulatory regime. And regulations are bought when markets have failed. That's the only reason we have to bring in regulations, because some amount of market failure has happened. So if we are to address the externalities of pollution, this is an important policy principle. And if we are able to show success on EPR in one category of waste, then we will be able to apply it in multiple categories. And there are fantastic examples from across the world where EPR has been applied in multiple sectors, and systematically waste problems have been managed. So that was the viewpoint which pulled towards moving out of Microsoft and starting this organization. There was another thing which was happening. the scale of the problem was very large. So this EPR as a principle was first applied to electronic waste, and majority of the waste, whether we talk of electronics or any other category, is managed by the informal sector. So when I was doing the initial Reiki around the sector, I think a big push was coming that this is dirty. This has a lot of mafia, this has black money, deals are always dodgy, it is extremely misgoverned, no one is going to come up and solve. It is extremely difficult to find talent in this sector. No one wants to work in this sort of dirty space. So a whole lot of statements which would summarize to in Hindi, ye nahi ho sakta, this is not possible, this is undoable. And from that, I think from that thinking came in the idea, let's make it possible. And that's what we called the company. We called it Karo Sambhav primarily for this reason, that this term should power us, this term should drive us, this term should enable us to do better, this term should continuously inspire us. So whenever we feel challenged, let us look at what we are, what do we stand up as, and if we are Karo Sambhav, then there is no reason to get stopped. And another point which was also becoming very clear was the state of environment. So if we start looking at UNFCCC reports, the previous one or the latest one, or if you look at Living Planet Index of which is a report published by WWF at periodic intervals, I mean, they have been showing a very, very deep and very, very challenging numbers on what's happening on multiple fronts at a planetary level. And the decade of discussion had started. So what was also very clear is we need an organization which can bring in urgency to how things are happening to drive it. And we will have our motto that in a certain period of time, we will focus on making it happen. So there were these two ideas which, simultaneously came together and led to setup of the organization. So, as I said, the primary reason or the two things which were very important for us right on day one, the first was showing early stage success, so that there is a new framework which has been brought in by the government. They are able to find success to it. There is some industry backing. There are certain civil society organizations. There are institutions who are starting to talk about it, and there is a positive momentum that should get created. And second was this sense of urgency, because various planetary reports were showing the state of environment was getting bad to worse and worse, and urgency is something which we wanted to instill as an organization in the sector. There was, while we were creating Karo Sambhav, and this is very early stage, and if you think entrepreneurship, I will always suggest think of values when you are creating the organization. So what was very important for us was also to think of what values are we looking at. And because our name was Karo Sambhav, the first value which occurred to me was we have to be unreasonable. While sometimes people count unreasonable as a negative value, but I find a lot of power in it. The way I look at the word unreasonable is that we are not going to be stopped by any reasons. If one reason comes for something not to be done, we will find another way of doing it. It's like, be like water, be as fluid as water and find your way through. So we decided we will always be unreasonable. We will not get stopped, but there will be hundreds of reasons for things, not to be done. But considering where we are and considering the state of environment, this is not something that we should be stopped by. Now, another factor which is very important in waste, or I would say in most spaces, is today we are generally dealing with cross-disciplinary problems, multi-sectoral problems. So, and people from all diversity of backgrounds are being impacted by these problems. So how do we work with them? How do we understand their viewpoints? How do we empathize with them? Because let's talk of e-waste. We have waste pickers to waste aggregators to large-scale corporations to government bodies to certain citizens to civil society organizations. Now, each and every one of them have their own viewpoint. And if a problem has to be solved, we need to empathize and really understand the viewpoints of these organizations. So the value of empathy was, right from day one embedded in the organization, because, until unless we wear the shoes of others, we will never be able to create a win-win solution. Then two other very important values which we defined on day one were authenticity and integrity. These were very critical because we were dealing in a sector which was laden with misgovernance. And how do we, clean that sector if we are ourselves not well governed, if we are ourselves not authentic in everything that we say, if we are not practicing integrity of the highest level. So, these two again became very important to us. And then humility. At times, what happens is, when you're talking to people across the board, you tend to lose, humility. Sometimes ego creeps in. So, so these were the 5 values that we defined for ourselves. That this is how we'll start, and every person in the organization was encouraged to really practice them, thick and thin. And these are very important points, and I'm laying down a very strong emphasis on these things because these were certain tenets which clicked for us as an organization. So what do we do? So we are a multi-sectoral organization today. We focus on end of life, essentially. We create systems for collection. We create systems for recycling. And then we are also working on secondary material utilization so that things can truly go circular. We started our work with a single sector of electronic waste. And the whole objective of entering e-waste was to show early stage success in EPR. The second point became, how do we bring in good practices? How do we raise the bar? How do we set up what I would call a clean industry in this sector? And so e-waste became a very important aspect of starting Karosambhav. We then followed it up by launching our second venture in partnership with multiple other organizations, some of the leading brands like Coke, Pepsi, Reliance, Cabin Care. So with these organizations, we created a new entity which is focused on developing physical infrastructure for management of plastic waste. And then we very recently started working in 2 new sectors. One is battery waste management, which is how does one create physical collection, recycling, secondary material infrastructure for multiple types of batteries. Today, you may hear a lot about lithium-ion chemistries, but we are not limited to lithium-ion. We are looking at multiple chemistries, starting from lead-acid to lithium-ion to alkaline batteries going forward, and then glass. So we have been picking up sectors so that, wherever we can create solutions which can be truly circular, how do we enable these solutions at scale? The value chain that Karosambhav tends to work is post selling of the products. So once it goes to a bulk consumer, which means an entity or to an individual. So once organizations have used these products or once they have unpacked their goods, the waste starts generating. And after this, it either goes to different collection networks. They could be formal or informal. They would go to certain aggregation points, again, formal or informal, recycling points, again, formal or informal. So the idea was, how do we move this across the value chain in a way that it gets more and more formalized? And we are embracing the informal sector in a way that, they gain a lot of benefits from their participation in the system. So while we were creating, again, the early stage system, there were 3 or 4 things that we focused on. The first was creating a grassroots approach. So how do we connect people? How do we collect waste in ways and means that it has not been before? And this essentially meant integration of the informal sector at scale. It also meant, how do we bring in frameworks for legitimacy? So as I said, waste, not just in India, but globally, has not been very well governed in the past. So it is very, very critical to bring in these frameworks of legitimacy, a certain way of working, a certain standard to be followed, a certain threshold to be looked at. So introducing these frameworks was very critical. And then most importantly, how do we use technology? So, and here I'm talking technology platforms, I'm talking IT technology, the software part of it. So how do we use technology to scale things up? So how do we use technology to bring governance, accountability, transparency, traceability to this sector? So we today work with a whole range of brands across the sector. We are preferred by generally organizations who are listed externally and want to have very clean systems. As I talked, once we started electronic waste, working in the e-waste part, we also, after a couple of years, we were also asked by a group of industries to set up a new venture along with them, which will focus on collection and recycling of plastics. So we set up a new entity which is laying down physical infrastructure for making it happen. Similarly, on batteries and glass, as I said, we are creating physical infrastructure for a range of companies and their associations to collect these batteries, to get them recycled, to ensure the recycled material is going back into new product creation. Now, another important point that I'd like to bring up again, if you are an entrepreneur or you are aspiring to be an entrepreneur, that you should consider is how do you think beyond your own organization? So what is it that needs to be done to create an industry, or how can you drive industry creation? So multiple types of partnerships, whether it is, for example, International Labour Organization, or where we focused on safety standards, or with International Finance Corporation, where we focused on developing formalization pathways for the informal sector. So many of those partnerships have led to creation of a better industry approach, and these are very important. So whenever anyone starts an organization, it is critical to find ways of collaborating, find ways of raising the bar at an industry level. I will take a pause in just a few minutes and take questions. So we again, right from looking at these partnerships where the industry level framework can be created, to looking at partnerships where many other organizations start building their businesses in this space, so that there could be co-creation, there could be a movement which evolves. That thinking has been present from day one. We also work a lot on behavioral change, and actually one of the requests to this cell of TIS has been, can we collaborate together to drive awareness programs, whether it is within TIS, whether it is in Mumbai as a city or beyond. I mean, TIS has a very wide network. So how do we use these platforms to encourage people to participate? How do we create better systems for knowledge creation? So we have used multiple mediums, from working with schools to doing a lot of online programs, or I would say non-interactive or non-personal programs like radio, billboard, where these were all done, especially during the COVID period, where otherwise we can't really be in touch with people on a day-to-day basis, or people were not allowing us to come to their offices or to their RWs. So we tried a whole range of approaches in terms of how do we reach out to people, and the core here was really getting the conversation started, really initiating a dialogue on so because no one generally sees a billboard on e-waste. So if something of this appears, it could at least flag a question in the minds of people. Or if radio jockeys are talking about some of these waste categories and why it is critical to handle them, at least that dialogue would start to happen at a country level. So again, a whole range of programs is what we do. We have tried print ads again. Now again, I'll come back to, if you are setting up an entrepreneurship, it is again important to be seeded. And our seeding essentially is at a very grassroots level. So when I say we do collection, it means a lot of physical infrastructure has been created at a grassroots level, by which we then interact with whether it is retail partners or aggregators or waste pickers, where we do training, where we ensure things are collected, managed, and then from there on they move for recycling. So we have been establishing electronic waste collection sorting centers, plastic waste collection sorting centers. Recently, we have also started doing dismantling. So again, we found a lot of gaps in the way dismantling and recycling was being done for electronic waste in the country. So we partnered here with GIZ to look at this sector and come up with solutions which are low cost, so that proliferation of such certain technologies, certain ways of working can be done at scale. So as I was talking earlier, tech platform right from day one was thought to play a very, very critical role if we are to bring good governance to the sector. And today we have a platform which truly and this has been in use now for almost 2.5, 3 years. We developed in the platform in the first year of our work. And today this does truly remarkable work in bringing full scale visibility to what is happening with waste once it is collected, what kind of patterns are emerging. We can even forecast what kind of waste may come, dependent on what kind of waste historical data has been entered into the app. So this is, and some of this has led to very good recognitions. Like for example, this year we were the winner of the Social Entrepreneurship of the Year award, which is given by Schwab Foundation. But let me take certain questions, and I'm happy to share more slides or have detailed discussions basis, the kind of questions that emerge from here.
Yeah, sir, we have a few questions for you, and then we'll see where the conversation goes after that. But maybe just to kickstart us with one of our questions, at the beginning, you were talking about developing a sense of urgency. And I'd love to know, just for you, this is more of a personal question. When did that sense of urgency that waste management is an issue, when did you take a personal investment in this? When did you realize, oh, I want to be a part of this process?
So I think that was fairly early on in my career. So I am by education an environmentalist. So I studied, as I shared, I did my engineering in environmental space. I'm an environmental engineer, and then I did my master's from a Swedish university, again in environmental management. So I remember one of the, this was 2002, there was a session by one of the most famous climate scientists at the university. And he was talking about climate models, and he did a whole, a 4-hour class in which he was actually showing us climate models on computers. So what happens once so he was showing us what you call a domino effect in a model, in which a very small change made in the system started triggering, and we saw then 4 hours of devastation of what could happen just by a small trigger that he did. Okay, let me just change the values of XYZ and let's see what happens. And for me, that was the first time it really occurred. My God, I mean, we all got so scared that day. I remember our class that are we blind? Are we what state are we in that we can't see such big disasters happening, because of climate change? And there are so many ways this could be averted. But the kind of apathy that we still practice on something which is so big, so disastrous. So for me, that was the kind of honestly a wake-up point. And but if I were to talk from a policy making perspective, the day government decided to rethink e-waste tools and had targets, I think I was looking at that point, which was 2017, as a point in time where the way we have managed waste will get transformed. So if we are able to show success early stage, this could be a turning point. And I've continuously looked at that as a turning point. And especially this decade in which we are running, right from the start, we got impacted by COVID. But this is a decade where it all needs to happen. And, people like you will play the most significant role in making it happen.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, sir. What's awesome about that is, just as somebody else inspired you and gave you a wake-up call, what's beautiful is now you are probably giving wake-up calls to people all the time as you speak and talk on this subject. So you get to pay it forward, which is fun. Another question that's been coming up is surrounding partnerships. You provided a whole list and gamut of individuals and partners that you've been working with. And the question is how did you initiate some of those conversations and then actually really kind of have a solidified partnership? What did that process look like to develop those partnerships?
Thank you. This is a very interesting question and has a very chaotic answer actually. So when I look at partnerships, I don't go, what I look is, so for example, let's talk of International Labour Organization. So we all know what it stands for. And when we started having a dialogue with them, it was, when we did not even have a dialogue with them, I always felt, if we are talking of informal sector in such a large way, we are talking of labor which is going to be employed in recycling units, then ILO should have a role. And does ILO have any standards in this space on how to formalize? And I couldn't find any. There were certain things here and there, but one thing was clear, that probably ILO has a role to play here. So what we did was started approaching them in one way or the other. Eventually came across someone who was wanting to at least talk. And the big thing for creating a partnership is never to have a definite goal of that partnership on day one. I mean, sometimes, it may sound very counterintuitive that how do you go and approach without a definite goal. But for my partnerships, it has always worked, that I've gone up with an open mind, but with a vision that, there is this issue in the space and it needs to be tackled. Can we do something together? If not together, can I spur something? Can I spur something that you can then end up doing? I may or may not be the best organization who's suited to attain that along with you. So, but, so again, in a partnership, sometimes, we try too fast, too hard, too fast to attain goals. What is critical in a partnership is to keep talking. Try doing something. I think what I have asked most of the organizations that we are partnered with is that the partnership can involve, what is more important is to develop trust. So let us do something together. It could be the tiniest or the tiny thing, but that one interaction, once it is done between the organizations, builds some level of trust, enables a depth of conversation, and eventually you come up with a very beautiful, very solid partnership which keeps on evolving year after year. So for me, it is, the longevity of the conversations, perseverance in terms of talking, don't give up after a few calls that, okay, this is going nowhere, because something is down the corridor which is just going to happen. So hold on for it to come. And also, this needs to be conveyed to the partner that, we are talking and, let's keep on talking. Don't hurry up in terms of defining what the end goals of this partnership are. Let it emerge.
Yeah, that's great. That's great insight. This is maybe a little bit blunt, but just out of curiosity, is when you start to work with organizations or partner with groups and corporations, is there any kind of just blunt pushback in terms of financial aspect? Do people push back and say, we got to make money? It doesn't help us make money.
All the time. So, and again, you have to look at the nature of organizations, and there is nothing right or wrong here. Sometimes, we become judgmental in these spaces that, okay, this is such a large organization, they have so much money, why don't they think about it? But look at the, if you were in that role, if you were hired in that position, in that, you would do exactly the same thing. And that's where empathy comes into being very powerfully. So if you wear the same shoes, look at it from their point of view, you will find, well, I would react the same way. If I were, in a XYZ organization, and I would be pushed to spend XYZ money, I would say, well, why should I spend this much money? I would try to save cost for my organization suddenly. So this is human behavior. So the fact that, so for example, we are always pushed back, how do we lower the cost of collection? Can we cut this? Can we cut that? And my job is to fight that, no, this will not bring fairness in how we operate. I will have to reduce that standard. And so my job is to raise the bar. And the job of the other organization, while they would also like to raise the bar, is to do it at a lower cost. And there is always this, crisscross, khichav in Hindi. I can't find the English word for it right now, but khichav is, what I would use. You feel this tension all the time. But the beauty of that tension is that that livens up the atmosphere. So and you enjoy that challenge of convincing others why your viewpoint or the larger viewpoint or certain things are important. And sometimes you end up learning how can you become more efficient, more productive, because people are pushing you in a completely different direction. So I don't think there is any right or wrong to this. What is important is how you stick to your core principles and don't give it up for just for doing business. I have worked out of some of the very large clients if I don't fundamentally agree to the main proposition that we are trying to sell, and they have a very viewpoint. If they don't understand the kind of standards that we will work on, then I would walk out. But if there is a client who understands where the vision is the same, we emphasize the same beautiful picture, but we are unable to agree on cost, then there is tension and we will eventually find a way to collaborate. But if there is no matching of visions, then that becomes a very serious problem.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe if we could just do one more question with you and we'll let you continue on if that's all right.
I'm happy to take more and more questions, more than presentation. This is what is, I think I also enjoy this. And you end up getting a lot more out of me instead of my standard, ding, ding, ding. So I'm happy to do this more and more.
That's great. Let's do a twofold question I've got for you, and then we'll let you continue for a little bit and then just save a few more minutes for a few extra questions that might come up. But this twofold question is, what are the disruptors in this waste management process? What comes up that disrupts the chain, that disrupts the cycle? Is there a common theme to the disruption? And then the second part of that is a real practical question. With just as us as individuals, how can we participate in that circular chain and participate well?
Okay. So let us talk about disruption first. I mean, think of how our economy is designed today, and how unbalanced this approach is. And I might like to make an analogy to sending the man to the moon. So, for example, we are creating products from elements all the time and putting them on the market. This is like sending the man to the moon. But we haven't even thought, how do I bring it back to its elemental form? So how do I bring the man on the moon back to Earth? So while our whole energy, our whole economy, our whole growth story is focused on converting these elements to products which have a utility value for humanity today, there is no discussion on how do I bring it back once it has served its purpose. And the second half of that economy is undiscovered. It's uninvented. I was yesterday talking to some entrepreneurs around battery recycling. And for 90% of the things, we didn't have answers. I mean, we were struggling to find, how do I recycle a chair? Can I even recycle it? There are so many elements, so many composites that go today in creation of a very simple chair. So even very simple things, you don't really have answers of how do we undo what we have done. And therein lies this idea of disruption that, sometimes people say, where do I'm not able to find spaces of disruption. And for me, it's like, well, the half of the world is, the half of the economy is still to be created. I mean, there's so many, just pick up any product category and start inventing. And if you have to truly talk circularity, then that needs to happen. So I see a lot of disruptions across, whether it is in the way we work, the way we plan, the way we brand our products, the way we put them on the market, to the way we take them back, to the way we recycle them. Almost every pattern has to be disrupted if we are to look at, our client. It is important. Sometimes all these global reports keep on coming in. We hear about them, but I don't know how many of us actually spend time going deep into what the data sets are really telling us. Sometimes you will feel the chill in your spine if you go through what these reports tell us, because it is really devastating what is coming. And if we do not disrupt what we are doing today, I don't know what's the answer. I've been a very skeptical person on these. I have always being very worried of, especially since that I still remember that day when I saw this computerized model of climate change. And since that day, there has been this rush to solve the problem in one way or the other. On the second part, what can we do as individuals? I think in any walk of life, you may tomorrow be employed as a brand manager, as a marketing manager, as a social communicator, as a social media evangelist, as an influencer, hundreds of jobs. In every single thing, if you just, ensure that you are committed to making it sustainable, you are just doing your bit. And I'm saying not bit in terms of any small activity. I'm saying take large steps to ensure that whatever is happening in your organization, you are going to influence it. I think we talk of very, very large changes. I've come across people who have, studied environment, joined an organization, and have ended up completely changing the culture of that organization. They were not limited by the fact that they were only hired as an intern in the brand marketing team, or they were hired as an intern in the sustainability. They decided that they would really talk to anyone and everyone and lead to a change. So I think what is important is how do you put whatever you have studied back to action. And many of us sometimes lose that idea when we go to an organization, because what we immediately start doing is we start learning the new processes that are present in the organization, and anything that we have learned in the past we kind of forget. So how do we create a hybrid model of what we have learned versus what exists? I think will be truly important, especially as you land in the real world.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Maybe if you wouldn't mind, maybe just sharing a little bit more with us from your presentation for another
Sure.
10 minutes, 5 minutes or so, and then we'll wrap up this session with a few more questions.
Sure. So what I'll share with you is the next part of the story, which is about the challenges. Let me just share my screen. Okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So some of the biggest challenges is what I have listed down in these next slides, and these are very sectoral. So they're not generic in nature, but these are very important things if we are to succeed in any policy implementation. The meta headers are very, very important. So any regulation will only succeed if it creates a level playing field in the market. This is something that you would have learned a lot. But what it essentially means is that any brand, whether it is an Indian brand, a multinational brand, a small brand, a large brand, any brand ends up paying similar costs for the activities that they are doing, and proportionate to what their presence is in the market. If the policy does not end up creating a level playing field in which I know if I am doing the right thing, the other person is also going to do the right thing. It is not that he can free ride the system, or his cost of doing the right thing is going to be significantly lower than my costs of doing the right thing. Especially when the regulation kicks in and new things are to be done by people. So where we have found failures, especially on EPR, is isn't creating a level playing field. So while certain brands, certain PROs, certain recyclers are doing fantastic work, there are others who are just not doing anything, but are being treated exactly in the same way by the system. So there is no disincentive, or they have not been disincentivized or penalized by the system, as of date. And what does this do? People who tend to do good work then start questioning, why am I doing the good work? Because it is entailing high costs, and there is no additional benefit. If I were to lower my costs and be just like my other counterparts, at least I'll save money, because there is no risk in the system. There is no penal provision, or there is no enforcement being practiced. And so this has very strongly seeped into our EPR based regulatory frameworks, where because of lack of enforcement, the quality of work, instead of going up, is going down on a continuous basis. And you may be hearing it from different people. If you go and talk to them informal setting, you will find almost everyone will tell you that so much collection is being done on paper but not in reality, or so many good practices are being created on paper, but if you go and check the system at a grassroots level, the reality may look something else. So while photographs will tell you one story, the reality may be very different. So it is very, very critical for any system to create a very strong level playing field. Some of the fallacies that we have seen in our system are, for example, if you just submit a document, it is considered as compliance. Okay, you are compliant because you have submitted the documentation. What is inside the documentation? Is it real? Is it fake? Did the work really happen? No one is really going, auditing, checking it. And my recommendation to a lot of departments on this has been, we have these, institutes like, for example, yours, or hundreds of technology, engineering institutes, science institutes. Why can't we involve them, to do applied thinking? So because all of you are studying policy making courses, why can't, you be given these data sets to study and come back? What kind of fallacies are you finding in these documentation? So there are ways by which we manage the resource constraints in this country, or just make all the documents public. Every single document that is being created as a part of compliance, let it just be on public domain so that people can check, read and understand what is really happening in the market. Similarly, another important aspect in a circular economy based system or a EPR based system is what is the cost of compliance. So in markets where these are completely untalked of, or they are just left to market, market itself figuring it out, they tend to race to the bottom. So because everyone would, as I said, everyone would like to lower their costs. And lowering costs can be done in two ways. One is working efficiently, but there is a limit to what working efficiently can achieve. But once you have reached that level of high productivity, what it means is cutting corners. And that's a signal which is very bad. Today, our system is very highly motivated to have a race to the bottom. So every organization is pushing for a lower cost of compliance, and which means avoidance of certain aspects of waste collection, avoidance of certain social problems which need to be solved. I mean, rules were brought because not just because of the environmental issues, but also the social problems that exist in the sector. So if you are unable to solve them, then what's the point of having the regulation in the first place? So I have always talked that there should be a benchmark reference cost of compliance which someone should provide. It could be a centralized institute, it could be government, and then so that any organization knows that, okay, this is roughly the cost that I would entail. Because in absence of these reference costs, it will always lead to a race to the bottom. Then if I come to higher collections, and this is where we as individuals, as people, as institutions are at huge fault, that we want to make more and more money out of waste without understanding what is going to happen, how will this money come back, can the system really generate that amount of money, so that my returns more important than the organization who is collecting, managing, recycling it. How do we bring fairness in terms of what needs to be paid to the waste picker? So this aspect on, I want to have the highest amount of money when I'm selling my waste, is a driving factor today at an individual level. So majority of the people want to maximize, so the question, instead of how much money can I get for this waste, should be, should in an ideal scenario be, what are you going to do with this waste? How do I know that you are going to do what you say you are going to do? Today, those questions are not asked at all. But we need to figure out ways that this could happen. Another thing is, for certain ways, and these are psychological, there is an expectation. Well, think of a mobile phone. If you have a completely broken mobile phone, you would still expect someone to give you, well, let's assume you bought it for 30,000 rupees. So you will still expect someone to give you 1,000 rupees, even when it is completely broken, it's trash. Now the reality is, once it is complete trash, the value in the phone is just the metals, the plastics that it contains. It has nothing to do with technology at all anymore. It is as good as a mesh of another materials. So what we have been suggesting is, if there is a rate card which can be published based on the material content, because the value here is 200 grams of plastics and steel, and that can only fetch maybe 20 rupees. That's the real value which is now there. It is not the same old technology, it's not the same old material, but that is very difficult for consumers to, or individuals like me and you, to figure out today. In any system, then very important role is at a data level. How do you look at the data? And in our systems today in India, almost any data set on compliance is submitted on a piece of paper. And paper doesn't talk. So when you have thousands and thousands of data sets on paper, your data sets don't talk. You can't make out patterns. You don't know what is happening. So unless we create centralized digital systems for assessing data sets, we will never be able to again solve the problem. So for any policy making, it is important, how are we managing data sets? How are we utilizing these data sets? And in an ideal scenario, can we make these data sets public? Yeah, so I think, and then I have talked a bit about recycling, which is, if we do not create better practices on enforcement, on monitoring, then we may never be able to create a great recycling economy or a circular economy in the country, primarily because it is disincentivized from happening. Material will never be collected in enough quantity. It will be collected on paper. It may not be recycled in the best possible way because no one is monitoring it. So it is critical that those previous things are done so that we can then have best of the best solutions for depollution, for recycling of multiple materials which are today not recycled. So I'll again take a pause here. I'll open up for questions.
Yeah, perfect. We do have a few questions for you. We've got a little over 5, 6, 7 minutes or so to field some of these questions. Our first one is, it's kind of maybe a similar form or just like a different flavor of a question we asked or talked about earlier, but they said you had talked about seeding and grassroots management and asked if maybe you could just elaborate briefly on that and maybe have an example of what that looked like.
Yeah, so what I meant by seeding the organization is having a very strong interface with reality. Sometimes, and I'm seeing a lot of these trends in the present new startups, that many times people don't even understand the problem at a grassroots level. They have just understood it on a desktop research. They haven't felt the pain, they haven't experienced the issue, they haven't talked to the whole group and have started developing a solution and have started creating a hypothesis basis which the solution can be formulated. Now, in most of these cases, and that is what I mean by deep seeding actually, or seeding, that if you are to actually create a solution which works, if you are really going to nudge a solution, if you are really going to plant a solution, then understand the ground in which it has to be seeded. And that would require very, very deep engagement at a grassroots level. In our case, for example, when we started working with waste pickers, I mean, theoretically, it seems very easy that, go talk to them. We will offer a higher price. We will offer a better working condition, and they will quickly move on our platform or they will start working with us. But the reality is very different. I mean, no one wants to talk to you. I mean, there is an existing livelihood which has been running in the way it has been running, and there is a beauty to that livelihood. Why would people change that? Why would people depend on someone new and someone who they don't recognize, whom they can't associate with, who is not from their context? Why would they want to work with you? So for ourselves, for example, from a seeding point of view, what we did was we started living in these communities. We took a house on rent. Many of our people started spending time at a grassroots level to just understand what's the social context, to really empathize. Before offering a solution, let me understand the problem itself. Or is there a problem, first of all? Sometimes, what may appear to me as a problem may not be a problem to the person. So we are hypothesizing a solution for a question which doesn't even exist. So that is what I mean by seeding, that if you are to solve, no, first of all, does the question even exist? Because what may appear to you as poverty may be a way of life for someone else. So in no way I'm debating poverty here, but all I'm saying is it is important to empathize. It is important to wear the shoes, look at the problem from different perspectives before jumping into figuring out what the solution is. So that is what I meant by seeding. I think there was one more question, Chris, that you had mentioned.
I think that answers. It was talking about seeding and grassroots management.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Yeah, and I think you hit that well, and it's very applicable to a lot of what we have to do through TIS and through social entrepreneurship. It's very applicable to us. We're going to kind of gravitate towards a really specific question that one of our listeners is wanting your opinion on, whether you have one or not, but it's basically your view on sustainability aspect of solar power industry.
I am not an expert, so let me not state something where I do not have deep expertise. So, I mean, I'm starting to work on the recycling part of solar panels, because that will at some point in time become a huge challenge. We are flooding especially rural areas with panels, and one can talk of renewable energy as a whole, and there is this, while it is a great movement, but we also need to, again, undo what we are doing. So for every single thing that we are creating, we should always think, are we creating parallel ability to undo? So, and this problem is going to emerge in a very, very significant way for solar panels. And for solar panels, it may be even more difficult because they are really in rural areas. So logistics, the cost of transportation of panels, the installation of the panels, that cost, who is going to bear? So it becomes a very strong cost-based problem, and globally, there is a struggle on finding solution to what happens to renewables once they have completed their end of life. But on the overall market, again, I'm not the expert.
No, sir, that's great. That's fantastic observation. To kind of maybe finish off our time together, I'm going to smash two questions together, and you can kind of leave us with your thoughts. But one is we talked about at an individual level how we can participate, but then also just at an institutional level, how can a place like TIS participate in this recycling process? And then how do we stay optimistic through this process? You mentioned earlier that it's vast, it's big, it's enormous, and it keeps growing. We keep making more stuff. So how do we stay optimistic and determined and diligent through this process?
Yeah, I think for an organization, for an institution like this, I think the beauty lies in the variety of brains that are out there, in the variety of new people joining every year, bringing a new perspective. One of the things that I have always thought, and we used to do it in Sweden very, very effectively, I don't see that this sort of practices in India, where regulators very deeply collaborate with institutions. And not just for research, but for applied research on a day-to-day basis. So for example, is the plastic waste rule really working? What are, can they look at your institution as their expansion of their own workforce? So can you do data mining for them? Can you become an extended arm? Because there are hundreds of research, and what I constantly find is this deep struggle or lack of resources. And whereas when we talk of students, we find or even, we always find, what is the right space where I write my thesis? What is it that I go deep down on? And we end up doing suboptimal work on both the sides. So and one side is struggling for resources, and the other side is struggling for the right work. And will it really impact? Will it really create a benefit for someone? And many of us struggle with this question. I used to when I was doing my thesis. But the good thing, at least in our institute, was for every single thesis, there was a policy maker who was a buyer of whatever you were doing. So if in some way, you can find ways of combining your thesis, your work on a day-to-day basis, or your subject matter to institutions who are struggling to monitor, institutions who are struggling to make these decisions, so you can become the backbone, or institutions like yours could become backbone in terms of helping in enforcement, in terms of data mining, in terms of doing grassroots audits, in terms of bringing the challenges which are not being solved by the existing policies. I think that I think is the biggest benefit for institutions. I've been lobbying on this, that we need to integrate institutions of all varieties, with the regulators, so that this workforce can be utilized.
Excellent. Well, this was fantastic, sir. We've really appreciated you taking the time to come out and talk to us and just regurgitate all of that experience that you've had in the field and in the workplace. It's really appreciated. We are going to take a lunch break now. We ask that everybody stay logged in through this time. We'll join again at 2:15 for a panel discussion on impact investors. Thank you again, sir, for taking your time to do this.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to the whole organizing team for inviting me. I literally enjoyed the session, so thank you so much.
So thank you guys so much. We will see you all again at 2:15. So please jump back on here, enjoy lunch, and we're looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We are just waiting for the speakers to join. I think Deepti ma'am is here.
This is 1 hour, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Ms. Deepti.
Good afternoon, Mr. Satyajit.
Hi.
Hello, Nuch.
Hi. Hi.
Thanks for being here. We're just waiting for one more speaker.
Sure.
Hi, Anuj. Good afternoon.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Alrighty, I think we're going to get started here, and we'll just let our last speaker join when they're available. But welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a good lunch. This afternoon, we are going to receive a panel discussion on impact investors. These are investors who maybe want returns that are more than just financial. Impact investing can be about directing capital or other resources through enterprises that generate social or environmental benefits. Traditional business models, as we know, sometimes sidestep these social or environmental dimensions. And with our panel's vast knowledge and years of experience in the workplace and field, I think we're going to walk away with a more comprehensive and fuller understanding of impact investors. Some of our individuals that we have today include Anuj Sharma, sir, the founder and CEO of Alcazar Impact Private Limited, an ecosystem enabler that acts as a catalyst in impact investing and social enterprise. We also have Ms. Deepti Reddy, ma'am, who has over 20 years of proven thought leadership management on India-focused development and rural infrastructure across multiple social sectors, driving social impact and sustainability of social business. And our other speaker, when he joins us, will be Hemendra Mathur, who brings and adds another 25 years of experience in venture capital, private equity management, consulting, and investment banking. Thank you guys, thank you panel for being with us today. We said this in our other groups, but please take advantage of this time, listeners, and throw your questions in the Q&A section. We just want to make sure that we get the most out of our speakers today. And then I'll also introduce our moderator, Professor Satyajit, sir, the Dean for the School of Management and Labor Studies, and also Professor at Center for Social Enterprise here at TIS. We're super thankful for you and we appreciate you, and we'll have you take over from here, sir.
Thanks, Chris. That was very specific introduction to the panel, and I feel happy to be here. I'm mindful about the time, and I'm also mindful about the productivity in discussion, which we need to bring in while we engage in this conversation. So feeling extremely happy to welcome Ms. Dipti Reddy and Mr. Anuj Sharma, and they are stalwarts in their own areas. So I'll just try to sort of pick up a bit of wisdom from them and to present before the audience. And also I will be mindful about the question and answer. So maybe I'll keep my eyes on Q&A box. I prefer that you post your questions. I'm referring to the audience who are not in the panel to kindly post their questions in Q&A box. So I'll look at them and take them up as appropriate from time to time. And so I'll request you not to post the question on chat. If you can post it on Q&A box, that makes life easy. So this is a very important subject. Impact investing is very important subject, and all the incubators. I don't know whether that's my belief, because I have been associated in the social enterprise space as a teacher first, and then we set up the social incubator at TISS, and henceforth we started kind of playing the role of knowledge partnership across the country at various locations, and started kind of creating an ecosystem for developing social enterprise. Impact investment is one of the critical dimensions, but what I say is impact investment actually is a process of evolution. That's my belief, and we can pick up the threads from our expert panel. So I think the first question which hits my mind to sort of engage in this conversation is, as I understand, and I have a bit of research experience as well, in addition to enterprise sort of mentoring and incubation support, that I see three different kind of narratives when we refer to social enterprise. And this is my understanding. There could be a difference of view in that. One is how do we look at social enterprise, especially in institutions like TISS, where we bring the social change, the problem solving, societal problem solving to the core, and then entire journey, entire story is built up, entire model is built up on that. So social change, social problem solving is at the center. So that's one narrative. The second narrative, which often I see, which is being kind of developed or echoed by our friends from CSR space, and they look at impact a bit differently, not in terms of creating social change much, but actually attaching value to the community around and finding community-based problem with the existing model and try to do maximum to engage with them. So the engagement seemed to be critical in my view, and that creates a good brand image and good engagement with the community and good profiling of the community also. So that's the second narrative I see. The third narrative which comes from the investors. Investors have the purpose in the core, but investors also have a business model view into the entire sort of space. So this is my understanding. So I invite to first Ms. Dipti to kindly share how would you articulate? I'm not putting any stress on defining or saying what is the definition of impact. I'm saying how would you articulate the concept of impact? What do you say this is impact when you engage with social enterprises?
Such as you rightly mentioned in the introduction, impact is evolution, and I myself have been part of this journey, evolving in this space with learnings as well in India specifically. The interesting part, I would say, is like rightly mentioned, the underlying seems to be the change effectively we bring in. But because I have sailed both from the enterprises perspective, the startups, as well as a lot of program initiatives in the CSR space, I would personally put it as impact is more about deriving the ESG returns, but certainly with innovation, operational sustainability, financial scale as well. This is what has been the new evolution that I see evolving in the ecosystem we work in.
Okay, just an extension of this answer could be, do you see any contradiction or conflict? I'm using it more as a narrative rather than agencies. So do you see any contradiction when you try to balance one sort of it has some kind of conflict with the other agencies, maybe among the stakeholders. So do you see any such thing happening?
I don't see that kind of sense. In fact, as it is evolving, I see more of coherence coming in from perspectives of the triple bottom line, if we were to start with, and is evolving, in fact, to say that this seems to be the spindle and the foundation impact, as opposed to earlier times when profit and the side effort used to be on the impact. That seems to be the recent trends, not just in India, globally as well. And I also had earlier experience of having been in the commercial space. I do see that governance, most of those perspectives that were critical also seem to be flowing into the social space.
Wonderful. So one more question. I'm really intrigued with the narrative. So one is, I see there are two kind of flows happening in social enterprise space, and impact is no different to stay away from the flow. One is the business enterprise, as you correctly said, the ESG business enterprises are becoming more socially sensitive. I'm not saying they were not, but more so in the recent time to come, or in recent past. And business, social enterprises are also trying to learn the lessons from the business, especially on the supply chain efficiency and marketing and branding and so on, because you referred some of those concepts. So do you see this reason for this convergence, which you talked just now? Okay, is that because there are two streams of flow. One is flowing probably from the left to right and the right to left. And they are trying to meet together to evolve something which is meaningful. So do you see some kind of this kind of flow happening? Yes. Because you were in both the sides, yeah.
Yes, it is already evolved. I see most of the enterprises, entrepreneurs that I meet up, emphasizing on both and focusing on both.
Excellent.
I do see those parameters.
Excellent. I think that's great news for social enterprise space. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Anuj, Anuj, I'm aware about your work, and you are there where nobody's there. Okay, if I put it in that, or nobody's kind of willing to take a risk to be there, right? It's very interesting to see that the social enterprises are particularly at a very basic stage, and particularly since you are working with our graduates also, when they graduate out, they have their heart probably at a very youthful enthusiasm space. But the reality of life also comes through. I'm not saying they are less responsible, but what I'm saying, the realities are something harsher than as you imagine they would be. And that's where you have actually supported several of them. I am aware about Akriti and those students whom we have supported. In fact, recently I met Akriti in Delhi. Okay, so we spent time here. Yeah. So my question is, how do you assess? How do you understand? Because to me, this is not the same science. It's not the same logic, which a business investor would look into, right? There's a quite a bit of heart, quite a bit of soul. I'm saying quite a bit in a real sense, right? And business purpose is also there, but sometimes you are also patient. You have to take care. Business shayad nahi hoga. Okay, but nothing wrong in motivating these kids. Okay, let us help them. That kind of thing, right? It's not the emotion alone, but it's also some kind of engagement which you think is meaningful in this among the youth of this country, and that's happening among others also. I meet other social investors also. They're also reasonably there, but the degree may vary. Okay, somebody is more passionate about technology, somebody is more passionate about livelihood or employment generation, etc. And obviously so because of certain reasons. So how do you assess as an investor? What do you look at these people who are yet not evolved? Because we are talking about evolution. How do you see the expected evolution, if I put it in that way?
Yeah. So thanks, Professor. It's an amazing question. Obviously, it is taking me to the roots of why I got into this sector as well. So initially, when I started out this career, 14 years back, if I go, impact investing was all about kind of taking a leap of faith from a non-profit model to for-profit. That was the thing. And at that time, the only model which was existing was microfinance. And every microfinance entity was non-profit. And there were few amazing, I will say, funds, or I will say HNIs, if I put high net worth individuals, or foundations, they reposed a faith that why not you make it more commercial? And commercial, the reason they wanted to make it commercial is because they wanted a scale. They also wanted the participation of other stakeholders like banks and also public money to come in and support this endeavor to the next level, because they said our money will not be sufficient to take you to a bigger level. And that's how Bandhan started, if you see. That's how Ujjivan started, and many other initiatives which today are more than $1 billion entities. But when they started, they were Section 8, they were non-profits. And
Right.
that is the same way, like if I look into it, like if I'm looking into this sector, that same patient approach is required. But sometimes we blur the image of financial vis-a-vis social. So we keep financial return as a paramount importance. And if I try to see and go back slightly, earlier we used to have different kind of ways to measure richness, if I put it like this. Richness could be in music. If somebody was good in music, that means that person was rich. Or let's say if somebody was good in academia, they're rich in terms of that whole thing. Now all the parameters are stopping at one level, which is financial return. And as we evolve, the way microfinance showed the way, other models are also evolving where we are converging from non-profit to for-profit, and they are sustaining. So if I take the example of Akriti, she started out with CanFem as an example, which was a for-profit entity which came from Win Over Cancer, which was a non-profit. And today, as we are speaking, she's sustainable.
Correct.
But she is not a classical case of a very high private equity fund. She doesn't want it, and she has a choice because she's surviving. So if I say, at least she's inspiring 5 more different kind of people who will then be taking a much bigger leap of faith. But at the same time, as an investor, if I see, one of the important thing which is there is like, if I'm trying to safeguard what is the financial return, I need to also safeguard whether I have enough patience for that entrepreneur to experiment, or I will not say fail, but at least face the challenges of the dynamics of the business environment around. And for that, certain kind of resource mobilization is required. So one of the good thing about this, and like students, if I be honest, is they have a very clear ground understanding. The field level experiences have been phenomenal. And that field level experiences today are valued. Like if I go 10 years back or even 5 years back, they were not that much value. But today, if I want to start anything, let's say if I want to start a healthcare company, I would prefer to have a person who has field experience versus somebody who's just sitting in a classroom. And that big difference also reflects on the way I can evolve as a business. So if we are trying to think, so we are trying to go to a place, if I say, just like Akriti, Pavitra is also there, Mithilesh is also there. So if we see, they are kind of going into geography, which is lesser people have gone, but that means there is a great abundant, like I will say, opportunity, because nobody has explored it. So Pavitra is primarily working in Kumaon, where you will not hear any entrepreneur to be there.
True.
But he knows the local ecosystem fully. He is able to source from farmers the best of the medicinal plants or medicines at a very affordable rate. So the challenge which he has is market linkage, which is not a very large challenge, but he knows the ecosystem, how the business is working. And that could be, I think that could be learned together as well.
Excellent. So that triggers one more question. And TSS, we had that, I would say, struggle, if I put it in a very straightforward sense. TSS, by nature, by legacy, has been a social science university, and social science university of very high caliber. We have produced amazing people, and they have gone in their fields and done amazing work. But we had the difficulty when this center was set up, Center for Social Entrepreneurship was set up, when the program was launched. And interestingly, Professor Mohammed Yunus was the one who actually influenced TISS to think about such program. And my colleague Samapti started that, and subsequently I joined in. So actually, we have seen this field evolving in academics also. It was not there. I fully echo what you're saying. It was all, if you say social enterprise, I think the boundary ends with microfinance. That was the stage some 15 years ago or so, right? But nevertheless, the discipline has evolved, the models are evolving. So we have seen the struggle actually as a center, as an academic narrative. Also, we have seen the struggle, a kind of clear divide between for-profit and non-profit. Okay, and we had several rounds of debates within and beyond. we were discussing with Social Alpha, and you may be knowing those guys, right? So he says, I think the time has come to change the narrative. Okay, rather than saying for profit, non-profit, actually, can we say not for loss also, something like that, right? Yeah. So think about economic efficiency, think about operational efficiency, right? And try to build up on that. So what's your experience? Is the field is evolving that way, where the efficiency is also becoming a narrative? Because you're helping the people who are actually struggling to be efficient, to be market ready. If I put it in that way, right? So did you see, while you engage with these people, the narrative changing from doing something at the right place, at the right zone or right heart, to also efficiency narrative? Do you see that narrative changing?
So thanks for it. Like, so if we see, like, if I take an example of Europe, which was also at the forefront of social change in the past couple of decades, and they had also influenced the way global North tried to support global South. And they were also guilty of the kind of challenges they inflicted on different kind of nations across. So what kind of things are emerging is, like, if you go to France or let's say Netherlands, today they are talking about social as a mainstream business. They are not even talking about it as to be exclusive. And social is not just about for profit, but it is about sustainability, inclusiveness. So the definitions are kind of becoming convergence is happening in. And here also a mental well-being by itself is defined as a social success, like a success of the entrepreneur. Because if we kind of talk about different things, the parameters kind of get into that whole thing. And efficiency, if we put it like this, let's say I'm sitting in Himalaya and I'm local from there. And just because I'm not able to get any employability, I have to kind of shift from that Himalayas to, let's say, Mumbai for my employability. Let's say I'm talking about, let's say, Nepal. Half of their population is not sitting there, but they are in different countries because they need to give their remittance back to their hometown for sustenance. Absolutely. But what if they were there, they could have actually been more better in terms of withstanding the climate change, because they knew how to nurture the local ecosystem. Right. With somebody go and buy a land there, try to make a big hotel, they will not be doing justice to the local economy. So that efficiency, when we also talk about the sensibility of the local people and also the culture. And then the third thing is, if many times I had heard that kind of, it's a stereotyping thing, that certain geography people are slow. That's the way they talk about it. Slow means they don't want to work after, let's say, 6 o'clock. But maybe they are much more mentally healthy. Yeah. If I'm just sitting in Bombay and trying to work for 18 hours, is it healthy? That's not the definition we have. So we have to kind of see the convergence. And today, like in France, they're talking about 4-day work week. But a 4-day work week is very, very efficient. So if we kind of see that whole thing, there will be also a learning curve from the fact that some of us are studied in a certain type of entrepreneurship. And that entrepreneurship is also influenced by Western cultures. So we need to see whether we can have a cultural confluence where the sensibilities can come. We may not be $1 billion, but we should be sustainable for sure. So we are not dependent on investment to survive or grants to survive. Right. So that model, actually, the sustainable model, we can kind of talk about whether it is for profit, non-profit. That sustainable model has to be a definition to reckon with.
Wonderful. So I have two thoughts. I'm just picking threads from what you said just now, Amit, and maybe I'll pose this question to Deeptiji again. Is this the change which Anuj is talking about, right? The happiness, mental well-being, etc., etc. Though it seemingly looks like the immediate impact of COVID. I think COVID has shaken up the entire globe. But do you see this has been the way to look forward investment, impact investment in earlier also, or if there is any shift, then that's fine. If it has happened because of COVID, that's fine. But what's your experience? Because you have been referring to evolution. So do you see evolution faster because of COVID, or do you see evolution was already there? Probably it has put a little bit of catalytic action.
Sure. I can specifically relate to the experience from the current organization, Samunati, that I'm part of, making markets work for smallholder farmers. We see the catalytic growth significant from the COVID times across the stakeholders, across value chains, pan-India, across various categories as well, if I would like to put it, both from the demand and the supply chain, from the equilibrium perspective.
Hemendra welcome to this session. And we have spent some time kind of to build up the concepts to understand engagements. And we had wonderful conversation with Anuj and Deepti ji. So maybe I'll start with the same question which I asked to both of them. Okay, to know whether we are going to hear something different. And good that you have not heard them speaking. So I think so maybe you will speak what you want to say. Anyway, just joke apart. So Hemendra, my question is, how do you explain impact? Because we are talking about impact investment, and we have been seeing impact being kind of interpreted differently and explained differently by the different stakeholders, right? So what's your explanation or interpretation of the concept of impact?
Thanks, Satyajit, and hi, Anuj and Deepti. Great to see you again. And apologies, I broke my head with my laptop. It didn't work. I'm using an alternate laptop, but I'm happy that it's working. So yeah, I think impact is a very wide term. I think for the purpose of if the objective is to create impact, we should also define impact in all granularity as much as possible. Not just define, but measure and report on. To me, anything which is measured and reported, you see improvement. Otherwise, it remains on paper. So I can talk about the sectors which I work in and probably talk about impact in that context, right? So most of my portfolio is in agri-tech and food tech, right? And of course, both Anuj and Deepti are very familiar with the sector, and they can also throw light whether I'm right in saying how impact is defined in this sector. Clearly, I think the one thing which to me is very critical, especially from an innovation perspective in terms of whether it is creating impact or not, is what is the impact on farm economics, right? And farm economics can be defined in multiple ways, but in general, there are 3 or 4 dimensions. So whatever intervention that you're making as a startup or as a corporate or as an ecosystem builder, is farmer earning more, right? Is his revenue going up, right? Is he able to sell to multiple buyers rather than the mandi which is nearest to his farm, right? Does he have demand visibility? So I think one is the top line impact if you look at from a farm economics perspective. Second impact I would say is in terms of his saving. Am I optimizing the use of agricultural inputs? Let's say fertilizer, seeds, agrochemicals. So whatever money which is being spent on that, which is substantial, am I able to optimize the use? I'm not saying minimize, I'm saying optimize, because you don't want to do a trade-off with the productivity. So you want to optimize the input mix. And third dimension, which is equally important but least understood, is my innovation de-risking farming in some ways. I think we don't think too much about de-risking, but I think that's also a big impact in Indian context, especially for farmers who are earning about $2,000 a year. For them, even if you assure that you will get minimum of this, be it an insurance product or be it something else, package of practices or whatever it is, I think that also is a huge impact, that the farmer is assured of a minimum income in some ways, right? So I think that's one aspect of it. Second aspect, which is also not very well articulated, is the impact that you're creating in the rural ecosystem, especially creating job in rural areas. In fact, if you look at a lot of agri-tech models, most of them use the local rural youth or the local women or micro entrepreneurs, village level entrepreneurs, who take the solutions to the farmer. And without them, I don't think agri-tech is going to become mainstream in India. And that means thousands and millions of jobs. My estimate is, if we are going to have 10,000 startups in space, which is quite likely, is going to create 10 million jobs in rural areas. The guys who may potentially earn, let's say, something like 5,000 to 20,000 rupees a month, being partner with some of these agri-tech entrepreneurs. So I think that's broadly what impact is, and we can go into further detail, but that's how I see it.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll just pick up another question from what you said just now. optimization, and actually that's probably defines somewhere or draws a line if you believe the line exists. So sometimes we see good enough solutions are actually good enough. We don't need the best solution, because you talked about developing rural economy, creating employment. So sometimes the best solutions are not needed. Sometimes the best technology is not needed. Good enough technology is good enough, kind of thing. So how does it relate to investor community? Because I'm sure that compromises the investment results, right? So how does investor community kind of stake patience, and is there something different they are talking about?
Yeah, so this is one, I think, myth that impact and commercial returns are sort of contradictory, or two sides of the coin. But I think they typically go together. When I said farm economics, all parameters, if you achieve that, you're essentially meaning that the model is working scalable on thousands of the farms, right? So to me, commercial returns and impact returns are not really, it's not a trade-off. There could be some trade-off in some intervention in terms of the time it takes to get to a scalable solution. I think that probably is a trade-off when you're making a catalytic intervention, where returns are not possible in a conventional VC time frame of 5 to 8 years, right? Probably there it is a trade-off. But most solution I see is, I think impact and commercial return can go together. That's important. And I think one dimension I want to add here is also the impact on climate, right? Again, that's also
Absolutely.
that
Absolutely.
if you are creating positive impact on climate, probably you have to trade off some commercial return. No, it's not. If you're saving water, if you're saving energy, if you're saving labor, if you're reducing food loss, if you're reducing GHG emission, it means more returns as well, right?
True. Absolutely.
So I think there's a, we shouldn't say that it necessarily means a trade-off.
Yeah, correct. So here is my question to all of you, and particularly you refer to innovation here, because innovation in social context is not different. Is there? It has been there because the communities were innovating solution for their own survival. They were finding out local solutions. So it's not that innovation in a very pristine sense was not existing, but it was existing if you believe it exists actually. More so because we associate through a nationwide program with BIRAC, where we are kind of supporting tech social startups, okay, and with different themes. And these are the themes actually: agri-tech, waste management, health, women and child, etc. So these are the themes. So what is important? And here is my sort of critical question to all three of you. Such places where we are looking at technology development for solving a specific problem, which we believe has no future in terms of scale, in terms of impact. So now the question comes, there's a difficulty in terms of finding somebody who will not only come as a hand holder in terms of investment, because it's a long journey. It's a long journey. Maybe it's a slow journey because there are multiple stakeholders who work together. So what's your take? What could be the right model to encourage the youth, particularly from the technology space, technology innovation space, to engage in this problem solving, and what could be the right way? Because the returns will not come immediately. We know it, right? I think this is known. And the solutions have to evolve with multiple stakeholder engagement. I'm talking technological solution. So this is my question to all three of you, that how would you decode this space, and how would you like to engage in this space, if I put it in this way? And here is my interest also, because we are working in national program, and we are looking for some solutions. Though we have some solutions, but we are looking for some more solutions, if I put it in that way. So this is my question to all three of you. Anyone can start answering first. Yeah, Anuj, would you like to go first?
Sure. So first of all, like this technological development is actually one of the backbone for the country's growth as well. Like, because if we are not innovative enough in terms of having solutions for our next billion people, then we are kind of leaving behind majority of people. So when I look into this as a challenge in terms of investing, because if I'm investing, I will need a return after a certain point of time. The second thing is that the research and development takes its own time, which may or may not be commensurate with respect to the investment life cycle. So private equity and VC model in the present scenario will not serve the purpose at early stage. Because if I talk about healthcare as a company, there were 3 or 4 initiatives that I was trying to assist and advise. And also from the investor point of view, I was trying to innovate. This company took 8 years to kind of get to a stage where they were marketable. And in that 8 years, yes, they were able to raise the funds in second year itself. They were not having any part, and this investor had invested for 5 years. So if I have to rewind and go back to that same solution, maybe what we need is some kind of academia, which definitely allows that kind of a research to kind of begin with. Second is there needs to be more patient capital available, which might be converged with respect to the new age tools like blended finance, where we kind of build in some kind of ring fencing thing that there are first loss guarantees which are there. So if I talk about, let's say, $100 which we are giving to, let's say, these early stage entrepreneurs for doing R&D, in case it fails, they will come to know in the first 3 years at least whether it is actually workable or not, at least POC stage if it could be there. And that kind of thing can have a first loss guarantee if suppose the government money is not immediately available. But at the same time, there is another tool which is very common in investing world is convertible. So that primarily comes at a very early stage because the entrepreneur, they put the money, not on the idea or any other thing.
Absolutely.
So that could be another side. But the same thing, as I said, like when we are talking about academia, we are also talking about the government at large, which should support together.
Yeah.
So one is a government which has limitation to support, let's say, only X number of projects. But if we have to increase that X to 3 times or 4 times, we need private participation.
Right.
And the private participation will have some kind of a risk mitigation, which, as I said, like through guarantees or maybe through some other blended finance tools, which are possible today. And third is, when you are talking about some kind of a risk which entrepreneur is taking, there are certain kind of set of investors as well who are comfortable taking a risk, provided there is a structure which gives them that kind of upside as well. And that's where the convertible option, which people are talking about. So in India, we do not have that privilege, but in US, there is a safe note. There's just 2-pager. Here in India, we have a shareholder agreement which goes to 50, 60 pages. But if you have just 2-pager, very simple terms, and the entrepreneur is able to access that money, and they are able to put to use, that will be a great insight as well. So today, when we are talking about technological development, we go with a position of fear or distrust. We have to change that to a position of trust. So I'm just saying, suppose if somebody is coming out from, let's say, IIT, they have an option to go in a job market and fetch maybe 50, 60 lakh rupees per annum job. If they are becoming an entrepreneur, and if we feel that they will run away with 20 lakh rupee money, then we are having some disconnect. Then maybe I may not be the right investor for this kind of thing. They should go to money market, or let's say some kind of a public money they should invest in SEBI listed companies rather than getting into investment.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think there is an interesting question. So I'll kind of hold this question to others for a while, and I'm just reading the chat box where Munmay has posted a question. We don't have any question in Q&A box. Munmay posted a question in the chat box. All of us can read that. The creative economy contribute around 3 to 5% of global GDP. So why is that it struggles to get investment, and how to make it investment friendly? I think that's a very practical question. And I understand why Munmay is asking that. Okay, she herself is a Bharatanatyam dancer, because we have one such incubator in Bastar also, in Jagdalpur also, Bhumika Shah, and she's a Kathak dancer. And they are actually very nice, young, energetic individuals thinking creative art for social impact also. So maybe would Dipti would like to take this question? The creative economy,
Yeah, I will bring in the emphasis on that particular question in relation to the tech innovation bringing a multiplier effect from skill perspective as an advantage. To say that every enterprise journey would have ideation to MVP as one phase, and MVP to the GTM as one phase. And the emphasis I will put on 2 critical aspects. One would be partnerships. Partnerships for both the phases, which would be varied. And the other I would say is incentives aligned. Incentives aligned to co-create, which has to be the innovation of the creativity we are talking about. For instance, from ideation to MVP, if I'm talking about in a startup, which is started out with an idea, can there be co-creation with incentives aligned, partnerships with corporates, with a deeper immersion and learning experiences, which helps them to take a leap both from market linkage or different other parameters that are specific to that particular sector. Same thing that from the MVP to the GTM stage, if a cycle was to move, again, co-creation from just not the investment and the funding perspective, but from other paraphernalia as well. So that would become critical perspective.
Right. So absolutely. That's a very good perspective. And at different occasions, different stakeholders alignment in the co-creation process. I think, that's a very good perspective. Hemanji, any thoughts on any one of these two questions on the technology innovation and this creative economy? Or maybe both. Yeah, you can take both.
Yeah, creative economy. Again, we should, and I think Deepti also mentioned it, this has to be in line with the macroeconomic environment. Had Flipkart been launched in 1990s, would it have succeeded at that point of time? I doubt, because there was hardly any internet, right? The reason for the success of a lot of models that we see now is not just internet, but 4G, I would say, very specifically, and hopefully 5G and broadband will take it to another level, right? So if you are looking at and I don't know what does creative economy all encompass, but I think it has to be, the whole ecosystem has to be ready. You can be ahead of the curve and do it and may make a very, very sustainable business model, but don't expect a VC to come and support you, right? The VC money is all about acceleration, and that those levers can't, of course, team and the business model is core to it, but one can't ignore the macroeconomic environment. Had I done a drone startup in 2015, just imagine, I would have been struggling till date because the regulations got in place just a few months back, right? So that's my only thing, that for VC it is immaterial. It's healthcare, it's agriculture. It's, of course, everyone has their own thesis. I'm not saying that, but it's 25% IRR is like the overarching principle, and that's where they have to make choices. And frankly, a lot of VCs don't manage their own money; they manage someone else's money. Ultimately, they are accountable to show returns to their LPs. So there are no emotions involved in investing in any particular sector. There has to be enough tailwinds. There has to be very collaborative ecosystem which can accelerate the adoption, and maybe then it becomes interesting. But and probably creative economy to me probably is at that stage in India where it's about to boom.
Right. So I see wonderful concepts coming through all three of you. So basically, what we are saying is there has to be more stakeholder engagement in the early phase of technology development. I think that kind of opinion coming through. Am I right? So outside engagement, beyond investor community engagement.
I think it's very important in any of these spaces which needs heavy lifting, probably where education was in 2016, 17, where agriculture is probably today, where healthcare was in 2000, maybe 10, 11. I think there is heavy lifting which is critical. So having a pure investor lens to me doesn't make sense.
Right.
And if you think that you can be a passive investor, then forget investing in these sectors. You have to be a very active investor.
Yes.
And that is also an expectation from a lot of entrepreneurs who are very choosy about whom to align with as an investor. What is the color of the money, not the value of the money? What do you bring to the table? Can I get 5 customers? Can I get, as Anuj was mentioning, can I get access to blended finance? Can you reduce my cost of debt from 16% to 8%?
Yes.
These are expectations, and as an investor, you have to live up to that, because the valuation alone, I don't think is the metrics for good entrepreneurs.
Right. That's good. So I don't see many questions. Maybe I can take a pause because I don't want to ask too many questions, though I have many. So in fact, we have in the panel our students. Most of them are our students. So I have seen one question from Murmai. Would anybody other than Murmai have any question? Maybe we can give opportunity for our panelists, young panelists, to ask questions. Yeah, anyone? I can see Apurva, Tejas, Dipti, Charles, Dev, Pavan, and Preeti, Anushri. Yeah, anyone? Do you have any question? You are the guys who will be. I'm not using the word struggle. Who will be curious? You will be inquisitive about this question. So do you have any question in mind? Yeah. Anyone? Yeah, Chris, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I do have a question. It's kind of generic and overarching, but in your guys' years of experience, what has been the attitude of impact investors? What has been the attitude as you've approached individuals or as you've approached corporations or large businesses? Is there a generic attitude? Do you feel like you can get a pulse? Is the attitude changing? Just what are some of the observations or interactions that you've had?
Yeah. Though very fundamental, but very important question. Yeah. So
I can be frank. I don't think we have too many impact investors in the country. As I mentioned, a lot of impact investors raise money from third party, and they always have a pressure to give commercial returns. So to me, something like a catalytic capital, blended finance, I think that probably is impact, where of course you trade off some returns. Otherwise, VC money largely to me is commercial money. I don't see too many, maybe half a dozen investors who really care about impact.
okay, I think that's a very straightforward and honest answer. So would Deepthi and Anuj like to have a different view or same view?
I would put it as different stages of the enterprise, and as the enterprise evolving, the color of the money that Hemendra had earlier mentioned. That's how it is. And now the ecosystem is quite vibrant from the incubation phase itself in India. So this trend is something which will help in quickly kickstarting, handholding support that they get, so that the chances of failure will be lower with the partnerships and co-creation possibilities.
Fantastic. Yeah, Anuj?
Yeah, so I've seen impact investing where they were having tiny funds like $2 million or $5 million. Like I'm talking about early 2000. And same funds have raised now more than 100, 150, 200 million. So for them, less than $5 million deal does not make sense. And they have raised money from commercial LPs. So they have to give commercial returns. And obviously, they have to also prove that they are good fund managers. So all these things kind of combine to take them towards the capitalist side. Leave out the fund managers, even the investment banking kind of companies will not accept a deal which is less than $2 or $3 million. So nobody want to focus on early stage. But that is also a very great opportunity. If you see, there are 93 funds which are in the pipeline to be made in India itself, for India. And if you ask them, what is your pipeline? Same company, 10 different funds have written their name as their potential targets, as a pipeline. But nobody want to come on the ground and see what is the other kind of stakeholders which may come and emerge. So that means while we have some kind of a muted returns which needs to be there for impact investing to begin with, but in this sector, if you see and if we do the study, the returns were commensurate with the commercial ones unknowingly, even in the initial times of healthcare or microfinance. That can still come in, but people have to come early. Because if we have to talk about social entrepreneurship, especially in countries like India or nearby geographies, the main fulcrum of this whole entrepreneurship or the difficulty or the challenge or opportunity as well is early stage. It's not after 5 years.
True.
The entrepreneurs, if they could be handled at the 0 to 3 years, that's a magical time.
Absolutely.
And if I can add one more point, even in terms of the problem that we are solving as country, how many of us want 10-minute delivery to our houses? How many? We are not a time-starved country. Well, most of it, forget 50 pin codes in India, which is in Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai. I don't think 10-minute delivery is a value prop. But we're trying to going hard at that. Each minute saving is like millions and billions of dollars coming in. I think we should solve for real challenges. That's a climate challenge. How many entrepreneurs are there who are trying to solve for it?
Absolutely.
I think that to me is impact. Whether the money is even going in the right direction. I don't see that happening, unfortunately.
Okay.
If I also,
please. Yeah.
So if I also add, majority of startups are focusing on just 1% of population, which is ultra rich. We want to do premium products, we want to do this delivery, this margin, all that. But 1% population anyways have access to some other options as well.
Yeah.
But we forget to kind of address the 80% of the other population, which still will need lots of things. We had CK Prahlad, who did a great innovation and got to the villages, and still is like, that is irrelevant of marketing that genius. So we can have some other very genius innovations which can come in and can still disrupt the markets.
Right, right, absolutely. And I think there would be a discussion with N.K. Chaudhary ji from Jaipur Rugs. I'm sure that we will have very profound discussion on that. I think amazing story. What you are referring now. So I saw Pratyup raising hand. Is it there? Is it still raising hand?
My question was regarding the attitude of the investors who really want to do in the impact investing side. But I have one doubt on that particular thing itself. Like, are the people genuinely interested in impact investment, or are they really want their money to get doubled? Because from the investors' perspective, it is just to make the money to get doubled, right? So why is that the impact investing is increasing in the past decade? I really have this conflicting thought in my mind. So yeah, that's my question.
Okay. Yeah. So this question is open to all of you.
Yeah, as Anuj also mentioned, there are very blurring lines, frankly, and lines are getting more blurred now. Probably 10 years back, when capital was in scarcity, there were probably some demarcation between impact and commercial investors. I think lines have blurred quite a bit. There's so much of capital and chasing the same deals, and term sheets being traded, like too much of liquidity, and this whole unicorn mania which is going on. I think it's kind of diluted the boundaries between impact and commercial investing.
Anuj and Dipti, yeah, please. Anyone?
Yeah, Dipti, please.
I would put it to say that I don't think the attitude of the investors nor the entrepreneurs have in any ways been different. They are evolving with period of time, given the macro perspectives, as Hemendra has put it. But then certainly I think what is more predominant in today's society is the awareness which makes it more prominent as enterprises not looked at just as commercial enterprises successful if they have the social orientation. Awareness coming from both perspectives, from the market perspective as well as from the entrepreneur's perspective, has become the key.
Yeah, Anuj?
Yeah, so if I see, like, again, going back to, let's say, 15 years back, like, the journey was like where there were some kind of a foundations which were active in this whole thing, and they said, like, okay, we have anyway surplus money, why not we give it to entrepreneurs who might be able to get some return, but they were not kind of expecting it. And the experiment was done in very small population, like the sample, if we put it like this in statistics, and surprisingly it succeeded. Not just in microfinance, but also in renewable energy. I remember, like, one Seattle-based investor invested in a carbon aggregation company, and they made money. So suddenly this exploded, this whole thing. They felt, oh, great. If the social return along with the financial return is also coming, then suddenly it became a very amazing asset class. Now today, JP Morgan, Blackstone, all these mainstream funds also have impact fund as a whole thing.
Yeah.
And plus, it gives a far more branding to them than even their own mainstream fund. So for them, it is a great thing.
Right.
However, I think some of us, like, and I'm not saying a majority of the things are still aligned, but some of us kind of drifted away from the narrative that now people are trying to look into that it is not the surplus that you need to just keep investing, because then it is left over. So nobody wants charity. People want dignified way to support this whole sector. And if the sector is an asset class by itself, then let's support it with dignity. And people are going to give the return for sure. But you have to have that kind of faith coming. Yeah.
Right. Excellent. So maybe this could be the last question. Then I'll get into summing up the session. Maybe Mrinmay can ask the last question, and then we'll get into summing up round.
I think it was just the extension of the question which I previously asked. But as Hemendra sir mentioned that, while investing, you look at the microeconomic, perspective as to how much of that how much of that is contributing to the microeconomic part. But then wouldn't it be, as you're into the impact investment, how much amount of risk you're willing to take, even if it's not part of the macroeconomic perspective, but how much so how much risk are you willing to take as an organization? And if at all you're taking that risk, and if at all that sector sort of succeeds down the line 10 years, wouldn't it make you a unique player in the market, in the sector of so that's what my question is.
Yeah, I think two responses to this in terms of the amount of risk I'm willing to take. Maybe if someone is thinking three year ahead of the curve, yes. If someone is thinking 15 years ahead of the curve, no. Second, can I evangelize myself? I can tell you, agri-tech is all about evangelization. These models were never existent. We kept on evangelizing as investors and entrepreneurs, and fortunately, we got a very decent breed of entrepreneurs who could deliver on it. So can you make it happen if it's not happening on its own? I think these are the only two ways you can sort of bite that amount of risk. Beyond that, it's impossible. No one is going to give. I don't know what's going to happen even 10 years from now. There's so much of volatility, but maybe 2-3 years ahead of the curve, interesting solution, get in early, set the rules, and then make money and get out. It's not just entry, even exit has to be very smart. Not that the trend will keep on so you have to, that is all about VC investing. Exiting right time is as important as entering the right time.
Absolutely. Yeah, Pratyup, maybe this could be the last question. Pratyup, I see you raising hand. I don't want to deprive you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. So I also have one concern in my mind. Like recently, we have been seeing the news that the inflation is rising. There is a crunch in money flow, and hence the total economy, there is an issue. It is in the verge of collapse. Like Ray Diamond, some people are saying like that regarding the theory behind socionomics. They are saying like it is the end of one economic cycle. So people are saying like that. So in that context, I really want your comments on this. Like, where do you see this impact investment after 10 years?
Okay. Yeah. So maybe Anuj and Dipti can take these questions.
Dipti, you want to take it? Yeah.
I would say, it is a continued journey. Economic cycles have come and gone. We have all been part of that. But then the entrepreneurship and the cycles of the industry segments continue as life continues. So this is a continuous process. And like how it is evolved so far, it would so forth also be. I wish that, going forward, even the political scenarios maybe in future would be determined by social enterprise. We don't know. We don't see that kind of futuristic thought.
Anuj?
Yeah, so for me, like I will say after 10 years, it will be either a social business or anti-social business. So that means we have to have everything mainstreamed.
Yeah.
And in a country like us, the challenges are huge. But as we say in science, the energy gets generated if there is a positive and negative.
Yeah.
So global north is not going to be the engine of growth of the world. It will be global south. So that is going to happen. And at the same time, if we say inflation or anything, that also indicates the present form of money is not great. And if you do investment, actually you are going to get a better return if you are working with startups. If you put in a fixed deposits, it's going to rot because the money value is diminishing.
Right.
So all these indicators are there that is kind of converging towards entrepreneurship. And as we can have evidently in our own academia, best of the education colleges today, the students are not going for placements, but they are starting out something. So it is all indication that we are in the right direction. So let's hope that this whole thing keeps continued and the ecosystem come to support. Investors come to that asset class where they make money.
Yeah.
And today they are coming to social entrepreneurship because they know they are going to make money. In agriculture, 2013, one of the funds started out. They were not knowing they will get any return. But today they are one of the most successful one in this whole South Asia. So it's going to happen soon for others as well.
Very good. So thanks for very insightful and yet very practical answers. I think the answers were not utopian. They were absolutely grounded on reality. I think that was the beauty of this discussion. I really thoroughly enjoyed. So maybe we have 1 minute left. I would request organizers to allow me to exceed by another couple of minutes if the time permits. Okay, because I want to have a concluding statement, one statement by each panelist, which can stay with us, okay, henceforth. So maybe one sentence each, maybe that won't take more than a couple of minutes. So we can start with Deepti and then Anuj and then Hemendra.
This is message to the entrepreneurs, to ones who are focused in the impact segment, that I see that this is the way ahead for the climate action, for many of the global problems that are ahead and we will be able to solve. I would just put it in a single sentence to say, let's thrive in the chaos.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Anuj?
I love this sentence of Deepti, like the chaos thing is very, very important.
Yes.
So like for us, like, because we are also part of the like the student community, we learn so much. So when I look back, like, I think we need to all come together to enhance or multiply this hope, positive hope, and which, like, I learned from you as well, sir, that entrepreneurship is all about positive hope. So we have to continue into that journey, and also to kind of be a partner to these entrepreneurship growth rather than talking about an investor or other things. We are stakeholders together.
Right.
And when we talk about stakeholders, just like we have other as various celebrations or support mechanisms, when I'm kind of getting behind in my assignments, my peers come and support me. The same way, if I'm trying to attempt entrepreneurship, I have, let's say, in my class 20 other people who are my peers. So can they come and support me? And same way, my professors, my mentors, and others, if everybody support, there's no chance of me to fail. I will only learn.
Absolutely.
And that learning curve is a so important a thing that is going to define our country and also the whole ecosystem to thrive and also grow to the next level.
Thank you. Yeah, Hemendra.
Yeah, again, a bit futuristic, but I would like to see innovation ecosystem becoming more democratized. You know, from Bangalorization of innovation to taking innovations to Kolar, to Hubli, from Lucknow to Baranbaki.
Yes.
I think that is what's going to change.
Yes. Yes.
I think this mindset of the job mindset has to go at some point of time.
Yeah.
We have to have entrepreneurs in every house and every nook and corner.
Yes.
Really create value at the scale that we want to see, and sustainable value. And again, when I say value creation, I'm not talking about what we read on the front page of Economic Times and Mint.
Yes.
Creating sustainable value in businesses, and that's where democratization has to come in.
Right. Wonderful, fantastic. So I have taken down full page notes, and I have not many things to conclude, but I'll not do that. I think let this thought stay together. I think the keywords which I am taking away from this discussion is the convergence, hope, co-creation. I think these are the key messages. Of course, innovation. We cannot talk about social entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship without innovation and technology. So I think these are from some keywords, and of course I have many things to say. But I think stop here because it's already 3:17. I've exceeded my time by exactly by a couple of minutes as I requested now. So I hand over to the organizers to conclude the session. I thank my panelists, Anuj, Dipti Reddy, and Hemendra Mathur for being a part of this wonderful conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. Thank you very much for being part of this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Equally.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Satiti, sir. Thank you guys for our panelists. Thank you for your time and showcasing some of that experience to us. We are going to do another session at 3:30, and we're going to be learning from some amazing Padma Shri awardees, and I think it's going to be pretty inspiring to hear some of their stories. So please tune back in at 3:30. Don't log out, but just tune back in at 3:30. Enjoy a couple minute break here. We'll see you in a few. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
वीडियो क्या करूं, वीडियो नहीं फोन मत आया दे। बहुत बड़े छत्तीसगढ़ में पहली बार जुड़ा, छत्तीसगढ़ में कोई पहली बार है जो इतने बड़े कॉलेज में जुड़ा, यूनिवर्सिटी है। कान के ला करे ये मानसी कान के ला लगाए बस।
Hello, sir.
Hi, Murmay. So there was some technical glitch. I don't know. I was not able to log in.
Yeah, I think it happens.
Office law.
Yeah. I think full person by G is here.
So you can start. I'm ready. Whenever she is ready, we can start.
Yes. I think उनका कैमरा ऑफ है और ऑडियो भी म्यूटेड है। I think हाँ हम अब देख सकते हैं। Yes. Okay.
Can I start, Murmay?
Yes, sir. Apurva would start. Yes. Over to you, Apurva.
सर्वप्रथम आप सबको मेरा सादर प्रणाम और सलाम। ईसेल सेंटर फॉर सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप टिस मुंबई की जानिब से खुशामदीद। आज हमारे बीच मौजूद है पद्मश्री फूलबसन बाई यादव जी। फूलबसन बाई यादव जी एक ऐसी शख्सियत हैं जिन्होंने अपने समाज की तकलीफों को करीब से देखा और उनको दूर करने के लिए कई सामाजिक संगठन जैसे प्रज्ञा महिला समूह, किराया भंडार और बाजार ठेका का आगाज किया, जो आज मां बमलेश्वरी जनहितकारी समिति के नाम से पहचानी जाती है। आज के रोज मां बमलेश्वरी जनहितकारी समिति में 2 लाख से भी ज्यादा अराकीन मौजूद हैं, जो बाल विवाह, भुखमरी, तालीम, शराब की लत और पानी की बचत जैसे बाफरात समाजी मसलों का हल लाने में अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। आपके बेमिसाल काम को मद्देनजर रखते हुए आपको जमनालाल अवार्ड, मां बमलेश्वरी अवार्ड, SR जिंदल अवार्ड, इंडिया प्राइड अवार्ड, पद्मश्री जैसे आला पुरस्कारों से नवाजा गया है। पद्मश्री फूलबसन बाई यादव जी से मुखातिब होने जा रहे हैं सुजय दीक्षित सर। सुजय सर टिस मुंबई के इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं और आप मार्केटिंग के क्षेत्र में 18 साल से भी ज्यादा का तजुर्बा रखते हैं। उससे पहले कि मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूं कि आप हम सबको संबोधित करें, आपका संचित में एक परिचय अंग्रेजी जबान में। तेजस, द फ्लोर इज योर्स।
Change is bound to happen. It's something which is constant throughout life. And at a very young age, Fulbasan Bhai Yadav realized the pain of hunger and helplessness. Because of poverty, she says nobody will help poor people. Only they are there to help themselves. With this belief, she started many of self-help groups. She is working on issues such as women empowerment, housing, alcohol addiction, water conservation, and open defecation. One of her initiative, Education Samu, adopted as much as 2,800 children and ensured their education and food. For self-employment of rural and backward women, she is helping with creation of small enterprises such as incense stick, poultry farming, milk and dairy products, pickle, and production of spice mixes. She also started Ma Bamleshwari Janhitkari Samiti to address the social problems, which now works as an umbrella organization for all her other initiatives. She won many awards, including the 4th highest civilian award, Padma Shri. Her story is a part of 10th standard curriculum. People also call her Didi, which means elder sister, and which she truly is. Before you guide us all with your kind words, I would like to introduce the moderator of this session, Mr. Sujay Dikshit. Mr. Sujay Dikshit is the Vice President, Incubation and Excellence Center at TIS, Mumbai. He has over 18 years of experience in brand development, innovation, and trade marketing. He is engaged with incubating social enterprises, helping them to accelerate and scale up for this, creating a sustainable impact. Now I request Sujay Dikshit sir to moderate the session.
Thanks, Tejas. Thank you. So, सबसे पहले फूलबसन जी आपका स्वागत है। आपका माइक शायद बंद है, तो हमें आपकी आवाज नहीं आ पा रही।
माइक
जी अब
जी
चालू
सर
हो गया।
जी
जी नमस्कार।
जी नमस्कार सर जी। जय जोहार, जय
जय जोहार,
छत्तीसगढ़ सर जी।
जय जोहार।
जी
बहुत
सर जी।
हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज आप हमारे साथ हैं। मुझे पता
जी
नहीं
सर जी।
आपको इस कार्यक्रम के बारे में कितना अंदाजा है, तो मैं संक्षिप्त में आपको बता दूं।
जी
ये
जी जी
हम टाटा सामाजिक विज्ञान संस्थान के लोग हैं और
जी
ये जो कार्यक्रम है ये हमारे विद्यार्थियों द्वारा आयोजित किया जाता है हर साल। और
जी सर जी।
इस जो हमारे विद्यार्थी हैं वो ये कोशिश करते हैं कि वो एक उद्यमिता को अपना करियर चुने और सामाजिक उद्यमिता को की तरफ वो अपनी राह बनाना चाहते हैं। तो
जी जी सर।
तो मुझे ये विश्वास है कि आज उनको आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलेगा और उनको
जी
ही
सर।
नहीं और जितने लोग हमसे अभी इस माध्यम से जुड़े होंगे या मैं खुद, मुझे भी आपसे बहुत सारा कुछ सीखने मिलने वाला है। हालांकि हम आपके बारे में पढ़ते
जी
आए हैं या देखते आए हैं आपको, और आप एक प्रेरणा का स्रोत हैं सबके लिए, बट फिर भी आपने आज हमारे लिए समय निकाला, इसलिए मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और हम इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। अगर आपकी 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 इजाजत हो तो हम इसको आगे बढ़ाते हैं।
जी 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 सर जी।
तो फूलप्रसन्न जी, मैं ये आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो आपका सफर रहा है यहाँ तक का, वो कैसे हुआ? कहाँ से आपको ये विचार आए, या कहाँ से इसकी शुरुआत हुई थी? बचपन से
जी
हुई
सर।
थी, या फिर आपको कभी आपके साथ कुछ ऐसा हुआ जिसके तो बतौर आपको लगा कि मुझे है ना समाज के लिए ऐसा कुछ करना चाहिए? इसकी शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई थी?
सर, सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देती हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे जैसे पढ़ना लिखना तो नहीं आता सर, ना लिख सकती हूँ ना ढंग से पढ़ सकती हूँ, लेकिन कुछ समाज में जिंदगी जीने कैसे है, समाज को कैसे आगे बढ़ाना है, तो थोड़ा बहुत महिलाओं के बीच में रह के सीखी हूँ। मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी सर कि आज मैं पूरे राजनांदगांव या छत्तीसगढ़ या देश विदेश में एक नाम होगा। मैं कभी नाम के लिए काम नहीं करती, कर्म ही करते रहती हूँ सर, और धीरे धीरे बहन लोग जुड़े। ये मेरा बहुत बड़ा एक रोचक कहानी है सर जी। मेरे को नहीं पता था कि शायद आज मेरा इतना बड़ा संगठन तैयार हो सकता है। ये 7 साल का एक सपना था। 7 साल की उम्र में मैं एकदम छोटी थी, और मेरे साथ में 4 बहन और 2 भाई भी थे। बहुत भूखे प्यासे रहना पड़ता था। छोटे से होटल में हम लोग जूठा बर्तन धोते थे, जंगल से लकड़ी लाते थे, बेचते थे तो खाना मिलता था, नहीं बिकता था तो भूखे रहना पड़ता था। ऐसे 1 दिन, 2 दिन, 3 दिन तक छोटे-छोटे भाई-बहन के साथ मेरे भी भूखा रहना पड़ता था। मैं 7 साल की उम्र से बाकी भाई-बहन को ये समझ में नहीं था कि उनको रोना ही आता था। लेकिन मैं सोचती थी कि माँ-बाप क्यों रोते हैं? क्योंकि पेट दबा-दबा के रोते थे, तो हमारे माँ-बाप कोने में बैठ के रोते थे। क्योंकि जब खाना माँगते थे सुबह, तो यही बोलते थे कि बेटा सो जा, शाम को देंगे। शाम को भूख लगता था, चिल्लाते थे, रोते थे, तो माँ-बाप बोलते थे कि नहीं बेटा सुबह गरम-गरम खाना देंगे। ऐसे करते-करते 1 दिन, 2 दिन, 3 दिन बीतता था। तो इसलिए मैं माँ-बाप को रोते देखी, और वहाँ जब होटल में जाती थी, तो वहाँ पेन पकड़ के कुछ पैसा लेके बड़े-बड़े टीचर लोग आते थे। वहाँ ड्राइवर कंडक्टर होटल में चाय पीने के लिए आते थे। उस समय मेरा एक मन लगा कि क्यों नहीं पढ़ा जाए? क्योंकि पढ़ेंगे, लिखेंगे तभी हम लोग इतना पैसा कमा सकते हैं कि 2 वक़्त की रोटी खा सकते हैं। क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में पढ़ना बहुत ज़रूरी है। ये बचपन में 7 साल की उम्र में मैं सोचती थी, क्योंकि होटल के पीछे में ही एक स्कूल था। स्कूल में बच्चे लोग को ड्रेस पहने, बस्तर लगाए, चप्पल पहने देखती थी, क्योंकि मेरे माँ एक साड़ी को 2 टुकड़ा करके मेरे को पहनाते थे। मेरी बहन भी ऐसी पहनती थी, भाई लोग भी ऐसे पहनते थे, साड़ी 2-3 टुकड़ा करके ही हम लोग को पहनाते थे। तो मैं ड्राइवर कंडक्टर और टीचर को देख के ही मेरा मन लगा कि नहीं मेरे को पढ़ना है। दौड़ते हुए स्कूल जाती थी, क्योंकि स्कूल बिल्कुल पीछे में लगा था होटल के, और दौड़ते हुए मैं सबसे पहले हाथ जोड़ के अपने टीचर को बोलती थी वहाँ की, सर मोला भी पढ़ा दो ना, मैं स्कूल जाना चाहता हूँ, मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। तो वहाँ के सर बोलते थे कि पहले सबसे पहले तू कपड़ा पहन के आ, दूसरा तू ड्रेस लेके आना, भर्ती करना पड़ेगा, तेरे पास बस्तर नहीं है, पट्टी कलम नहीं है तो क्या पढ़ेगी? पहले अपने माँ-बाप को बुला के ला। अब ये दिन ऐसी 1 दिन, 2 दिन, 3 दिन, फिर दौड़ के आना, फिर दौड़ के होटल में आना, ये मेरा चलता था डेली का। फिर एक दिन इतना बच्चे लोग खेल रहे थे, कीचड़ में, पानी का समय था, जुलाई का महीना था, पानी गिर रहा था। बच्चे लोग जब स्कूल में जोर-जोर से पहाड़ा पढ़ना, राष्ट्रगीत गाना और कीचड़ में खेलना कूदना, मेरा मन एकदम व्याकुल होता था। मैं होटल के पीछे में ही, झोपड़ी में ही, पीछे में बाकी पूरा पन्ना को ऐसे कहीं भी पड़ा रहता था। स्कूल के पीछे में पन्ना को बना के उसको सुई में सिल के अपना एक कॉपी बना ली कि मेरे को स्कूल जाना ही, मेरे को पढ़ना है। फिर उसके बाद उसको मैं होटल के पीछे में, बच्चे लोग चिल्ला-चिल्ला के पढ़ते थे, तो मैं होटल में झूल-झूल के ऐसे झूल-झूल के पढ़ते रहती थी, शायद मेरे को एक अक्षर पढ़ना आ जाए। क्योंकि कहते हैं सर की ज़िंदगी में कि एक काला अक्षर भैंस बराबर होता है। मेरे लिए एक भैंस के बराबर ही था अक्षर। पढ़ तो नहीं पा रही थी, लेकिन कोशिश कर रही थी कि शायद मैं बिना स्कूल जाके भी पढ़ सकूँ। पानी गिरते हुए बच्चे लोग खेल रहे थे, उसमें मेरा मन इतना व्याकुल हुआ। फिर एक दिन वो स्कूल में फिर गई, रोते हुए सर को बोली कि सर मेरे को स्कूल जाना है, मेरे को पढ़ना है, मेरे को पढ़ा दो ना। डाँट के मेरे वहाँ के जो सर थे, बोले कि तेरे को बार-बार बोलता हूँ ना कि तू मत आ यहाँ, अपने माँ-बाप को लेके आ। फिर दौड़ते हुए अपने बाबूजी के हाथ को पकड़ के रोने लगी कि बाबूजी बोला स्कूल जाना है, मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। बोला भी भर्ती कर देना, मैं स्कूल में पढ़ूं। तो मेरे बाबूजी बोले कि बेटा ये बड़े आदमी लोग पढ़ सकते हैं, हम लोग गरीब है, गरीब जिसके घर में 2 वक्त के रोटी नहीं है बेटा, तो कहाँ से पढ़ाएंगे तेरे को, तू पढ़ने का नाम मत ले। वो बड़े लोग पढ़ते हैं, उनके पास कपड़ा रहता है, खाने को रहता है, पट्टी बस्ता लेने के लिए पैसा, वो आदमी पढ़ सकता है बेटा।
इतनी
तो
छोटी
मैं
उम्र
एकदम
में तो
व्याकुल हो गई।
इतनी छोटी उम्र के बच्चे को तो शायद गरीबी क्या होती है पता भी नहीं होगा, जिस
नहीं
उम्र की
मालूम
आप
था,
जिक्र कर
मैं
रहे
7
हैं।
साल की उम्र। जी जी। तो मेरे पिताजी गरीब बताए मेरे को, बोले कि हम गरीब है बेटा। तो उसी दिन मेरे को लगा कि गरीब उसी इंसान को बोलते हैं जिसके घर में 2 वक्त का रोटी नहीं है। मेरे को बिल्कुल पता नहीं था सर कि मैं हमको गरीब बोलते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे घर में हम लोग 2-3 दिन भूखा रहना पड़ता था। मेरे पिताजी बताए कि हम गरीब हैं, बड़े आदमी के लोग जिनके यहाँ खाना पीना है उन लोग पढ़ते हैं। तो फिर रोते हुए फिर अपनी माँ के हाथ पकड़ के चिल्ला चिल्ला के रोई, बाबूजी माँ मोल पढ़ाना है, मोल स्कूल जाना है, कुछ भी करके मोल भर्ती कर दे, चल स्कूल चल, चल स्कूल चल। तो फिर माँ बोलती है कि तू बेटी है, पढ़ के क्या करेगी, चूल्हा फूकना है, ससुराल जाना है, गाय बकरी चराएगी, हम लोग यादव कुल की बेटी है तू, तू गांव में गाय चराएगी बेटी, तू पढ़ने का नाम मत ले। शायद उस दिन एक क्रेन की तरह लगा सर। 2 शब्द था, वो पहला था एक माँ होके एक बेटी को पर घर की धन समझती है। दूसरा था कि एक गरीबी गरीबी क्यों होता है, गरीब के कोई माँ बाप क्यों नहीं होता। शायद हम लोग 2-2 3-3 दिन इसीलिए भूखे हैं क्योंकि हम लोग गरीब हैं। दोनों शब्द एक गरीब की तरह लगा, और एक माँ बाप जो शब्द बोले मेरे एक पूरा कान में भर गया। उस दिन मैं मुट्ठी बांध के कसम खा ली कि जिंदगी में एक बेटा जो काम नहीं किए हुए मैं कुछ करके दिखाऊंगी। शायद ये मेरा सपना था, संकल्प था उस दिन का 7 साल का। दूसरे लोग कुछ कुछ 2 रुपया, कोई ड्रेस, कोई पट्टी लेके मेरे को 5वीं कक्षा पढ़ाए। फिर उसके बाद बीच में ही शादी कर दिए मेरा। 5वीं पढ़ते ही मेरा शादी हो गया। 10 साल में शादी हुआ सर।
10 साल
और 10 साल की उम्र में जी 10 साल में हो गया।
जी।
और 13 साल के बीच में ससुराल आ गई। जब ससुराल आई सर, मेरे को ये पता था कि 13 साल की उम्र में जब आई तो मेरे को ये पता नहीं था कि एक अबोध बालक जो खुद को पता नहीं है कि वो कहाँ जा रही है। हंसते हुए मैं तो वहां से आ गई। शादी होने के बाद 13 साल में एक साड़ी को दिए, पैर में न चप्पल था न कुछ नहीं था। मेरे माँ बाप मेरे को कैसे भेज दिए कि कम से कम मेरी बेटी यहाँ तो खा नहीं पा रही है, 2-3 दिन भूखे है, शायद वहां जाएगी तो 2 वक्त को रोटी मिलेगा। और 13 साल के बीच में जब आई, राजनांदगांव से 10 किलोमीटर सुकुल देहान मेरा गांव है, वो गांव में आई तो मेरा पति गाय बकरी चराते थे, दूसरे यहाँ का नौकर काम करते थे।
तो दूसरों के गाय बकरी चढ़ाते
मैं जब जी दूसरे यहाँ का हम मजदूरी काम करते थे हमारे पति। और घर नहीं था, झोपड़ी था, इसी प्लास्टिक में लकड़ी में लगा हुआ था, और मट्टी का बर्तन था। खाने को मट्टी का बर्तन, पीने का मट्टी का बर्तन, खाना बनाने का मिट्टी का बर्तन। और सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ था सर कि घर में 2 वक्त का रोटी नहीं था, 2 दाना चावल नहीं था। एक अबोध बेटी जो बचपन है, ससुराल में आके देखती है तो न बर्तन है, न पानी पीने का गिलास है, न 2 दाना चावल है। मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा वो दिन था, मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकती उस दिन को, क्योंकि मेरे सामने ये चीज हुआ। और वो भी एक बचपना में, शायद कभी कोई माँ को चीज देखना मत पड़े। फिर जैसे ही मैं आई तो मैं अपने पति के साथ 20 साल तक गैया बकरी चराई।
और क्या मेहनताना
20
मिलता
साल तक
होगा?
गैया, सिर्फ साल में हमको 2 किलो चावल धान देते थे।
साल में 2
12
किलो?
महीने में जी हाँ, साल में सिर्फ 2 किलो धान के बलदा हम लोग 1 साल तक अपने पति के साथ गाय बकरी चराते थे। और पूरे गांव का गैया और बकरी चराते हुए 20 साल के बीच में मेरा 2 बेटी 2 बेटा जन्म ले लिए। और जब मेरा सबसे बड़ी बेटी 7 साल की थी और सबसे छोटा लड़का 1.5 साल का था। मैं तो 7 साल में भूखे प्यासे रही सर, लेकिन मेरे बच्चा 1.5 साल का छोटा सा बच्चा था, भूख के कारण 1 दिन 2 दिन 3 दिन तड़पता था, बात नहीं कर पाता था, खड़े होने का शक्ति नहीं था। मैं एक माँ के ऊपर क्या गुजर सक रहा है, मैं उसको मैं अभी एहसास करती हूँ सर, हरदम हर मंच में। क्योंकि माँ तो कई हड्डी के टूटे दर्द को सह के जन्म देती है, खुद भूखे रहेगी, प्यासे रहेगी, और कई हड्डी के टूटन दर्द सह के खुद बीमार पड़े रहेगी। साथ में वो हर उम्मीद को मार के अपने बच्चे को खाना खिलाने का कोशिश करती है, लेकिन मैं वो अभागिर बाहू जो अपने बच्चे को तड़पते हुए समाज में देखी हूँ। जब मैं 6 बजे अपने पति के साथ गैया चरा के आती थी, चारों बच्चे घर के सामने में झोपड़ी में बैठ के देखते रहते थे कि हमारी माँ आएगी तो कम से कम कुछ लाएंगे। अब मैं वह भागिन माँ अपने बच्चे को लपेट के पूरे गांव गली में घूमती थी। एक गिलास चावल दो, मेरे बच्चे लोग 2 दिन से भूखे हैं। जिस गली में जाती थी सर, उस गली में दरवाजा बंद हो जाता था। हंसी उड़ाते थे, यही बोलते थे कि देखो हमारे गांव की भिखारी आ रही है। एक माँ इतना लाचार होती है, अपने बच्चे के लिए भीख भी मांग सकती है। अब मेरे लिए वो मंजूर था समाज के सामने में हाथ फैलाने का, झोली फैलाने का, कि कम से कम मेरे बच्चे को 2 वक्त की रोटी तो खिला सकूं। अब गली गली घूमती थी 10 बजे रात तक, लेकिन हंसी मजाक करते थे, दरवाजा बंद कर देते थे, किसी को दया नहीं लगता था। 2 महीने 2.5 महीने तक नमक और मिर्च नहीं मिलता था। उस दिन एक माँ क्या कर सके? 1 दिन हो 2 दिन हो तो सहन कर सके, लेकिन मेरा तो एक रोज का यही दिन था कि अपने बच्चे लोग को 2 वक्त को रोटी नहीं खिलाने के कारण एक माँ लाचार हो गई थी। आखिरी में मैं सोच ली कि मेरे को आत्महत्या करना है, क्योंकि जहां जाऊं वहां मजाक, जहां जाऊं वहां मेरे गाली के सिवाय कुछ नहीं मिलता था। चारों बच्चे को लेके मैं निकल गई गाड़ी में, ट्रेन में कटाने के लिए। हमारे गांव से 3 किलोमीटर था, ट्रेन चलता था उस समय। 3 किलोमीटर में मैं 2.5 किलोमीटर गई थी, थोड़ा सा बचा था। मई का महीना था, 3 मई का दिन है, उस दिन को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकती सर। और उस समय धूप था, पैर में चप्पल नहीं थे बच्चे, और बच्चे 2-2 दिन से भूख में तड़प रहे थे, और एक माँ लाचार होके आत्महत्या करने के निकल गई। और जैसे ट्रेन नजदीक आता गया, आवाज आते गए, बच्चे चिल्ला चिल्ला के रोने लगे कि माँ हमको मरना नहीं है, हमको जीना है। हम आज के बाद कभी खाना नहीं मांगेंगे आपको, लेकिन हम जीना चाहते हैं माँ, आपको मरना नहीं है माँ, हम कभी आपको तंग नहीं करेंगे। शायद उस दिन मेरा आंख खुल गया। मेरे को लगा कि आज मैं कितना बड़ा गलती कर रही थी, अपने बच्चों लोग के लिए मर रही थी, मैं खुद मर। और जैसे ही मेरे बच्चे लोग चिल्ला चिल्ला कर रोए, दोनों पैर पकड़ के खींचने लगे कि माँ हमको नहीं मरना है। अब उस दिन लगा कि शायद मेरे जैसे कई गरीब माँ बाप होंगे, शायद उन लोग भी भूख प्यास से तड़पते होंगे। आज मैं मर जाऊंगी, मेरे बच्चे मर जाएंगे, लेकिन आज दुनिया में मेरे जैसे कई गरीब माँ बाप हैं। शायद उस दिन मेरा नया जन्म हुआ सर, 1 जनवरी का है। उस दिन मैं भूल नहीं सकती। उस दिन मेरा एक संगठन बनाया, वहां से तो मैं आ गई कि मरना नहीं है, और आज जिंदगी जूंगी तो समाज के लिए, और मरूंगी तो समाज के लिए। कुछ भी हो जाए, जो भी कठिनाइयां आए,
ये बहुत
मेरे को
सराहनीय
सहना
है जो
है।
आप बता रहे हैं पूर्वासन जी। मैं सॉरी, मैं आपको रोक रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा, परंतु जो आप बता
जी
रहे
सर।
हैं ये अत्यंत सराहनीय है, क्योंकि जो आपने करना चाहा वो, मैं कहूँगा ठीक तो नहीं, परंतु एक तरह से स्वाभाविक हो जा लगता है कभी कभी, जब कोई
जी सर जी।
इतने वर्षों तक अगर इतना तो कभी अगर उसके मन में ऐसा विचार आ जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं वो स्वाभाविक लगता है, परंतु वहां से लौट कर आना और उसको एक सकारात्मक रूप में लेकर के ये सोचना कि नहीं, हम क्या होता है अमूमन लोग अपनी परेशानियों से ऊपर नहीं उठ पाते। हमें लगता है कि मतलब हमारी समस्या दुनिया में सबसे बड़ी है, और अधिकतर लोग इसी चक्र में फंसे रहते हैं। परंतु आपकी वास्तविक में जो परिस्थितियां आपने देखी, वो वास्तविक रूप में मतलब एक तरह से हृदय विदारक हैं। उसके बावजूद यदि आपके मन में इस तरह का विचार आना कि नहीं, अगर ये मेरे साथ हो रहा है तो शायद और भी कोई होगा, ये इतनी संवेदनशीलता, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ऐसा मतलब ये हर किसी के लिए संभव नहीं हो पाता सर, इस तरह के विचार रखना।
जी सर जी।
तो
जी सर जी।
ये कहीं ना कहीं मतलब आपके अंदर आपकी शक्ति ही है जिसने आपको शायद ये प्रेरणा दी होगी। और नारी को शक्ति का रूप ही माना गया है, तो ये शायद उसी का प्रमाण है कि अपनी समस्याओं के ऊपर उठ के दूसरों के बारे में सोच पाना, और वो भी उस परिस्थिति में, उस समय ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो अब हाँ, फिर आपने संगठन बनाने की सोची, तो संगठन किस
जी सर, मैं वहां से
क्या-
जी अब वहां से निकल आ गई सर मैं, और आने के बाद पूरे गांव में पहले घूमी तो गांव में बहुत विरोध हुआ। सबले तो पहले मेरे पति विरोध किए, इसलिए मेरे को 10-15 दिन घर से बाहर रहना पड़ता था, मारपीट भी सहना पड़ा, नाक मुंह से खून भी आता था मारते थे तो। एक गिलास पानी भी नसीब नहीं रहता था, 10-12 दिन तक भूखे प्यासे बैठे रहती थी। गीला कपड़ा में 2 दिन 3 दिन तक ऐसे गीला कपड़ा पहन के रहती थी, क्योंकि पति गांव के विरोध के कारण उनके साथ में, मेरे पति भी उनके साथ में हो गए, मेरा साथ कोई नहीं दे रहे थे। कहते हैं सबका माँ बाप होता है सर, लेकिन गरीब का कोई नहीं होता। एक माँ ही समझ सकती है अपने बच्चे लोग को जब भूखा सुलाना पड़े, और बुखार में तपते हुए अपने बच्चे को माँ ही समझ सकती है। शायद उनके पिता भी वो चीज को नहीं समझ पाए। अब मेरे साथ छोड़ दिए, यानी कि मेरे साथ नहीं दिए, वो गांव वाले को साथ दिए, और गांव भी बैठक करके 3 दिन 4 दिन रात भर बैठक करते थे, और रेडियो लगा के पूरा बैठक करते थे, इनको गांव से बाहर निकालो, ये समूह बना रही है।
तो ये
ये
गांव के
पुरुष का काम है।
सारे गांव के पुरुष करते थे ये?
जी पूरा पुरुष ही थे, क्योंकि यहाँ महिलाएं हम लोग घूंघट में रहते थे सर, घर
अच्छा
से बाहर निकलने का बिल्कुल अनुमति नहीं था।
जी।
और हम लोग कोई भी आए तो खिड़की से देखते थे कि जा अपने दादा को बुला के लाना है, अपने पिताजी को बुला। ये निकलने का एक नहीं था, भूख प्यास कुछ भी मरे लेकिन बाहर मत निकलो। तो गांव वाले को ये चीज अच्छा नहीं लगता था, तो ये गांव की बहू होके गांव की महिलाओं को बिगाड़ेगी, ये पुरुष का काम है बैठने का, लेकिन ये महिला होके पूरा महिलाओं का बैठक कर रही है। मेरे लिए बहुत संघर्षपूर्ण जिंदगी रहा सर। और जब मैं जाती थी तो पूरे गांव एक, और मैं अकेली, मेरी 11 महिलाओं को पहले जोड़ी, और जोड़ने का मेन उद्देश्य था कि मैं कभी ये नहीं सोची कि पद्मश्री या फिर देश विदेश का एक अलग काम होगा, इतना बड़ा सोसाइटी कंपनी बना पाऊंगी। मेरा सोच था सर कि एक लकड़ी को आसानी से तोड़ा जा सकता है, लेकिन 15-20 लकड़ी को गट्ठा बांध दिया जाए तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सके, क्योंकि आदि शक्ति माँ दुर्गा 9 रूप धारण करके ही महिषासुर दानव को वध की थी। क्योंकि एक महिला तो नहीं कर सकती, लाचार है अपने बच्चों के लिए, समाज के लिए, लेकिन जहां एक मधुमक्खी की छाता की तरह एक हो जाए तो बड़ा से बड़ा काम हमारा दूर होता है। और वो सबसे बड़ा था हमारा गरीबी, हमारा समाज का अज्ञानता, हमारे बीच में जो महिलाओं के साथ जो शोषण होता है, महिलाओं के साथ जो अत्याचार होता है, वो तो मैं उसको ना हथियार बना ली, तलवार बना ली उसको। और जो मेरा डर था, डर को भगा दी, क्योंकि डर ही सबसे बड़ा कारण होता है महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ने में, आगे नहीं बढ़ने देती। हम लोग डर डर की जिंदगी जी रहे हैं। मेरा था कि मैं आज नहीं मरूंगी, कल मरूंगी, लेकिन मैं कुछ करके मरूंगी। मेरा जुनून था, मन में ढील इच्छा शक्ति था कि कुछ भी हो जाए मेरे को संगठन बनाना है। तो 2 रुपए पैसा 2 मुट्ठी चावल से शुरू की सर, और 2 मुट्ठी चावल से मैं 3 किलो चावल हर महीने इकट्ठा करती थी, जिसके घर में खाना नहीं है, चावल नहीं है, उसको मैं चावल देती थी। और 2 रुपये पैसे से हम लोग हफ्ते में, 1 महीने में 10 रुपये जमा होता था, ऐसे करके 110 रुपये जमा होता था हमारा।
अच्छा।
उस पैसे को मैं, जो बच्चा बीमार है उसका इलाज कराना, जो बच्चा पढ़ना चाह रहे हैं वो पढ़ सके, ये 3 चीज के लिए मैं की हूँ। मेरा पहला पढ़ाई, भलाई और सफाई, 3 मेरा मेन मंत्र है,
तो
जिसके लिए मैं सामने आई।
कितनी महिलाओं का संगठन बना था शुरू में? शुरू में कितनी महिलाओं के साथ संगठन बना था आपका पहले?
मेरा 11 महिलाओं को जोड़ी सर, 11 महिलाओं को जोड़ी जी। फिर विवाद हुआ, विरोध हुआ, कलेक्टर तक गए, सबके सब पूरे गांव वाले के गांव को बिगाड़ रही है। बहुत कुछ हुआ सर, ये कम समय में बता तो नहीं पाऊंगी, बहुत लंबा कहानी है। तो उसके बाद मैं गांव में साफ सफाई के साथ में मैं स्वयं रक्तदान की गांव के लिए, बुजुर्गों का सम्मान, और 2 माचिस के तिली से कुपोषण दूर करने के लिए बच्चों को बाल भोज शुरू की 2001 में।
अच्छा।
जिसमें गांव वाले को लगा कि गांव इतना साफ कर दिए, 11 महिला गांव में इतना अच्छा स्वास्थ्य शिविर लगाए हैं, महिला को के लोग रक्तदान कर रहे हैं, 12 बाटर रक्तदान किए सर हम। और साथ में स्कूल में हर महीना जाके बच्चे को पढ़ाई लिखाई देखना, स्कूल को साफ सफाई करना, उनको बाल भोज खिलाना। तो गांव वाले को लगा कि अरे एक काम हम लोग करना चाहिए, ये महिलाएं कर रही है, 11 महिलाएं। तो धीरे धीरे सपोर्ट मिला मेरे को, और 15 अगस्त को पहले बार मेरे गांव वाले मेरे हाथ से झंडा फहराई में। शायद मेरा बहुत बड़ा दिन था उस दिन, जो पूरे गांव और अपने परिवार को जीत पाई। सिर्फ 1 साल तक उन लोग अत्याचार किए, उसके बाद धीरे धीरे गांव जीती, फिर पैदल जाती थी सर तो फोड़ा आ जाता था, पैर में चप्पल नहीं रहता था, साड़ी 50 जगह फटा हुआ रहता था, खाने के लिए हड्डी का ढांचा थी, 10 दिन 12 दिन खा नहीं पाती थी। अब बच्चे खिलाऊं या मैं खाऊं, मेरे में जुनून था कि मैं हर एक महिलाओं को 10-10 करके सबको जोड़ूंगी। ये नहीं थी, ये मेरा नहीं था कि मैं इतना बड़ा सोसाइटी होगा, कंपनी होगा, या मैं देश विदेश तक मेरा एक पहचान होगा, ये बिल्कुल नहीं
जी
सोचती
जी
सर, ना मैं आज भी सोचती हूँ।
जी
इंसान एक कभी कुछ नहीं कर पाता, करते हैं तो संगठन में ही, और मेरा संगठन, मैं खुशनसीब हूँ कि मेरी जो आज महिलाएं हैं, 2 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाएं जुड़ी है,
2 लाख
1400 महिला जुड़ी हैं जी, 2 लाख महिलाएं जुड़ी है।
11 से 2 लाख आने में कितना समय लगा?
सर मैं 22-23 साल को पार कर रही हूँ मेरे
22
बनने
साल
में,
बहुत
इसमें 14,000 जी
ये बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय आपने काम किया है। 11 महिलाओं से शुरू
जी।
करके
और
आज
2
आप
रुपए जी, 2
जी
रुपए पैसा, आज 40 करोड़ बचत राशि है सर, 40
40
करोड़ बचत
करोड़
राशि कर चुकी हूँ
2
जी
रुपए से 40 करोड़,
जी।
ये
40 करोड़ और
बहुतों के लिए
इसमें
सोच पाना भी संभव नहीं होगा शायद। क्या होता है, कभी कभी हमारी हमारी सोच को ही हम इतना संकुचित कर लेते हैं कि हम कभी अपने जीवन
जी
में कुछ बड़ा कर ही नहीं पाते। तो जैसा
जी
आपसे मुझे बात करके ये अनुभव हो रहा है कि सबसे पहले हम अपनी
जी
सोच
सर,
को खुला रखें। हम अपनी सोच को
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल
खुली
सर
खुली सोच से अगर हम कोई भी निश्चय करते हैं तो उसको हम
जी
जरूर पूरा कर सकते हैं।
जी सर।
ये मुझे आपसे बात करके समझ में आ रहा है जी। आप बताएं, मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है आपकी बात सुन के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
सर जुनून जुनून बहुत जरूरी सर। आज सो भी ना आप मैं सोती हूँ सर तो मेरे को शौचालय बनाना था,
जी
8 दिन में पूरा गांव शौच मुक्त बना दी, क्योंकि सोच बदलना है,
जी
शौचालय बनाने से कुछ नहीं होता।
जी
मैं सोच बदलने का काम करती हूँ समाज में। मैं ये नहीं बोलती हूँ कि आप समूह में जुड़ो, आप रोजगार करो या आप शौचालय बनाओ। मेरा काम था सोच बदलना। जो इंसान सोच बदल लेना तो दुनिया में बड़ा से बड़ा काम कर सकता है। क्योंकि आज सबसे पहले यही आता है सर कि लालच, हमको क्या मिलेगा, काम करेंगे।
जी जी
दूसरा है कि हमारे पास समय नहीं है,
जी
समय। और तीसरा चीज है कि नहीं नहीं हम बहुत बड़े हैं, हम आपको ले जाने के लायक नहीं है, अहम। यानी
हम्म।
एक मन में अहम होता है कि मैं बहुत पैसे वाला हूँ, मैं बहुत
जी
बड़ा आदमी हूँ, मैं
जी
बहुत पढ़ा लिखा हूँ।
जी
तो ये सोच को हटाना होगा। 3 चीज समाज में आगे बढ़ने के लिए इसको हटाएंगे तभी हम समाज सेवा कर सकते हैं सर।
जी
तो मेरा जो बता रही थी सर कि
जी जी
14,000 महिला स्व सहायता समूह के से आज 40 करोड़ के साथ में समूह में जोड़ी हूँ, लेकिन आज समूह ही नहीं है, मेरे पास बड़ा बड़ा सोसाइटी और कंपनी बन चुका है। मेरा मेन 5 मुद्दा में काम करती हूँ सर।
जी
पहला है कि शिक्षा को लेके, क्योंकि मेरा सपना है कि मैं पढ़ी लिखी तो नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जिंदगी में वो बच्चियों को पढ़ाऊंगी जो देश विदेश तक जा सके। उसके लिए मैं कुछ भी काम करूंगी, छोटे से छोटे काम कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन मेरे अपने छत्तीसगढ़ के बच्चे को मैं विदेश तक भेज सकूं, क्योंकि उनको जो सपना है वो पूरा हो सके। मेरा सपना पूरा नहीं हुआ सर, मैं पढ़ नहीं पाई। आज भी मेरे को दुख लगता है कि मैं कभी अंग्रेजी बोल सकती हूँ ना समझ सकती हूँ। अभी अभी हिंदी बोलना सीखी हूँ सर, छत्तीसगढ़ी के सिवाय मेरे कुछ नहीं आता था। दूसरा है सर स्वास्थ्य। जिंदगी में हमारा शरीर सही रहेगा, हम सब अच्छा रहेंगे, समाज अच्छा रहेगा, स्वस्थ रहेगा, तभी हमारा
बिल्कुल
समाज आगे बढ़ेगा।
बिल्कुल
तीसरा है सर तीसरा है स्वच्छता। क्योंकि आज समाज में हम अपने परिवार, अपने घर को बहुत सुंदर स्वस्थ रखते हैं, लेकिन देश क्यों नहीं? देश को बिगाड़ने वाला ही हमारे ही बीच के हम ही लोग, समाज ही है, और सुधारेंगे हम लोग। क्योंकि मैं यही कहती हूँ सर कि नेता को वोट से मतलब, अधिकारी को नोट से मतलब। अब ये वोट और नोट से मैं बहुत दूर हूँ, मेरे को ये सब चीजें नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन समाज को एक स्वर्ग की तरह बनाना है, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है सर। समाज में जो कमी है मैं स्वयं करती हूँ, किसी को बोलती नहीं हूँ, और मेरे साथ जुड़ते जाते हैं। और इसके बाद स्वच्छता के बाद में सर शौचालय, छत्तीसगढ़ में राजनांदगांव जिला एक ऐसे जिला है जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को आना पड़ा।
अच्छा
24 गांव को निःशुल्क बिना सरकार की मदद से हम लोग पहले 8 दिन में शौचालय बनाए, 24 गांव को
अच्छा
8 दिन 10 दिन में पूरा गांव बदल दिए सर शौचालय बना के। और 95% शौचालय अपने से ही बनाए हैं, क्योंकि सोच बदलेंगे तो शौचालय का उपयोग होगा सर। सोच बदलेंगे तो शौचालय जब टूटेगा कहीं भी तो उसको हम बना पाएंगे। आज सोच सही नहीं होने के कारण सरकार को देखते कि सरकार हमको देगी, मदद करेगी, मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ सर, मैं 1 रुपया अभी तक सरकार से कभी मदद लेती नहीं हूँ,
अच्छा,
क्योंकि लेके सर झुकाना ये मेरे को पसंद नहीं है, क्योंकि एक माँ हूँ मैं,
जी,
एक माँ हूँ, क्योंकि माँ तो राम को भी जन्म दिया है, कृष्ण को दिए हैं, बुद्ध को दिए हैं, और भगवान का पूजन माँ के कारण ही हुआ है। तो माँ से बड़े महान कोई नहीं हो सकता। माँ दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा नाम है, वो ही भगवान, और वो उसी के कारण आज हम क्यों उनके पास झुके, शासन प्रशासन के पास क्यों झुके। इसलिए मैं कभी मांगने जाती नहीं हूँ। उनको लगता है तो संसद, विधायक, मंत्री मेरे यहाँ आ जाते हैं, लेकिन मैं कभी मांगने के लिए कभी नहीं जाती हूँ। और अपने ही पैसे से सर, चौथा मेरा जो काम है रोजगार, रोजगार में बकरी पालन, मुर्गी पालन, डेयरी चल रहा है, जिसमें अभी 7 से 8 हजार तक दूध महिलाओं, 25 गांव की महिलाएं को डेयरी मिला, जिसमें डेयरी के नाम से शक्ति डेयरी के नाम से हमारा समूह का ये चल रहा है 25 गांव का। 18 महिलाओं को शुरू की थी, आज 25 गांव जुड़ चुके हैं। अमूल दूध को नहीं ला सकती सर, लेकिन मिनी अमूल दूध ला सकती हूँ। ये मेरा और मेरा पूरे महिलाओं में वो ताकत है, क्योंकि कभी भी हो हमारा सोच बड़ा रहेगा तो हम काम बड़ा सोच से ही करेंगे। जिमीकन हमारा जो, जैसे करोड़ों में हम लोग जिमीकन बेचे, बहुत सारा, जैसे बाड़ी प्रोजेक्ट है, 512 एकड़ जमीन में हम लोग ऑर्गेनिक सब्जी भाजी फल लगाते हैं।
अच्छा,
वो भी गरीब महिलाओं का है। गरीब 1-1 एकड़ गरीब महिलाओं जो आत्महत्या कर रही हैं, कोई पलायन कर रहे हैं, वो घर में गांव में छोटे छोटे रूप में खेती करवा रहे हैं, जिसमें हल्दी धनिया मिर्च लगाए हैं, वो भी ऑर्गेनिक है। अब वो ऑर्गेनिक हल्दी धनिया मिर्च, चावल दाल मिर्ची, उसको हम लोग एक गांव वाले के नाम से हमारा ब्रांड बना, ब्रांड भी बन चुका है। जैसे बड़ा बड़ा ब्रांड रहता है,
हाँ हाँ हाँ, बिल्कुल,
हाँ, बिना ब्रांड का सामान नहीं बिकता। इसलिए हमारा जो छत्तीसगढ़ में जो महिलाएं जुड़ी हमारे साथ, लगभग 8 लाख महिलाएं जुड़ी सर छत्तीसगढ़ में। तो जो भी महिलाएं सामान बनाई हैं उसको हम लोग बेच सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनका बाजार कहीं नहीं मिलता, ना सरकार देती है, ना शासन प्रशासन दे पाती है। इसलिए हम लोग स्वयं अपना बाजार, अपना ब्रांड हम खुद ही बना रहे हैं। और आज पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ में हल्दी धनिया मिर्च के नाम से चालू है। और एक सबसे बड़ा चीज है सर कि ऑर्गेनिक हम लोग खाद भी बनाते हैं, फूल का अगरबत्ती बना रहे हैं। वो फूल जो भगवान में चढ़ा के हम लोग प्रदूषण करते हैं, तालाब में फेंक के, वो तालाब में फेंकते नहीं है, उस फूल को इकट्ठा करते हैं हम लोग हर साल, दशहरा, दिवाली, गणेश पूजन, उस फूल को इकट्ठा करते हैं, उसको हम लोग पूरा पाउडर बना के हम लोग अगरबत्ती बनाते हैं। उसमें हमारा रोजगार बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। और बाकी पापड़ बिजोड़ी का तो बहुत बड़े रूप में है। सरकार का जो भी योजना है, जो भी काम चलता है, वो हमारे से ही गुजरता है। हम लोग जो काम करते हैं, जैसे बकरी पालन है, बकरी पालन में 200 गांव है पूरे जुड़े, सबके घर में बकरी है। महिलाएं बेरोजगार अब नहीं है, वो खुद रोजगार अपने पति को दिए हैं हम लोग, क्योंकि पति बेरोजगार था। लेकिन आज महिला समूह में जुड़ने के बाद महिलाएं स्वयं ट्रेनिंग लेके अपने पति, अपने बेटा बेटी के साथ में उन लोग रोजगार दिए हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है सर जी, क्योंकि वो आज अपने बच्चे को अच्छे से अच्छा स्कूल में, अंग्रेजी स्कूल में पढ़ा रही हैं। पढ़े तो नहीं है, लेकिन अपने बच्चे को हम अच्छा शिक्षा दीक्षा दे सकते हैं। बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जिसको हम लोग दत्तक पुत्री लिए हैं, क्योंकि मेरा सोच यही सर कि मैं खुद नहीं पढ़ी हूँ, लेकिन मेरे बच्चे को पढ़ाना है। तो बहुत सारे हजारों बच्चे हैं जो हमारे द्वारा पढ़ रहे हैं, अभी बहुत ऊंचाई तक जा रहे हैं बच्चे लोग।
आपने
इस कार्यक्रम के लिए सर,
जी जी प्लीज बोलिए, आप बोलिए।
सर, इस कार्यक्रम के लिए हर घर से हम लोग 1-1 मुट्ठी चावल लाते हैं, 1 मुट्ठी दाल लाते हैं, और पुराना साड़ी का पंडाल, जिसमें 2-2.5 लाख महिलाएं पूरा बैठ के खिचड़ी बनाते हैं।
अच्छा।
और खाते भी हैं, बनाते भी हैं, और नशा मुक्ति के लिए काम भी करते हैं सर हम।
नशा मुक्ति पर भी काम करते हैं जी
सर। हमारा बहुत बड़ा काम चलता है यहाँ। एक महिला फौज बना है, गुलाबी फौज के नाम से जाना जाता है। वो महिलाएं 6:30-7 बजे से रात में निकलती, लकड़ी सीटी लेके और टोपी लेके।
अच्छा।
पूरे गांव-गांव में जो शराब पीते हैं, कोई महिला के साथ कोई छेड़खानी, या कोई शराब पी के अपने पत्नी को मार रहे हैं, कहीं भी जाम लगा शराब पीते हैं, जुआ खेलते हैं, या कोई लड़की को छेड़छाड़ कर रहे हैं, कोई गाली गलौज कर रहे हैं, उसको पकड़ते हैं हम लोग। वो डेली का हमारा काम है सर। हर गांव में 2 से 3 घंटा घूमते हैं, सिटी बजाते हैं।
अच्छा।
तो जैसे सिटी बज जाए, सीटी बजने का आवाज आए तो पीने वाले का आधा नशा खत्म, क्योंकि संगठन में बहुत बड़ा ताकत है सर।
बिल्कुल।
वो नशा उनका आधा खत्म होता है, वो पीना भी छोड़ देगा, उसके साथ में खाने पीने का जो भी मटन मुर्गा है सबको छोड़ के भगता है। ये स्थिति हमारे यहाँ है। और पूरे गांव में घूम घूम के महिलाओं के साथ कोई अत्याचार कुछ भी हो, पहले बैठक करते हैं, गांव वाले को समझाते हैं, और नहीं मानेंगे सीधा थाना तक पहुंच जाते हैं।
थाना प्रभारी मदद करते हैं आपकी?
सर एक कोई नहीं करता, एक महिला जाओगे कोई कहीं भी सपोर्ट नहीं मिलेगा आपको
जी।
लेकिन यहाँ तो मधुमक्खी का छाता है सर।
जी जी।
मधुमक्खी के छाता में जो हाथ डालेगा तो उनको भी तो पूरा पूरा मधुमक्खी क्या हाल कर सकता है। बिल्ली को मारोगे तो बिल्ली तो डर के भाग जाती है, कुत्ता भी भाग जाएगा, लेकिन उसी पत्थर को हम मधुमक्खी छाता में मारेंगे तो हाल बहुत खराब कर देता है। इसलिए हमारा मधुमक्खी का छाता है।
बिल्कुल।
और इसलिए हम लोग एक एक ट्रक शराब को आग लगा देते हैं सीधा।
अच्छा।
जो गांव में कच्चा शराब बनता है उसको पकड़ते हैं, सीधा आग लगाते हैं, उसके बाद पुलिस को बुलाते हैं कि चलाओ आप लोग फोटो खिंचाइए हमारे साथ।
अच्छा।
क्योंकि जरूरी सर, जब तक जनता नहीं जागेगी ना, है ना, जनता को जागना होगा, बदलाव नहीं आएगा। कोई नेता अधिकारी में कोई गलती नहीं है, गलती तो हमारे ही जैसे समाज में छोटे छोटे गांव में है, अपने अपने, है ना, तो चारी चुगली में समय बिताते हैं, खाली बैठ के समय बिताते हैं, लेकिन कोई काम नहीं करते। ऐसे बहुत सारा वृक्षारोपण है, बहुत सारा काम करते रहते हैं, पद यात्रा रखते हैं। और जो कार्यक्रम करने का मेन उद्देश्य यही सर मेरा, जो महिला फौज और नशा मुक्ति के लिए, क्योंकि छुआछूत का भावना समाज में बहुत रहता था। एक दूसरे घर में जाना नहीं, उनके यहाँ का खाना नहीं खाना, उनके साथ बात नहीं करना, ये छूत है, या शादी नहीं करना, कोई शादी में है तो उनको नहीं बुलाना, तो इसको मेरे दूर करना था। भगवान तो एक चीज बनाया है, एक स्त्री एक पुरुष, तो समाज में छुआछूत का भावना क्यों? वो भी इंसान है, हम भी इंसान है सर। तो इसलिए मैं छुआछूत की भावना को दूर करने के लिए सबके यहाँ से चावल दाल मंगा के खिचड़ी बना के एक साथ बैठ के खाते हैं हम लोग। हमारे कार्यक्रम भी हो जाता है, 2-2 लाख महिलाएं एक साथ खाते पीते हैं और एक साथ रहते हैं। शादी भी करना है सर बच्चियों का, तो हम लोग सामूहिक विवाह भी कर लेते हैं। 1 किलो चावल और 10 रुपया पैसे में शादी भी बहुत सुंदर कर लेते हैं। इतने सारी माँ जुड़ के हम अपने बेटियों का शादी करते हैं। तो इसलिए सरकार के पास कभी उनके पास हाथ जोड़ के ये नहीं कहना पड़ता कि हमारे लिए पंडाल, जी, पंडाल के लिए पैसा दो। जी
वैसे भी मैं कहीं देख रहा था कहीं, जैसे क्योंकि मैं इसलिए ये बात अभी ला रहा हूँ, आपको थोड़ा सा पीछे लेके जाऊंगा हालांकि मैं इसमें, क्योंकि हमारे जो विद्यार्थी हैं वो उद्यमिता के विद्यार्थी हैं, तो एक उद्यमी जो होता है उसमें एक खूबी ये होती है कि वो अपने पास में जो भी साधन सामग्री है उसको जुगाड़ करके वो आगे बढ़ता है ना। तो जैसे मैंने कहीं शायद देखा था, मुझे अभी याद आ रहा है, क्योंकि आपने बाजार की बात करी, तो आपने बाजार ठेका लिया था एक बार आपके समूहों के साथ में, कहीं 53,000
एक बार नहीं सर जी, अभी तक बहुत सारा सर बता रहे हो कि
नहीं, वो जो पहले आपने
53,000
रुपए में कुछ एक बोली लगा करके आपने लिया था। अगर आप प्लीज अगर हमारे विद्यार्थियों को बता सके तो उनको बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलेगा उस एग्जाम्पल से।
जी, ये पहले की बात है सर। यहाँ तो पूरे जिले में बाजार ठेका महिलाओं के हाथ में है, राशन दुकान महिलाओं के हाथ में है, रेडी टू ईट महिलाओं के हाथ में है, मध्याह्न भोजन सरकार सबसे पहले महिलाओं को, अभी गौठान चल रहा है नरवा गुरुवाबाड़ी हमारा ही है। तो मैं पहले ली थी सर 2002 में, जब ली तो मेरे साथ एक पढ़ी लिखी लड़की भी थी। मेरे पढ़ना नहीं आता था, लेकिन वो लड़की थी। लेकिन जब बाजार ठेके की बात आया कि बाजार गए थे हम लोग सब्जी लेने के लिए, तो वहां देखते हैं कि बुजुर्ग भैया है, बाबा है, उनको मार पीट रहा था बाजार वाला ठेकेदार लोग। लड़कियां महिला है एकदम सियान हो गई है, उनको भी मार पीट करना, उनके सब्जी बेच देना, तो हम लोग को बहुत बुरा लगा। मैं सीधा पंचायत गई, वहां से बोली लगा के उसको ले ली। उनको बुरा लगा, जो बाजार ठेके लेने वाला ठेकेदार था उसको बहुत बुरा लगा सर। वो 20 साल से वो बाजार ठेका ले रहा था अपना गांव का। फिर उसके बाद वो लड़की को चमका दिया कि तू कॉलेज नहीं जा सकती, बाजार को मेरे दोस्त तुम लोग क्यों लिए हो महिला समूह वाले। तो वो बेचारी डर के भग गई, वो बिल्कुल हमारे समूह को छोड़ दी कि आप लोग को मरना है तो मरो, मेरे को नहीं रखना है। और हम लोग के मुंह में ही रजिस्टर को मार के फेंक के चले गई कि तुम मानते नहीं हो, बहुत गुंडा है, गुंडागर्दी करता है, वो बाजार ले रहे हो। तो मैं बोली फिर महिला क्या मतलब, महिला वो महिला है जो आगे बढ़ के कभी पीछे मुड़ के ना देखे, वो महिला कहलाती है। पीछे मुड़ना है तो बुजुर्गों का काम है। मैं लूंगी, कुछ भी हो जाए, मैं जिद पकड़ ली, मेरे को लेना है। मेरे साथ में पूरे महिलाएं 9 महिलाएं और जुड़ गई, हम 10 महिलाएं मिलके बाजार ठेका तो ले लिए सर। जब उसूली शुरू किए तो फिर हम लोग के साथ भी दादागिरी करना, कई सब्जी वाले को भड़काना, और यहाँ तक वो मेरे घर में आके धमकी भी दिया कि तेरे को उठवा देंगे, तेरे बच्चे को उठवा देंगे, तू बाजार को तुरंत दे, नहीं तो तू 1 हफ्ता के बाद तू जिंदा नहीं रहेगी। मेरे को लगा कोई बात नहीं है, मरना भी बहुत अच्छी बात है, कुछ करके तो मरूंगी, महिलाओं के लिए कुछ करके मरूंगी, आपको जो करना है करो। फिर कलेक्टर को पता लगा, हमारे दिनेश श्रीवास्तव सर जो गुरु के रूप में 2003 में आए थे, कलेक्टर सर बोलते हैं कि फुलबासन जी आप पुलिस भेज रहे हैं आपको, आप पुलिस के साथ में बाजार वसूली करिए, क्योंकि बहुत डर का हिसाब है, पहले बार महिलाएं निकले हो तो पुलिस का व्यवस्था है, पुलिस हम देंगे। मैं कलेक्टर सर को बोली देखो सर, 1 हफ्ता पुलिस दोगे, 2 हफ्ता पुलिस दोगे, कितने दिन तक पुलिस दे सकते हो?
जी।
फिर हम तो लाचार ही रहेंगे सर, हमको ये पुलिस का बिल्कुल सहयोग नहीं चाहिए, हम अपना जिंदगी अपना समूह स्वयं चलाएंगे, आपकी मदद से कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि हम उठे हैं, ये उठे ही हैं। तो सर बोले देखो जब जरूरत पड़ेगा तो मेरे को बता देना, क्योंकि आप लोग का काम मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो कलेक्टर सर फिर उसके बाद मैं आजू बाजू घूम के सर सब महिलाओं को पत्थर लेके बुलाई बाजार में।
अच्छा।
हर महिलाएं थैला लेके पत्थर ले लेके आती थी आजू बाजू में, और सब्जी के बलदा उन लोग मेरा पूरा देखते थे, हम लोग 10 महिलाएं घूमते थे, तो बाकी आसपास की महिलाएं पूरा बाजार वाले को लकड़ी और पत्थर थैला में लेके घूमते रहते, कोई महिलाओं के साथ कुछ करे या कुछ गाली दे तो हम लोग सब मिल के मारेंगे। तो महिलाओं पत्थर उठाना, लकड़ी लेना, ये सब देख के ना गुंडा भी आते थे, वो दलाल भी आता था, कुछ चिल्लाने लगता था, लेकिन 1 दिन 2 दिन के बाद इतना भग गया, आज के बाद उसको मैं नजर से नहीं देखी हूँ, आज तक उसको नहीं देखी हूँ, आज 20 साल हो गया बाजार ठेका लेने के बाद। और मैं 53,000 में ली थी सर, और मैं पूरा पैसा को पटा के, बैंक से पैसा पटा के, उसमें मैं 53,000 का पैसे को मैं 35,000 रुपया हमको 1 साल में मुनाफा मिला, वो मेरा पहला कमाई था जी। और उसके बाद तो पूरे जिला पूरा बाजार ठेका लेना लगा, बाजार ठेका मोटर वोटर का, साइकिल की स्टैंड का, फिर पत्थर खदान का, एक पहला था सर जो अचार बड़ी पापड़ जो चलता था, और स्कूल का पूरा सप्लाई करना, स्कूल का सामान सप्लाई करना, मिर्च धनिया का, ये शुरुआत था। अब तो बड़ा बड़ा रूप पूरा कंपनी, सीताफल का आइसक्रीम बन रहा है सर, सीताफल बना रहे हैं आइसक्रीम, 750-800 महिलाएं जुड़ के, 1480 महिलाएं हैं जो कंपनी चला रही है, हल्दी धनिया मिर्ची का, फूल का अगरबत्ती बना रही है महिलाएं, ऐसे कई सारा महिलाएं जुड़ते गई सर, और आज 9 से 10,000 से लेके 16-17,000 तक पैसा कमा के अपने परिवार को चला
तो
रही है।
ये सामग्री बनाने से लेकर के मार्केट में सप्लाई करने तक का सारा काम ये आपके समूह की महिलाएं ही करती हैं?
जी सर जी, पूरे अपने से साइकिल चलाना सीखी मैं 25-30 किलोमीटर तक साइकिल से यात्रा करती थी सर, पैर में फोड़ा आता था, आती थी तो घर में मार पड़ता था, तो मैं साइकिल चलाने भी सीखी सर, और साइकिल से 25-30 किलोमीटर जाके शाम जल्दी आ जाती थी। फिर उसके बाद महिला ओलंपिक खेल करवाई, स्वयं साइकिल रेस करवा के कईयों हजारों महिलाओं को साइकिल चलाने भी सिखाई। हम लोग के लिए एकदम सुविधा हो गया, बच्चे को हॉस्पिटल से लेके स्कूल तक जाना, कहीं जाना है, बाजार जाना है, समूह में जाना है, लेकिन आज पति लोग हम लोग को ले जाते हैं। महिलाएं एक दिन पति मारपीट करता था, लेकिन आज सबके पति कि वो देरी भी होगा तो पति बोलेगा चल मैं छोड़ देता हूँ। ये एक सशक्तिकरण है।
जी बिल्कुल।
कार्यक्रम के लिए पुराना साड़ी और 1 मुट्ठी चावल, 1 मुट्ठी दाल, 1 रुपया पैसा लेके पति लोग बोलते हैं कि चल जा पकड़ के जाओ, पुराना साड़ी है चलो, उसका पंडाल लगाते हैं सर हम लोग पुराना साड़ी का।
जी
2-2 लाख महिलाओं का जब कार्यक्रम होता है सर, तो एक देखने के विदेश के लोग आते हैं देखने के लिए, बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम होता है। और अभी तक कई ऐसे कार्यक्रम हो चुका है, और छोटा मोटा कार्यक्रम तो डेली रहता है सर, 4 से 5 कार्यक्रम मेरा होता ही है, जिसमें मैं जाती हूँ। मेरे पूरा फेडरेशन के जितनी भी महिलाएं हैं वो लोग भी घूम घूम के पूरा महिलाओं को जोड़ती है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है सर, यहाँ कोई किसी को पैसा नहीं मिलता, फेडरेशन बढ़ाने में जो मदद मिला है, कोई भी महिला पैसे में हम लोग काम नहीं करते, निस्वार्थ भावना से महिलाएं जुड़ी है, क्योंकि 1 दिन 2 दिन करते हैं उसके बाद वही आता है कि लालच। लेकिन हमारी बहनें हैं, मैं तो कहती हूँ सर कि आज कई सम्मान मेरे को याद नहीं है कि सोना चांदी डायमंड हीरा करोड़ रुपया पैसा मिला है, लेकिन कभी नहीं लगा कि ये सम्मान मेरा है। वो इतना सम्मान सब हमारी 2 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाओं का है, और मेरे जैसे और राज्य पुरस्कार से बहुत सारी मेरी छोटी बहनें हैं, उनको भी मैं सम्मान मिला है सर। और हमारे फेडरेशन में गांव संगठन बना, 20 समूह है, उसका ग्राम संगठन बना दिए, 5 गांव का क्लस्टर बना दिए, 25 गांव का सेक्टर बना दी, और उसके बाद ब्लॉक का अध्यक्ष सचिव बना दी। फिर जिले में मैं बैठी हूँ, मेरे साथ में हम लोग 11 महिलाएं बैठे हैं, जो पूरे 1681 गांव है राजनांदगांव जिले में, उसको पूरा संभालती हैं। ये काम होता है सर।
अद्भुत काम किया है आपने फुलबसन जी, जहां से आपने शुरुआत करी और जहां पर आप लेकर आए हैं अपने समूह को, ये अविस्मरणीय काम है एक तरह से। और बहुतों के लिए कल्पना के परे भी होगा कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ किया भी जा सकता है। पर मैं ये जरूर जानता हूं कि आप यहाँ पर रुकेंगे नहीं, आपका जरूर इसके आगे भी बढ़ने का कोई ना कोई प्लान जरूर होगा।
आश्रम बना रही हूँ सर
जी,
आश्रम बना रही हूँ मैं। अभी मेरे को वहां गई थी सर, केबीसी कौन बनेगा करोड़पति कर्मवीर में,
जी
पता नहीं था सर कि यहाँ मेरे को हार सीट में बैठना है।
जी
मेरे को यही था कि मैं वहां, मेरे को कुछ सम्मान देना चाह रहे हैं, अमिताभ बच्चन जी बुला रहे हैं,
जी
चले तो गई सर। लेकिन जब हार सीट में बैठी
जी
तो सभी भारत के सभी भाई बहनों का आशीर्वाद से
जी
ऐसे खेलते गए सर कि पूरे 50 लाख जीत के आ गई वहां से, घंटी बजते तक।
अरे अभिनंदन है आपको बहुत।
50 लाख जीती है, उसको दान भी करके आ गई। मेरा बहुत बड़ा आश्रम बन रहा है सर, उस आश्रम में महिलाओं के लिए, बेटियों के लिए आश्रम बना रही हूँ, और बहुत जल्दी अपने घर को।
कहाँ बन रहा है ये आश्रम आपका?
ये राजनांदगांव में, या राजनांदगांव से
राजनांदगांव
15-16 किलोमीटर है सर। जी
अच्छा।
जी। वहाँ महिलाओं को आर्थिक स्थिति को मजबूत करने के लिए ट्रेनिंग देती हूँ, क्योंकि पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है, आंख में देख के महिलाएं सीखेगी, इसलिए उनको ट्रेनिंग दूंगी। और जो बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पा रहे हैं, वो विदेश पढ़ना चाहती है, उनको पढ़ाऊंगी। तो 50 लाख के साथ में लगभग करोड़ रुपए का बहुत बड़ा काम करवा रही हूँ। बहुत सारा सम्मान, 10 लाख 20 लाख सब मिला सर, लेकिन घर में मैं 1 रुपए नहीं लाई हूँ। मेरे पति अभी भी गाय बकरी चराते हैं, और गाय बकरी बेच के ही, दूध बेच के ही मैं समाज सेवा करती हूँ। आज भी एक साड़ी मैं आज तक खरीदी नहीं हूँ, न एक चप्पल भी अपने लिए ली हूँ, न एक चश्मा लेती हूँ, न मोबाइल ली हूँ। जो भी है, जिनको लगता है कि नहीं दीदी को जरूरत है चश्मा का, तो चश्मा ला के दे देती हैं, क्योंकि अपने लिए सभी लोग जिंदगी जीते हैं, दूसरे की जिंदगी जीना तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है सर। मैं खुश नसीब हूँ कि मैं समाज की मैं बेटी हूँ, देश की बेटी हूँ, छत्तीसगढ़ की बेटी हूँ। मेरा हक बनता है कि मैं, ये मेरा पूरा परिवार के लिए मैं कुछ भी करूं, क्योंकि ये देह दान आप देख रहे हो, इस शरीर को भी दान कर चुकी हूँ। क्योंकि मेरे लिए पैसा मायने नहीं रखता सर, या सम्मान मेरे लिए नहीं, लेकिन सम्मान को निभाना बहुत बड़े लिए मेरे लिए मायने रखता है, और मैं निभाते जा रही हूँ। क्योंकि ये सम्मान हम सभी 2 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाओं का सम्मान है, इसलिए हम लोग एक माला की तरह घूम के हम लोग लगातार समाज में जो भी परेशानी है, कोई शिक्षा के लिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए, स्वच्छता के लिए, रोजगार के लिए, नशा मुक्ति के लिए, और कोई भी बीमार है उसके इलाज के लिए, तो हम 24 घंटा तत्पर रहते हैं। और हमारा यही सोच है कि उनको सही सलाह दे। कोई बेटी को जला दिए, किसी को मार दिए आग में, तो उसके लिए भी हम लोग लड़ाई लड़ते हैं, और हमारे लड़ाई से कई बेटियों को तुरंत उनका अधिकार मिला। हमारे लड़ाई के कारण उनको तुरंत पोस्टमार्टम का रिपोर्ट मिला, और इसलिए आज महिलाएं हैं जो एकजुट होकर काम कर रही है सर। ये है सर।
बहुत बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। फुलबसन जी, मेरे साथ में यहाँ मेरे कुछ विद्यार्थी भी हैं। आपकी बातें सुनकर मुझे ये विश्वास है उनके मन में बहुत सारे सवाल उमड़े होंगे। तो अगर आप इजाजत दें तो मैं,
बिल्कुल सर जी।
हाँ
जी।
तो अगर कोई सवाल
जी,
कुछ
जी,
पूछना चाहे फुलबसन जी से, तो आप लोग पूछ सकते हैं मेरे को, पैनलिस्ट। अगर ना हो तो कोई बात नहीं, मैं चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाता हूँ।
जी सर।
कोई शायद कुछ पूछ रहा है। ये सवाल किसका है? पारुल का है। फुलबसन जी, मैं रायपुर छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ। मेरे दादाजी एक समाज सेवक और वकील थे और आपके संगठन की बहुत सी कहानियां सुनाते थे। आज आपको ऐसे सुन के बहुत ज्यादा प्रोत्साहन
मैं तो
मिला,
खुश हो गया।
बहुत खुशी हुई। छत्तीसगढ़िया सबले
जी।
बढ़िया, ये तो बात पक्की है।
जी 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 सर, जी जी सर।
मेरा मेरा बस्तर आना होता है अक्सर, जगदलपुर में। मैं
जी जी सर जी।
मैं हर महीने वहां आता, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा मैं आपसे समय लेकर के कभी वहां से राजनांदगांव भी आऊं जरूर, और प्रत्यक्ष आपसे
समय तो लेना पड़ेगा
मुलाकात
सर,
हो।
क्योंकि
नहीं,
समय
मैं
ना
समझता हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल समझता हूँ।
एक महीने से पहले लेना पड़ेगा
जी
समय,
जी
क्योंकि एक रहती नहीं वहां, आपके कार्यक्रम के कारण ही रुकी हूँ,
जी
नहीं तो
जी
रहती नहीं घर में।
जी जी।
जी
तो
जी सर।
नहीं, आप, मैं हम आपके आभारी हैं कि आपने हमारे लिए ये समय निकाला आज।
जी
और
सर जी।
ये जैसा मैंने कहा, ये हम सबके लिए प्रेरणा का एक स्रोत है। बहुत ज्यादा, इनफैक्ट आपकी आपसे बातें करके मुझे दो लाइनें याद आ गई जो मैंने पता नहीं कई सालों पहले लिखी थी। अगर आप कहें तो मैं आपको सुना सकता हूँ।
जी 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 सर जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और वो बिल्कुल मतलब चरितार्थ होती हैं, जिस तरह से मैंने आपको सुना, शायद वो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं इतना छुआ कि मुझे याद आ गया, मैंने कभी ये लिखा था। और वो दो लाइनें ऐसी थी कि नन्हे परिंदे की पहली उड़ान और बादलों में तूफान था, लगा दी उसने भी जान की बाजी क्योंकि दांव पे आसमान था। और यही मुझे आपकी
एक
कहानी में
नंबर।
कहीं ना कहीं चरितार्थ होता हुआ दिखता है। और हम बहुत
जी सर
आभारी
जी।
हैं कि आप हमारे साथ आए और आपने अपना कीमती समय
धन्यवाद
हमें
सर।
दिया। और हमारे विद्यार्थियों को आपसे आज बहुत कुछ सीखने मिला होगा। इसके लिए मैं
जी
आपका
सर,
अनेक
धन्यवाद
अनेक
सर जी।
अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ।
धन्यवाद सर जी, धन्यवाद सर जी।
धन्यवाद।
सर जी
नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद। नमस्ते सर जी। बंद कराओ एक फोन, वीडियो वाले चालू करो।
So we still have 10 minutes, right? I'll just drink
Yes,
some
we
water and we'll be back. Okay, just give me some time.
sure sir. Hello, Samapti ma'am.
Hi.
You're on.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah.
It was indeed a very, very
Yeah, I have
inspiring.
so much strong views, and that comes from the experience and the fight. So yeah, I came little late because I was busy with another session with. So I thought that I will join.
I
Yeah.
mean, at the last, I think Sujay sir was asking, do you have any questions? After listening to her, after hearing her stories, there were no questions, but we were actually questioning ourselves that where, how, what are we doing? What are you complaining about? So it was really wonderful.
Good learning. Good learning at the end of the day, if you realize that why we are complaining, and so yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah,
Good afternoon.
Sujay. Yeah, I was with Cocoon today.
Acha, you're with
So,
Cocoon, is it?
that another uh, good development. I will tell you all later.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Amazing work. I mean, they are also doing. Sometimes probably we'll have
Yeah.
an opportunity to interact with them also.
Mm.
There are
Mm.
a lot of comments. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss anything reading? आप आपके आगे किस तरह में विस्तार करना चाहेंगी? वो आई थिंक उन्होंने कवर किया, वो किस तरह से विस्तार करना चाहेंगी। वो एक आश्रम की स्थापना कर रही हैं जहाँ पर वो महिलाओं के लिए बना रही हैं। अभी फिलहाल तो उनका ये प्लान है।
और देखो, शंगेंद्र wrote a शायरी.
मैम के लिए अच्छा एक शायरी है।
Mm.
मैंने जिंदगी को अर्श से फर्श पर देखा है, मैंने शांत समंदर में बवंडर देखा है। बहुत सुंदर।
Mm. So we have 10 minutes now.
आई थिंक सो।
Okay.
बाबूलाल दहिया जी तो खुद ही पोएट हैं।
Mm.
तो हम कोशिश करेंगे उनसे कुछ सुनने की।
Yeah,
पर
of
मेरे ख्याल से
course.
वो लोकल डायलेक्ट में लिखते हैं, तो मुझे नहीं पता कितने लोग तो पूरी तरह से समझ पाएंगे उस चीज को।
But it seems like even you write poetry. I mean, those two lines are very, very inspiring.
हाँ नहीं समटाइम्स आई डू।
तुम क्या जानो सुजय सर के बारे में,
अरे नहीं नहीं ऐसा कुछ
पता करो, मिल
अभी
जाएगा।
आ रहा है, कैंपस में आ रहा है मैम।
यस, आज तो डायरेक्टर्स मैम भी बहुत खुश थे। या
तो खाली खाली लगता है ना, कैंपस स्टूडेंट्स नहीं है तो अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
वहां शमशान घाट लगता है। Nobody is there now these days. तो भी residential kids are out, so almost 2 years I didn't see them. So now little bit noise is coming and it you feel good. ठीक है, I can take 5 minutes, right?
या श्योर मैम यू कैन,
Yep.
वी हैं 5 मिनट में ज्वाइन करने में।
Mm.
Balwan, can you share the screen? Sir, Babulal ji would be joining soon, like in few minutes.
या नो प्रॉब्लम।
Hello everyone. Babulalji is facing some technical issues. He will be joining us soon. Please don't leave.
So until Babulalji joins, I'll take you through the tomorrow's exciting lineup coming up. So tomorrow the day would start at 10:30, where of course we have to all log in before 15 minutes prior to 10:30. So we'll just introduce the day of day one tomorrow, and later we would have our first panel discussion tomorrow, which is art and culture as an engine of economic growth. We have amazing panel discussion coming up. All of the expertise in this panel work in the art and culture sector. So that's the first panel discussion which we have. Later, after the break, we have another interesting panel discussion, which is power of art and culture for social change. We have got international participants as the speakers for this particular session. So we all are looking forward to this. Hope you all join the session too. Later, we have our flagship competition, which is the Social Venture Challenge finale. So it's a very interesting one. People across different backgrounds come up with their own ideas, and this session, this Social Venture Challenge has been happening for last 1 month, and we have been shortlisting candidates. And finally, tomorrow, top 5 ideas would be pitching their ideas, and it is very interesting. It's our flagship event. So that would be happening from 2:15 p.m. to 3:45 p.m. And later, it's a very interesting folklore group, which is Wiley Folklore Group. It's a last performance of the day, where all the instruments which they play are made up of bamboo, and it's a very traditional sort of art form from Kerala. So we are all new to it. So we thought to utilize this platform of Ipreneur to showcase this unique art form through the online media. So we are looking forward to day 2 tomorrow. So this is the overview of the entire day for day 2. So we hope that this would definitely make your Sunday very beautiful and creative. So looking forward to your presence for tomorrow. Of course, post this event, we would be having our case study competition finale. So it's also very interesting. We would be having the case study finals live on the Ipreneur platform. So a lot of interesting perspective would be coming up from the participants. So stay tuned for that too. Maybe if you are not able to hear Babulalji today, because of any technical issue, we'll try to adjust if it can be done tomorrow. We are still waiting for him to resolve the technical issue, but if at all we are not able to hear him today, we'll request him if he can come tomorrow for the session, if possible. Of course, with we have to also check with Sujay sir if he is free or not, but definitely we would try to make some arrangement accordingly. I think we can also have a brief sort of interaction as to if from the participant, anyone wants to share about day one, like how's their experience about day one, what all they learned, and what are topics they're interested. Maybe next year we can try to bring them for Ipreneur 2022. Maybe if someone is interested to talk about today's session, maybe that can be done. Maybe you can raise your hand and then we can allow the host to give you the permission to unmute, if that's possible.
Hi, Brunmai. So, I remember like you asking us, Abhi, about like what all we can do next year. So I was thinking that we can invite, more people like the previous speaker. I mean, the people who are like more down to earth, who have, worked more on ground, because her whole thing seemed, a lot more grounded in the reality and the experiences she had gone through. So yeah, that was one thing I felt like I should have said. Thank you.
We can also invite suggestions from the attendees, how the experience has been till now, and what all they expect from the sessions going forward. I have Nitish raising his hand, so I'll allow Nitish to talk and he can share his insights. Yeah, Nitish, you have the rights to speak.
Hi.
Hello, hi.
Hello, hi. Hi, I'm Ashok from Pondicherry. Just wanted to know if you guys can share contacts with us. Like, for example, Babulal ji, or you definitely must be having quite a lot of such innovative people, because I work with those kind of farmers or those kind of innovators in bringing in to forefront the Indic foods.
Wow.
Yes, absolutely. That can be done. We can share the contacts, and probably this can also work as a networking session for everyone in the audience also, if they want to share their experiences and people they want to connect with, and they can also drop in their suggestions in the chat box, or if they want to speak. But I can
I just shared my email ID.
Definitely, team has taken a note of that, and we'll share the newsletter and the contacts with you.
Thank you
I
so
think,
much.
Balwan, how if you just enter our email ID too, so that even if anyone has any queries or doubts, they can just email us on our email ID.
Yes, absolutely. We can do that at the end of the session. We'll drop in all the email IDs and people can connect.
This is a Tis from Chembur, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think considering the time, I think Babulal ji is facing few sort of technical issues and, is unable to join. So maybe, I think since we have very limited time, we just have 30 minutes. I think we have to postpone the event. Maybe we'll just try to talk with him once. We'll try to contact with him once. Try to understand what is the problem so that we, be prepared a little bit before if he's facing similar technical issues. So perhaps we have to postpone, unfortunately, we have to postpone this session of Babulal ji. We would have loved to hear him, and we would still try our best to get him tomorrow if possible, depending upon Sujay's schedule and Babulal ji's schedule.
What I suggest is you talk to him first,
Right.
see what is his comfort, and then let me know.
Sure, sir. Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much. Sir, do you have any feedback for us? Like, what do you think about the session which happened before?
I was so engrossed in her story, I really didn't take notice of anything else. But I want to tell you that these are the people who we should take majority of our learnings from. Of course, what you study in your course is important, but that will help you to apply. That will help you to kind of solve certain organizational problems. But at an individual level, these are the people who we should be learning from. The kind of, it's unimaginable the kind of situation that she must have been into. I mean, just to hear somebody, it is so difficult to hold yourself back, and I mean, I cannot even imagine what frame of mind that lady would have been who's dragged her kids to a railway track to, see, committing suicide yourself is one big step. I mean, I don't know what state of mind you have to be in, to be able to take such a decision. But to drag your kids, it's at a different level altogether, is what I feel. and to bounce back from there. So, what does it teach us? It's not over till it's over. Nothing, in this world, we should not allow anything to, overwhelm us. We are very, I would say, very myopic in terms of looking at adverse situations. We feel that our problem is the biggest problem, and just look at these people, and they bounce back how, right? Today she has companies, she has societies, they have corpus of 40 crore. Now imagine the kind of change they can bring in, and they would be bringing in. And if you look at the delta that she has traversed, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So therefore, people like her, people like Mahesh Sharma ji, I don't know if you had the chance to interact with Mahesh Sharma ji, because of COVID, you might, I think your immersion didn't happen in Jabua, right? Because of COVID, we couldn't go, right? Yeah. So these are the people. Anil Prakash Joshi ji, he also comes to various forums. He has made tremendous change in Uttarakhand region, in the Himalayan region. These are real life inspirations, and when you look at these people, then you say nothing is esoteric. So the things which we disregard as esoteric, यार ये तो हो नहीं सकता, अरे क्या नहीं हो सकता, और क्यों नहीं हो सकता? अपनी सोच बड़ी रखो, तो ऐसा क्या है जो नहीं हो सकता? Now, she is a real life example, right? From those railway tracks to here, if that distance can be traversed, then anything can be done, right? कुछ भी हो सकता है. So should always, and students especially, the juncture that you are, the life stage that you people are, if you get to interact with these people early on, your journey might go in a completely different direction. You might become a different person altogether, and that is the purpose of probably having these sessions. And it's a fantastic. The session per se is fantastic. There is no doubt about it. What can we say about people? We feel so small in front of them. Whatever we have done and whatever we have achieved or not achieved or whatever. But the session per se was excellent. I know about Fulbasanji early on because we fortunately our job takes us to places where we keep coming across people like who have stories similar to her. But every one of them is unique and every one of them is phenomenal. Not taking away from anyone. The session was fantastic. I'm sure the interaction with Bahulal ji would also give us some different insights, probably. So there is immense learning, and these are the kind of interactions you should have. It shapes you as a person, and which will make you a better version of yourself, which will also reflect in your journey as a professional. When you become professional, when you lead teams, you will be a lot more sensitive, a lot more accommodative. So I feel the session was very good. Quite looking forward to interact with Bahulal ji. Also, I'll see. Let me know. First, you take his time, and then let me know.
Sure.
I'll try my best to be there. Otherwise, also, probably I'll take recordings from you to listen to him. But I'll try to be there, nevertheless.
Sure.
Since these technical issues are one of the drawbacks of the mode we are working on right now. So what we can do is we can utilize the time to talk to our attendees. Meanwhile, if that is possible, we can add them in the panel and they can talk to us one-on-one, and they can probably show us their faces. They've been sitting all day. It has been such a long day, and probably they can share their doubts and insights also with us. So we'll be adding all the attendees in the panel, and you guys can share your insights, network, talk to each other, and talk to us. So we'll just add you guys in the panel.
I think as you said, Sujay sir, that I think that is that's why we also feel fortunate to be part of TISS, because it gives us that platform to interact with such amazing personalities, that it gives you a different perspective altogether. Well, there are colleges which have great alumni and really amazing infrastructure, but the amount, like the thoughts which we learn from these interactions, the people which we meet maybe last year Ipreneur, or when we are on campus, the people which we meet, people who want to bring change for better. I think it really inspires you. It shapes your personality in a very different way. And I think that cannot be quite seen. I mean, I talk with my friends who are in engineering college, or they are in they're pursuing MBA. Of course, their technical knowledge is amazing, but the social angle which TIS students get, I think that sort of gives you a different lens to see the world. So I think that's we are very fortunate to be a part of TISs. I think.
No, that happens, and that really happens, and and it will impact you in ways which you may not even fathom. For example, I think, I don't know if I shared that incidents with you. I might have, probably, because in my lectures I'm like, it's there is no script, it's just free flowing. So I might have shared it before. Probably, there was some organization who was facing losses, and the board constituted board arrived at a decision that we will have to lay off, say, X number of people, to save our costs. I don't know why that is the most logical option always. But so like probably any other organization would have, they also came to the conclusion that we'll have to let go of so many people. Nobody likes it, but unfortunately that's the problem the business is facing. But the CEO said, no, I will not implement this. He put his foot down, said, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to let my people go. And they said, then what do we do? He said, well, all of us take a pay cut. Instead of letting few people go, right from the person who is standing last in the line till the president of the company, everybody takes a pay cut. And then the way he announced to his people was probably where his sensitivity reflects. So he went and told his employees that what, this is what we are facing, and we were faced with a choice of letting some of us go, but rather what we have decided is that why not let all of us take a pay cut. So rather than few people suffering a lot, it is better that all of us suffer a little. Now though that kind of sensitivity, nobody will teach you. It has to come from within, and it cannot happen unless your mind is conditioned in a certain way. And that conditioning happens when you are in company of people who are like the Fulvasanji and Mahesh Sharma and probably many others that you come across in this. So that is where the difference. Otherwise, it was very easy for anybody to sign up saying like, yeah, 400 people, let go. We can't help it. The business has to survive, and there are justifications for everything, right? So there are justifications for cheer, haran, there will be justification for anything in this world. So, but the leader said no. The reason he said no, because he was sensitive towards his people, right? And that is what the essence of being a human is. Otherwise, kill someone to survive, that's animal behavior, right? To kill someone to survive yourself, that's animal behavior. What did you achieve by becoming human? ये growth होने का फायदा क्या हुआ? वो sensitivity ही तो है जो आपको अलग करती है औरों से. Otherwise, so it's a jungle run. Everybody knows. Market is a jungle run.
Okay, so Sir Babulal ji has joined us, and probably we can have a talk.
We should, we have, but we'll have to close it by 5:30 because you have another session lined up.
Yes, sir, right.
Okay. So I'll maneuver it accordingly. ठीक है, उनको आए तो लेकर आइए उनको, please.
Right.
अब हम सबसे मुखातिब होने जा रहे हैं पद्मश्री बाबूलाल दहिया जी। पद्मश्री बाबूलाल दहिया जी मध्य प्रदेश के सतना जिले से ताल्लुक रखते हैं और देसी बीजों के लुप्त होती प्रजातियों का कई सालों से संरक्षण कर रहे हैं। आप साहित्य में मासी दिलचस्पी रखते हैं और आपकी लिखी गई कविताएं बीए फाइनल के पाठ्यक्रम का हिस्सा भी हैं। दहिया जी ने धान समेत 200 से भी ज्यादा मुख्तालिफ किस्म के बीज इकट्ठा कर लिए हैं और जैविक खेती को बढ़ावा देने में आप कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ते। आपके इस प्रेरणादायक काम के लिए आपको 2019 में पद्मश्री पुरस्कार से नवाजा गया था। अब बाबूलाल दहिया जी का अंग्रेजी में परिचय करने के लिए मैं अपने सहपाठी तेजस को बुलाना चाहूंगी। ओवर टू यू तेजस। If Tejas is not there, then I can continue.
Yes. India traditionally had many varieties of rice, but many are lost and some are on the verge of getting extinct. Babulal ji took up the task to save this by saving the seeds of this rice, and he later grew them in his farm. In his total collection, he saved about 200 varieties of rice. He also studied the quality and specialities of each rice variety. He takes the knowledge to the mass by doing biodiversity campaigns and teaching the students. By seeing his works, the Biodiversity Board got inspired and started the Bij Yatra, in which they had collected about 1600 varieties of seeds. Mr. Daya has written several poems and documented local songs of tribal festivals, rituals, customs, and traditions in the local Bagheli language, which is a local dialect. He was awarded Padma Shri in the year 2019 by Government of India for his contribution in the field of agriculture. We welcome you, sir. I hand over the mic to Mr. Sujay Dixit. Over to you, sir.
थैंक्स तेजस। नमस्कार बाबूलाल जी। सर आप म्यूट पर हैं, मैं आपको सुन नहीं पा रहा हूं। Can the host unmute him?
We can just request.
We can request, yeah.
Send it.
हाँ सर, आपकी आवाज हम तक नहीं पहुंच रही है, शायद आपका माइक बंद है।
सर आपकी स्क्रीन पे लेफ्ट साइड में नीचे एक माइक बना होगा, उस पे आप प्रेस कर दीजिए।
सर नीचे बाएं कोने में बस टच करना है।
सर हम आपको देख पा रहे हैं, सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। वहां पर एक माइक का चिन्ह बना होगा, आप उसको यदि दबा दें तो आपकी आवाज हम तक आ जाएगी।
वो जो वीडियो वाला चिन्ह है उसके साइड पे म्यूट और अनम्यूट का, माइक का सिंबल होगा।
अभी अभी आवाज आई?
हाँ बोलिए आप।
हाँ सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं हमें? क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं सर? I think there is some issue.
आई थिंक प्रोबेबली माइक शेयरिंग के जो ऑप्शंस होता है उसमें थोड़ा।
हेलो सर, क्या आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Because there is no background noise also. The mic is working, that should catch something at least. What do we do? I think we are almost into your next session's time. We can wait, of course, for another.
I think what best we can do is that today our technical team will get in touch with him.
Sure.
So,
I think that will be better because by the
yeah.
time he comes on, it doesn't look good that we call him and let him go just like that.
Of course. So I think we'll get in touch with him. We'll try to sort out that issue, and we'll request him if he can come tomorrow.
Yes. And as I said, just take his time and let me know.
Yes. If it would be good, sir, if you can tell him if he can hear.
I am trying. Sir, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
I guess our team will personally get in touch with him. He can't hear it. I guess the audio
Yeah.
system is not connected at all. So I guess we can do that.
Dave? Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm calling him.
हाँ, उनको call करके I think you can tell him.
So you end his session for now because otherwise we'll get
Yeah, I think yes, right. I think we would be late for the.
yeah.
I think tomorrow we'll definitely we'll try our
No
best.
problem. No problem. Talk to him. Let me know.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
And hope to see you tomorrow for
Sure.
the same session. Yes. Thank you so much.
I wish you all the best for the remaining sessions.
Thank you, sir.
We apologize to the attendees for the technical glitch. Hopefully we can have Mr. Babulalji tomorrow with us. And meanwhile, we have an interesting event coming up. We have the case study finale today at 5:30. So you guys stay logged in for another 10 minutes, and then participants would share their insights and their perspectives about the problem they tried to solve in the case study competition. our anchoring team can take it forward.
I think I request case study team to take it over from here. Thank you so much.
The next session and the final session of the evening is Vislation, the case study competition. The event will start shortly. And now we will hand over the things over to the Vislation team.
Thank you, Tejas. Good evening, everyone. We will begin case study competition in few minutes. So basically, I will just brief about how the whole process was, how this competition was structured. In first round, all the participants were given a case study based on which they had to submit a 5-slide solution. And from that, we selected the 15 participants for the next round, on which again they had to submit an elaborate solution based on the same case. And from that, we selected 5 finalists for this competition who will today present their solution here in this meeting and will be judged, and then the winner will be declared tomorrow. So we'll begin in 3 minutes.
Maybe I request the case study team to just give an overview as to how we have come to the final, like what was the process, what was the journey. It would be really interesting for the audiences to hear the journey of the top finalists and what was the process.
Okay, so I will brief the structure of this whole competition, how it took place. We received 380 registrations for the event from various programs and university across India. For the first round, the participants were asked to create a 5-slide submission on a case study given to them, and 15 teams were selected out of this for next round. And then in next round, we asked them to create a more elaborate solution, a 10-slide solution on the same case that were given in first round. And based on the based on the participants' submission received, we selected 5 teams for the finals. And today, we will present the 5 teams. Will present their solution to panel and to all the audience here. And from that, the final winner would be selected and will be declared tomorrow. So we'll start the event now. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back for the final event of the day. Viseshan, the case study competition was pioneered with intention to continue the engagement of alumni with students across universities who are interested in field of social entrepreneurship. It serves as a platform between practitioners and students and intend to create a mutually beneficial rapport between the two. So as I have explained the structure, now we will start. First, we'll introduce our judges. Our first judge is Mr. Rajesh Patidar. Mr. Rajesh Patidar is a founder and CEO of Farm Prosperity Solutions and 2010 Social Entrepreneurship Batch East Mumbai alumnus. He subsequently also studied at Columbia University, New York and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has more than 18 years of work experience under his belt and has worked with various organizations like Ashok Leyland, Fino Limited, and Indian Agribusiness System Private Limited, among others. We thank you for your time, sir. And our second judge is Mr. Saurabh Rai. Mr. Saurabh Rai is co-founder and COO of Farm Prosperity Solutions. He is alumnus of Institute of Rural Management, IRMA, Anand. Before co-founding Farm Prosperity Solutions, he was working with Government of Madhya Pradesh as a block project manager of a startup village entrepreneurship program. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mahesh. मैं बोल रहा था कि just Rajesh sir is joining just in a minute, so we can start. And he will join just in a.
So there are some instructions for participants before we begin. All the teams will be given 7 minutes for the presentation and will be followed up by 5 minutes for Q&A. At end of first 5 minutes of presentation, a warning message will be put in the chat box. Failing to adhere the time limit will lead to a score penalty for participants. Also, if attendees wish to ask participants any question, please put your questions in Q&A box. All the questions posted by attendees will be taken up after all the presentations end. Also, don't forget to mention the team name in beginning of your question for the specific team which you want to ask the question. So we will now start with the first team. The first presentation is from Vishal Bengeri from Indian Institute of Management, IIM Bangalore. I would request Vishal to start his presentation.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is Vishal Bengiri from IIM Bangalore. So previously, I have been associated with the rural side of our. Sorry, just yeah. So yeah, I have been associated with the rural side of development in our country, and that's where I try to use that as the base for this presentation and like coming to this particular solution. Yeah. So what I did previously at the start is like I simplified the problem statements. First one was the lack of trust in doing business. Second one was again the preference to traditional methods of cultivation, which was another set of problem. And the third one was credit and cash collection issues. Now, which were the key pointers which are going to affect these problems, right? Which were the root causes is what I tried to analyze, and I settled down upon these three, which are there on the screen at this point of time. Secondly, what I thought is like taking what sort of opportunities are there in the current landscape and how can we utilize them is what I was thinking, because the share of agriculture in total, I mean, the share of agriculture in our economy is growing, as well as like the employment contribution towards the employment is also growing, right? And considering the key trends which are there right now, I tried to form a solution which I will explain further. And apologies, currently I'm traveling, so there might be a little bit of noise in the background. Yeah, like through my experience, I think one thing I've come to understand is like farmers are okay to try products and services if someone else is also trying. And that's a general mindset which has been prevalent across, right? So any organization's credibility will fall weak unless and until like the farmer's word is taken by some other person to adopt the product. And that's where I thought like, why should we consider this as a problem, and can we take this as a boon for us, right? So there were three initiatives which I felt would be great, which will involve the community at the deepest of the levels to ensure that the brand is able to build that particular trust. So the first one is the early adopters. So if we are able to hire like 1 or 2 youths from the villages who can be supported like 24/7 with the products and services that we are trying to offer, right? So what that will help us do is they will become the face of the service, right? So their credibility, their image will be then, or can be then used to transfer it to the FPS brand at the end of the day, right? The second one again is very simple. It's what I explained in the previous slide. One of the key trends that I showed was feminization of agriculture, right? So more and more women are coming into agriculture because of the migration process. So if they are given incentives, if they are incentivized to ensure that they are adopting the products at the start, right? So this becomes much more powerful for the entire smaller community in the particular village. Now, combining the first two things is the third initiative. Like a lot of this knowledge transfer or like information sharing happens when people meet. But can we facilitate our own dialogue? Can we enable these people to meet on a fortnightly basis? Farmers will start trusting any business when they realize that the business is not just there for making money, but it's there for their actual development, right? So if there are partnerships which can be found with like FPOs or like some training with respect to like some financial activities or something can be provided, that gives them an opportunity to interact with each other as well, right? And it makes them believe that like you are much more than like just a business. The same logic I applied to the financial systems or the cash flow segment that the problem that we were facing. So currently what I believe is like we're just controlling like a very small part of the financial value chain, and if it's entirely possible for us to like shift to a new segment wherein end-to-end financial services can be provided, which again reduces quite a lot of burden from the farmers. So what I came up with was like something called as PS Agri Bank. Again, this is something you can think of like a Paytm wallet, right? It's an intermediary between the bank as well as the services that we provide. This will be geography specific, and one of the key important aspects that we need to consider is like if there are trustees or management who are the village people, I think that will be great. I'll come to how it helps as well. But yeah, it will specifically be like for agricultural purposes and not for any other purposes. How it will work is very simple. Like whenever a farmer is approaching for any services or like buying any products, there will be an account which will be opened at there'll be an account which will be opened, and like whatever produce that is sold or like that is bought by the farmer, it will be marked as a loan against the name of the farmer, right? And at the end of the day, like the farmer will have like two choices. One is whether they can, they can directly repay the loan, or they can sell the produce to FPS, as it's currently happening as well. So what it will help us develop is, one, because of the credibility of the management or the trustees, they will ensure that the loans are going to the people who are extremely in need, and like they will ensure that the credibility is also maintained. Secondly, there is an added incentive for farmers to be in the system. So more and more farmers will be attracted towards this. And the third thing is, like, over a period of time, there will be like sufficient cash flow for the organization, which is the most important problem at the end of the day. And like this can be combined at a village level as well. So if you can imagine the cash flow, cash reserves that will be there at the end of the day, I think that will solve the operational issues for FPS. This is again the same stuff that I just mentioned at this point. I'll just skip. The last one was like the current, the agri supply value chain. How can we ensure that like that is streamlined and that process is improvised? So I've outlined the current process, which is here, and what I've suggested is addition of another value partners. Again, coming from the same school of thought, is involving the community to solve their own problems. So these moving on to the same line of thought, like I came to the hub and spoke model, where there will be like a central FPS hub, for example, say Bangalore. What that will help you do is cater to the nearby regions, nearby villages, to connect them to certain smaller stores, smaller Kirana stores, where the FPS goods can be transported to these Kirana stores or to the local delivery chains. And through them, the farmers will be able to have an option to purchase. So with the recent conversations that I've had, I've also come to know that like the shops that sell fertilizers as well have started like on delivery basis, right? I mean, they are working on delivery basis as well. So to ensure that like their income also is maintained. So this becomes like a streamlined option. And like if you see here, the number of routes required in a hub and spoke model are very, very less as compared to like the point-to-point model. More or less, the demand estimation can also be, the demands can also be estimated for over a period of time, because this is a seasonal ordering stuff that's going to happen. FPSs can, the central hubs for different regions can be connected as well. And at the end of the day, the farmer will have like multiple options to ensure that like the kind of like customized products which he or she is willing to buy get delivered to themselves. This is just the backend stuff, and like I'll end it with this. What this entire system will run on is something which I've named as FPS Assist. So that will help us collate all the region-specific ideas or orders in a particular day. What it will do is then it will transfer all the requirements or all the demands to the hub, right? The hub will also collate all the data with respect to like different spokes that are there. And then the FPS will place the orders or the particular demands, and in the future, like the fulfillment of the demand can happen way before the committed time, which will help us cater to the SLAs can be reduced to like less than 2 is what I could sense from certain calculations. So I think, yeah, that's my key theme here. I'll end with this. My point is very simple. I think the more community involvement is there in solving these kind of problems, the more people are onboarded to solve their own problems. I think systemic change can happen through that. So with that, I'll end my presentation and I'll be open to questions. And sorry for all the noise in the background.
Thank you, Vishal, for your wonderful presentation. Now we will have 5-minute Q&A session with the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Vishal. Like just the simple problem we face here at FPS, like the farmer, the pesticide shops or input supply shops are available every next 2-3 villages. Okay, so the delivery is required very fast, like single day delivery we promise. What suggestions you have mentioned here, like Grana shop and hub and spoke model type of thing? Can you elaborate, or can you again say things about that?
Sure, sure. So it's a simple thing. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, sorry. So what? I'll just go back to that slide once. Yeah. So I do understand that like the requirements can be met in like a day or so. But what I'm saying here is like it can be pooled across a particular region so that the efficiency is optimized, because there needn't be a system where every time an order is placed through WhatsApp or through a particular phone call, a point-to-point delivery mechanism is being utilized. So in a particular area, if like orders are pooled over, and I mean, what I'm saying is this might not be the right solution at this point of time, but like the data that you aggregate over a particular period of time can be used to estimate the demands for the future, which in turn will optimize the supply chains. And the second thing is, again, like as I mentioned, last mile delivery chains that are currently present, I think what they are doing also is partnering with these local shops which are there, right? Because the cost is already prevalent in that sense, and then they also are able to incentivize by giving a particular set of margin to like local kirana stores. They have chotus who go on and deliver this stuff as well, right? So these are the two key things which I particularly feel will help us continuously optimize the demand system over a period of time.
Can you see this अभी तक जितने भी like delivery models काम करते हैं, they are at at तालुका level तक के the delivery companies are there and then models are there, but where we are working at agri-tech companies, startups are working, they are absolutely working at below of that level, तालुका level से नीचे काम करते हैं. They are like okay. So standard like जो अभी तक हमने मॉडल्स देखे हैं, they are मतलब उन experiences से like this is a little different, ना? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my idea was just to like extend that. That's what my point was. But yeah. I think yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, this is from my side. Yeah.
Okay, so now we'll move ahead. The second team is Team Samaritans from National Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur. I would request Team Samaritans to start their presentation. You will have 7 minutes for presentation.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Along with my team members Ishika Kumari and Saket Gupta from NIT Jamshedpur. In this presentation, we will be discussing the Farm Prosperity Solutions case study, solutions to the given questions prepared by Team Samaritans. Based on the case problem provided to us, we have three primary objectives. First, primary objective is to find out the ways to increase customer loyalty. Second, improve the cash collection system. Third, to minimize the expensive logistic expenses. Next slide, please. Now, to start our case, we did a small market research to gain knowledge who will be our customer and how long does these activities take place. So as per our research, in India, there are basically three types of farmers based on the line size: small, medium, and large. As on an average, overall the farming cycle takes more or less 20 to 25 weeks. The key insights apart from these we gained where it is not easy for small and even to a large extent the medium-sized farmers to market and sell their produces at a reasonable price. Farmers are speculative about the usage of hybrid seeds and other fertilizers and agrochemicals which can give them good yield. And lastly, farmers who have shifted from traditional methods and used new technologies have made better decisions and hence have seen an increase in yield and profits. Next slide, please. We have divided all the farming activities into 4 segments for easier understanding and operation.
Voice is not audible. Team Samaritans, your voice is not audible.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, now it's audible.
So continuing Dhruvo, since he has some connection issue, we have divided our farm activities into 4 different parts. First one is sowing and land sowing, land preparation and land sowing. Here, the requirements for the farmers are tools and machineries, seeds, showing fertilizer, and advisory for crop selection, that which crop they should plant. We provide high quality seeds, fertilizer, model tools, and technologies through one-stop shop hubs, our local shops. Then the second activity is crop cultivation and maintenance. The requirements are pesticides, fertilizers, tools, and machineries. We come here by providing good quality and authentic fertilizer, pesticides for proper plant growth, advanced tools and machinery for effective weeding and pest and weather alerts. We will also provide them weather alerts. Then come harvesting and marketing. Here the requirements are harvesting tools and machineries, which we will rent them, pest alerts, and daily mandi rates. We will provide them daily mandi rates and market linkage support. Then come advisory and technology. Advisory and knowledge we will provide them advisory knowledge and advanced tool and technologies.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
I'm sorry, I guess I got some network issue.
No issue.
So, yeah. So now
You are still not audible to go. Let me continue. Now, we will come up with a solution that we will collaborate with the local shop and convert them into one-stop hub. We have inspired from the GeoMart business model. This will help us to gain the customers loyalty fast, since we will be using a shop that they have been knowing for many time. For creating awareness about modern technology and modern technologies, we will organize various workshops, and we will rather than focusing on training farmers, we will train shopkeepers and try to get into the ecosystem of farmer rather than bringing them to our ecosystem. And by forecasting, we will make sure that their demands will be fulfilled on timely basis. Here are some key points that how we stand out. Now coming to the cash collection system. For building a good cash collection system, we mainly have to focus on 2 parameters. First one is collecting the cash, and second one is managing the data associated with that cash, like who has given that cash. So for this, we designed a visiting form that our shopkeeper will fill every time the farmer will come to collect his order. Our form consists of 4 parts. First one is contact detail, that will store the contact information of the farmer and the day he visited. Second one will be a payment status section that will store the his payment status, that whether he has paid it, or his installment number, or his loan status. And then the third one is crop status. Here we will store the condition of his crops and his future demands, that whether he will which seed he is planning to sow in the next season, so that we can forecast it quite well. Quite accurately. Then the third one is reference. We will ask him for reference of 2 people to whom we can contact, so that to increase our customer base. Then comes the last part of our calculation system, that after the whole day, our kirana shop owner will go and put the money into the bank, and this data will be stored in our SQL database for future references. So by this we have both data and money. So coming to logistics, we plan to work on spoke and hub model, where we will have a central hub system among 25 villages. Our hub will be located in such a location so that we have minimum distance from every village, average minimum distance. For inbounds of our distribution, we will forecast the demand of every village and inbound the material in our distribution hub. For outbound of distribution hub, we will send our material to the local shops in different villages according to their demand and the crop cycle and the season and the stage of our crop cycle. Then third one, we will encourage our farmers to return back the package material so that we can recycle them. We are also cutting down the cost of last mile delivery, since we are asking farmer to come to our local shop and collect it, and the last mile delivery consists of 53% of overall shipping cost. So here we will cut down the cost, and we will also encourage farmer. Then comes challenges. The challenges is the bigger challenges is to aware the farmer about our presence. So for tackling this, we will organize workshop that will be led by someone from their own village, so that a friendly face can suggest them to come to us. The next biggest challenge is to convince the shopkeeper to break their existing deals with the distributors, because we are the one who are distributing. So we have to convince them to take the material from us. For this, we will provide them a better profit margin, because we will have the power of discounting since we are buying in bulk. Then come the challenge of expansion. To expand rapidly in different villages, we will integrate with local shops, and for price, our customer is highly price sensitive. So we will try to give them our product in low price, so that they can come to us. And the problem of credit, since our farmer don't have a credit score, so we will try to use our machine learning algorithms for predicting their credit score. We will use their purchase behavior, their output quantity and quality, and their future goals, so that we can precisely predict their credit score and how much loan we should give them. Then come our tentative and future goals, that we can convert our delivery system to hyperlocal delivery system, so that we can give them to their doorstep. Then development of app, we can give them app if our farmer are willing to learn about using smartphones. Then we can collaborate with companies like Udan to provide better market linkage to our farmers. We will buy tools and machinery and provide. We can buy tools and machinery. Our company can buy tools and machinery, so that we can provide better renting prices. And then platforms for other companies, we can provide our database that we have collected to other companies, so that there is a scope of corporate farming as well. Then comes the benchmarking. We have used Amazon, the largest e-commerce company, and Geomart, since Geomart's model resembles with ours. So coming to a technology part, Amazon use a mobile application and predictive modeling and machine learning to predict the consumer's behavior. Geomart also use all of these. While in FPS, we will try to make it simple. We will use a website and a predictive modeling to predict the demands. And then delivery system, Amazon is the e-commerce delivery system, while Geomart buys the thing from a shop and from the nearest shop and deliver to consumer. On FPS, we will ask consumer to come to our nearest hub to collect their shipments. Now coming to logistics, Amazon, Geomart have inbound, outbound, and reverse logistics. While in FPS we have inbound logistics for our shop, but we don't require outbound logistics, since the consumer will come to us, and we will need a reverse logistics for returns and our recycling plan of packets. Now coming to cash collection system, Amazon and Geomart both have prepaid and cash on delivery system, while FPS have cash on collection system, and we also provide credit system. Now customer attraction attention method, Amazon use social media advertisement, discounting, and they have a huge range of product, while JioMart provides discounting, fast delivery, and no minimum purchase value. That means you can buy a 10 rupees chocolate also. While coming to FPS, we will provide them discounting, fast delivery since we are forecasting it, and a one-stop solution. That means we will provide them every solution at a one shop. Here I conclude our presentation. Thank you for listening. We are open for questions.
Thank you, Team Samaritans, for wonderful presentation. Now we will have Q&A session with the panel.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great, nice presentation. Yeah. You have covered a lot of things now. Like you have covered the things. Those are like we at FPS are facing credit history kind of things. Now we have 2 years of data of farmers, so we can predict the credit score. We can generate the credit score kind of. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, but I would say one of my question is basically how do you see the conventional way of marketing things like नुक्कड़ नाटक, wall painting जो गांव में एक्चुअल होती हैं, है ना?
Sir, actually we prefer this type of advertisement more because हम लोग गांव में काम करेंगे तो वहाँ पे कोई फ्रेंडली फेस उन लोग का कोई जान पहचाना इंसान उनको ये चीज सजेस्ट करेगा तो ज्यादा बेटर अप्रोच होगा देन पोस्टर्स और एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स, बिकॉज वो चीज उन लोग को ज्यादा फ्रेंडली नहीं लगता. सो वी विल
ओके.
वो एक सर उनके लिए जाना पहचाना चेहरा होगा तो वो उन पे ज्यादा ट्रस्ट करते हैं एज हम कोई बाहर के किसी भी आए हुए इंसान से.
और जाना पहचाना चेहरा होगा तो like the sales officers, the salesperson, delivery boys we are taking, we can also take from those the peri wale villages. So that how does that sound?
So can you repeat?
Like जाना पहचाना चेहरा जो आपने बोला, so can we take the sales officer also from those only villages from like where we are working only? How
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be a great idea.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move ahead. Now the next team for our presentation is Team Believers from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, NITI, Mumbai. I would request the Team Believers to come forward and present their solution. And I also would request all the finalists to keep their camera on during the presentation and Q&A session.
Can you confirm like my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes.
So,
okay. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ashwini, audible.
Yeah, you're good to hear. Okay. Hello, everyone. A very good evening to all. We are Team Believers from NITI, Mumbai. Next. In aspiring to a one-stop solution for all farmers' needs, Farm Prosperity Solutions making efforts to increase customer loyalty, to minimize the logistic cost for serving a dispersed rural market, and to improve the cash collection system. We have worked on these 3 domains, and we tried our best to provide the better solutions. Next. Each OPAL initiative of ITC appoints Sanchalak and the HESA appoints HESATIS. Both the companies are working with the same strategy. They are appointing a lead farmer who helps the farmer for adopting the modern agriculture techniques and practices, handles the farmer's online transactions and bill payments. In short, they act as a trust developers. Indian farmers, especially the small and the marginal ones, faces many challenges such as poor soil, lack of irrigation, volatile weather, climate change, and also the modern agricultural techniques, practices, high quality agri inputs and credit are difficult to access. To help them with these access, we can replicate the ITC and the HESA's model by making some changes with respect to our company objective, and we can gain their trust. Most farmers sell their produce in mandi or APMC where they get paid through the credit, and which would long for the 1 week to 1 month. And because of this system, farmers do not have enough cash flow, and which indirectly leads to the cash crunch. For gaining trust, we can give them cash on delivery immediately after the sale of his products. This system leads to the good cash flow and indirectly leads to the thicker margins. Marketing is the key influencer of a trust in today's competitor world. A unique niche marketing strategy is needed along with targeting the 100 million rural customers during the fairs, as Over 5,000 fairs are held in the country. We can advertise there and reach out to more customers. Next.
Trust through our work and solution. We believe in the era of digitalization, trust and loyalty can be provided in a single-click user interface one-stop solution app. Based on the demographic, we have built-in features providing all major solutions to farmers like weather forecasts, smart contracts, market information, and information portal, vocal to local best practices, and more. Next slide, please. Facilitating a easy cash flow and collection in rural India is very challenging. First, we break down the challenge into understanding the major reasons and causes and suggest two important strategies the company can leverage on. Firstly, to manage a proper internal system through ERP and expand ERP. We are going to automate invoices, take control over overdue invoices by maintaining right data and reports. Automating workflows by making sure the oldest debts gets cleared with minimum eligibility to provide near credit by sharing information parallel to the work to the sales department is a key factor here. Yeah, next slide.
Easy cash collection through virtual account systems. We'll provide virtual account for each Sanchalak member among the farmers, and as soon as the parcel gets delivered to the farmer, it is getting intimated that to the Sanchalak. Now it is responsibility of Sanchalak to collect money either immediately or based on the or after a credit period for which the farmer has opted. When the Sanchalak collects money, he can transfer the money to the virtual account through conventional bank transfer method like NFT, RTGS. All virtual accounts have unique ID, so it is very easy to trace the source of the funds. The advantage of this system is like farmers no need to get acquainted with the digital payment system. We can provide credit to the farmers and payment reconciliation becomes very easy. Coming to the delivery part, Indian Post has a wide network of post office throughout the India, especially in rural India. Initially, even the big companies like Amazon and Flipkart used to use them to deliver their products. AgroStart, which is a startup in a similar line as ours, is also using India Post to deliver the product. But there are certain problems associated with it. Whenever we are delivering with Indian Post, there is some kind of delay in delivery. The second problem is also linked to this only. There are certain agriculture input which are required at very specific time, like seed, fertilizer. There is particular period. Due to delay, this increases the number of returns, and this creates a problem of reverse logistics. These are some issues. Coming to the procurement, government school, panchayat hall, wedding halls, these are the infrastructure at every village. We can use them as a makeshift procurement centers during harvesting time. On top of it, integrated network of mobile keeper stations can help us to procure goods from the farmers. We can also use data, like when we are giving seeds to the farmers, we can see the data, like this farmers got this has sown the seed of rice. After the sowing, after the cropping period, we can send a message to the farmer, like during harvesting, we can send him the message like, we are ready to procure your goods at so and so price. Are you interested? By this, we can increase the procurement, we can aggregate the collection, and we can bring down our logistic costs. We can also do expansion of warehouse using network optimization model. Share economy works very well in India, very well in rural India. We can avail the local logistic transport resources. Saurabh sir is from Irma. He must be knowing that Amul has a wide network of distribution. The milkman visits each village every day. So we can avail such resources to transfer our goods. Joint distribution model, we can work with several e-commerce logistic enterprises, jointly share our resource planning, and we can collect the goods and uniformly deliver it downstream. Wherever we are using our own resources, we can use capacitated vehicle routing problem to optimally find out routes to cover various locations based on availability of vehicles and their carrying capacity.
Yeah, break-even plan is revised for delivery based on proximity and the type of delivery the customer demands here. BEP is very important factor to gauge the cost per delivery and the contribution margins per delivery to put delivery charges as we are fulfilling demands in untouched markets. Next slide, please. The distribution system that we are suggesting is based on the weighted method with factors of per capita income, internet penetration rate, proximity, and fulfillment center. Government buses charge a basic fare of 5 rupees for 20 to 40 kgs with a proximity of 80 kilometers. The logistic courier service scheme can be used to cater the dispersed rural market here. There's also scope for expansion for the company based on the top-bottom weighted average ranking approach, targeting major states with highest ratio of farmers. Ideal savings apart from all this is maintaining a fulfillment centers which major e-commerce companies are targeting nowadays. Thank you. Next slide, please.
The agri sector is a competitive market, and the key market players are Ninja Cart, Propin, Vehicle, and many more. We have benchmarked a few. Propin Agritech provides smart SaaS-based solutions to agritech business globally. It allows farmer business to take advantage of real-time data and insight from the farms. Amazon builds AWS service to provide end-to-end visibility and with tracking of entire supply chain process. Companies like Flipkart, hyperlocal e-commerces use dark stores so that they can achieve faster delivery with less delivery cost. In this way, we conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team believers, for this wonderful presentation. Now we will have a 5-minute of Q&A session with panel.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like ये जो आपने delivery channels आपने बताए हैं, can you have this like the cost analysis kind of thing कि हम like how effective this is and कितना पैसा हम इससे बचा पाएंगे?
सर जिधर सिस्टम अपना एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता वो सेंटर्स को हम इंडियन पोस्ट के थ्रू सर्व कर सकते हैं. वो पहला, दैट इज आवर फर्स्ट मोड. Am I audible, sir? Yeah. Second, sir, like we told, like there is shared economy works very well in the rural infrastructure level. As you told in one of the Q&A session, till taluka level there are many players. After taluka to the last mile there is an issue. So as I told, like milk van from taluka, there is one big society which takes collect the milk from village every day. So we can tie up with this. Now it will, this is a subjective question, it will depend from how efficiently we are tying with those players. And second, joint ventures with different, like we are doing, other players like Amazon, Flipkart and others are also trying to tap into rural market. So we can share, we can have a joint distribution network with them. So,
Okay. Done.
Okay. So we'll move ahead now with the next team. Our next team is Team Brevo 6 from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. I would request Team Brevo 6 to start their presentation and keep cameras on during the presentation and Q&A session.
A warm good evening to everyone. Today we Team Bravo 6 are going to present our analysis and solution of the Farm Prosperity Solution case study. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we'll look at some groundwork analysis, customer engagement, the payment system, and an optimized delivery operation. Next slide. Now, starting with the groundwork analysis, Indian agriculture sector employs 40% of the Indian population, while it amounts to only 20% of the GDP. Our research of the farmer ecosystem showed that while the agriculture sector is a mass employer, the farmers themselves are plagued with constraints and issues, such as multiple levels of middlemen in the value chain, limited access to technology, poor infrastructure, inefficiencies in yield and produce, etc. Next slide, please. We have done a competitor analysis of FPS with market leaders such as Amazon, Flipkart, AgroStar, and NinjaCart. We stacked up FPS against parameters such as technology usage, logistics and delivery, cash collection, and customer acquisition, and came across some interesting points which FPS can use for large-scale improvement, such as incorporating digital cloud IoT-based app, refining the distribution channel to cater to more customers, incorporating a smooth payment system into the app, while leveraging digital channels to acquire new customers. Next slide, please. Now for the customer engagement, we have charted out a strategy which we call the Hexa-E approach, which consists of 6 E's. The first E is engagement, which focuses on app-based engagement with farmers and all stakeholders. The second E is execution. Here we leverage technology for a smooth user experience. The third E is empowerment. Via the app, the farmers will have a proverbial toolbox, which will guide them at every step of the way and while in need. The fourth E is enhancement. We incorporate the farming as a service model and provide a plethora of in-demand agro services. The fifth is exploration. Here we deliver value, which will compel the farmers to seek out all the service offerings. The sixth is excellent, delivering value to the farmers in order to gain their trust and goodwill. Now my teammates will walk you through the upcoming slides.
With the advent of digital India and a massive boost in the telecom and smartphone sector, even the most remote rural areas have the internet and smartphone access. Even if all the farmers are not fully aware of all the features and utilization of the gadgets, they can be trained, their relatives and other family members can also help. We will promote digital banking among the farmers FPS may also provide credit access to the farmers based on their credit rating history. If credit history is missing, we'll help them build one. FPS may also offer crop insurance facilities in association of financial institutions. FPS will also be a single portal for the assets of the farmers. This way, FPS will be the link between the financial institutions and farmers. Next slide, please. We want to introduce the Sathi app that will be the go-to portal for all the needs of the farmers in all the stages of the supply chain. The interface will be straightforward to use and will be available in regional languages. There will be features like taking the opinion of agricultural experts when needed, shopping seeds and fertilizer at the comfort of their house, tracking and receiving payment for their sold goods, etc. If possible, FPS may also provide incentives like Krishi Coin to promote the app among the farmers. Also, there we will be having option to contact the customer support if there are any grievances. Next slide, please. Taking the practicality into account, it will be challenging for FPS or any private company to just enter and solve all the problems in the agriculture sector single-handedly. To unearth the deep-rooted issues in the farmer life, we must take the help of a lever called government policies. We are not restricted to logistics that can be taken care of by implementing and evaluating different models to select one, but try to take the advantage of government support in all the sectors of value chain. Our focus is on policies at the national level, but also include schemes implemented locally in villages, towns, and cities. To facilitate the identification of policies in sectors affecting production, distribution, storage, transportation, retail, and marketing of food products, FPS will be associated at every stage of the logistics and cash collection. The challenge is lack of awareness about the policies and how they can be utilized in right place in the right time. So if FPS develops a knowledge center and implements the facilities at the grassroots level, it can firstly build trust among the farmers as well as it will not incur any cost from its pocket. Secondly, the cost associated at each stage of the supply chain will decrease, reducing the overall cost of the product. This will benefit the stakeholders. Now my teammate will take you through the rest of the presentation.
Now, when you are trying to optimize the delivery operation, we'll be focusing on two things. First, the fresh products that you are supplying should have low wastage. And second, the center store should have high shelf life. Apart from this, the omni-channel being utilized by all our competitors, so we must include it. Now, coming to our two main priorities, the fresh products wastage and the center store longer shelf life, we need to create a forecasting model. And also, we'll be distributing the farmers into two different categories. There is a diverse producers and special producers. Based on this, we'll be locating our stores so that our supply chain costs are less and we will have easier access to the center stores. Now, coming to the forecasting model that will develop for these two priorities, we will be creating a model based on two different parameters. First is micro parameters, second are macro parameters. The macro parameter will be based on past prices of the week, month, and year, the amount sold, amount supplied. These three will be bundled to create the future prices and the expected amount sold and supplied. Next, we will have a customer preference and weather conditions so that they can forecast the weather, and this will be utilized to assist farmers in deciding what kind of crops they can produce. Next, all these parameters will also assist in determining the localized pricing models. Next, based on this forecasting model and our app data, we will be integrating it to the FPS model. First, we will be prioritizing such that our stores are replenished and the delivery flow is smooth. Next, we will be setting out so that our inventory doesn't face any scarcity. Once this baseline is set, we will be moving on to capacity management and workforce optimization. As FPS is targeting to employ more rural people, we will see that such kind of optimization is aligned with FPS goals. Furthermore, we will be trying to execute our sales and operation targets. After 8 weeks, if we have established these sets and we have ensured that our forecasting model is correct and needs only fine tuning, then we can go ahead with capacity planning and financial planning. And if the forecasting model is not right and needs some more upgrades, then we can switch the forecasting model. We can switch from the existing ARIMA models to recurrent neural network models so that our forecast is accurate. Next, we hope that all these will help in making better optimizations and will also assist FPS in delivering solutions such that farmers can prosper in their life. Thank you. We're open to questions.
Thank you, Team Brevo 6, for a wonderful presentation. Now we'll take up Q&A session with panel.
Thank you. The technologies you are mentioning, in Sathi applications, like weather or news and everything, these all services are available on the internet and other applications. How different we will sound with the same set of options, and how we counter, and what other technologies or what realistic technologies we can add on it. Can you elaborate, what do you think about it?
The first thing is the existing forecasting model that we have is based on Arima Open Jenkins that depends on previous data. So but we can employ a newer models that is in the market, like recurrent neural network, so that we can predict accurate data. Now we have the data like weather and what is the prices and all. But if you can optimize them to produce new data such that we can, our main target is to predict a localized pricing such that they are optimal for both FPS in the center stores and the farmers, so that we can create harmony in life of all the stakeholders. So that is why when we are targeting these services, we will be using our forecasting model data. Team, would you like to contribute anything else?
Yes, sir. So to add on, actually the app, similar kind of apps as you mentioned are available in the market, but the niche of customer segment that we will be serving is very unique, and we will be catering to their needs, not just build the app and put it in the Play Store, but we will be training them, and it will be catering to their needs and being updated as and when needed. And the application is not that important as much as the services that we will be providing are. So it will be more service focused, not just like an app, just we will be putting the information for the sake of it. We will be providing the services through the app.
Okay, can we provide them the prediction about the upcoming pest attack, or can we provide them the prediction about the diseases coming in the area through the remote sensing and image sensing and remote sensing thing, kind of thing? I think that we are going to add in application, so farmer can really can get the differentiation kind of thing in the application also. After this prediction kind of thing, that is already will be beneficial for us at the background, but yeah.
Sure, sir. Sir, if you can see the slide, we have two different parameters. One is the weather, second is the crop status. So if we see any trend in the crop status, that particular crop is in high demand or in low demand, or is going to face any problem in the upcoming weather conditions, then we can suggest the farmers to go for this particular kind of crops or this kind of hybrid crops, so they can counter the diseases.
Also, sir, if there is any natural calamity coming in the near future, we'll be sending the alert, red alert, in the notification in the app. It will be flashing in the first page itself. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Brevo 6. So now we'll move ahead for our last presentation. Our final presentation is from Nilesh Arora from Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. I would request Nilesh Arora to start his presentation.
Am I audible? Can you please give me a check?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Every problem is a gift, and without problems, we wouldn't grow. A very good evening to everyone present here. I'm Nilesh Arora, and I'm here to present my solution for the given problem by Farm Prosperity Solutions. To begin with, the priority for FPS should be to build farmer trust and capitalize on word of mouth to get farmers on board. This will lead to a higher number of customers and increased revenues. This will also require FPS to build better logistics, cash collection systems, inventory management systems, coupled with increased R&D. This will lead to growth and expansion through new markets and new products, which will require FPS to build even more trust with the farmers. Hence, the idea is to be in this three-step continuous cycle while keeping farmer at the core. Talking about building farmer loyalty, there exist a few historical barriers, namely language, history of deceit, and a conservative approach, which we need to break. For this, we need to look at two major things. First is to improve the touch points through which the farmers interact with FPS. For that, we need to build a robust team of farm relationship managers who have relevant background and are provided continuous training on new farm practices and products. A comprehensive pay package is also required to ensure lower attrition and building longer-term customer relations. We can also work on building a comprehensive app which is easy to use and aims to build a community of farmers for them to be more engaged, just like Facebook. This platform can also help in maintaining a constant connect with FPS, like solving problems through video calls. The second aspect will be to make the interaction with third parties, like government, easier for farmers, while also using them to build deeper trust with farmers. You can interact with Gram Panchayat and bigger farmers in the area to organize events and spread a good word. Bigger farmers will play a vital role as they will help us adopt our products first and spread a good word about our services, helping us reaching medium and smaller farmers. Credit is a huge part of farming, and helping farmers avail the same easily will also help build farmer trust. Continuing on the same note, an app like one shown here, which I have named Krishi Connect, can help in building a community of farmers and also serve as a one-stop shop for all their farm needs. That's how we differentiate the product here. They can post updates, chat with other farmers, shop farm supplies, call FPS for any expert advice, and also post queries on community to get their answers from fellow farmers. I also defined the customer journey to see the points where an FPS can be involved. The farmer first initiates a request to FPS, which is followed by FRM visiting the farmer. Now, FPS might be able to help the farmer with a solution depending on the available set of solutions. For problems which FPS doesn't have expertise in, we can help farmers connect with third parties like government experts. Most importantly, there should be regular follow-ups through physical or online medium for the farmers to not just build relations but maintain them as well. Hence, there is an opportunity for FPS to be pervasive across the farm value chain, starting from connecting suppliers to farmers and farmers to potential customers. This also generates additional revenue opportunities through commissions from the suppliers and customers, but not farmers, as that will hamper the ties that have been created. Building relations through services is the aim here. Moving on to improving the logistical systems, having a hub and spoke model combined with a point-to-point delivery can enable us to cover more distance in a shorter time and also allows ease of optimization and future expansion. Looking at the image on the left-hand side, we see 25 villages being served by one logistical center or the hub. The paths from hub to villages to other villages can be optimized using simple online maps like Google Maps. Given the numbers in the case, I was able to arrive at a cost of rupees 2,670 per day per vehicle, given the constraints. In order to optimize the systems even further, we can take two more steps. The first is to onboard local kirana shops and small vendors in villages as drop-off points where farmers can directly collect their packages. We can pay some minor rent per package to the shopkeeper and also give a small discount to the farmers who opt for a drop-off point delivery. We can also onboard village residents, especially the one with two-wheelers, as delivery partners. Similar to the above example, you can drop off the packages at a central point from where delivery personnel can perform the last mile delivery. We can pay rupees 7 per kilometer to our delivery partners for their fuel, time, and efforts. Both these mechanisms can bring down the cost to rupees 2,425 per day per vehicle, cutting down expenses by roughly 10%. Moving on to cash collection systems. FPS can optimize the cash collection systems with an aim to help farmers' cash cycles, resulting in improvement in our collection. This can be achieved through IT enablement, wherein we can offer multiple online payment ways like QR code scanning, Google Pay integration, etc., for the farmer to pay for the services or products that they take from FPS. We can also offer credit khata services in our app for credit sales to keep farmers aware of their pending balances. Offering cash discounts for early payments can help in improving cash cycle. We can also start a net payment system wherein we pay farmers for the produce only after deducting their pending dues. We can also utilize our logistical systems for connecting payments, which we will discuss shortly in the next slide. Further, we can also aid farmers by providing them credit and discounting the bills through government and public banks to take the additional load of documentation and bureaucratic dealings off the farmers. Finally, integrating and synchronizing our cash collection systems with our logistics and FRM teams can help in easing our cash cycles. A farmer can either buy a product or avail a service from FPS. This is to be followed by a payment, which can be through cash, online, or farmer can avail credit, which will be reflected in his or her khata in the app. For COD orders, the farmer is to pay the cash to the delivery executive, who in turn deposits the cash online to our bank account. For on-site cash payments, the FRM will be responsible for collecting cash from farmers and depositing them online to our bank account. We can also integrate these systems with the end customer payment systems involving corporates, governments, or individual buyers for a streamlined flow of cash and no delay in payments. Hence, a combination of online and offline mechanisms is required to improve loyalty, logistical mechanisms, and cash collection systems. That's it from my side. Thank you, and now I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Nilesh, for wonderful presentation. Now we'll move on to Q&A session.
Yeah, Nilesh, thank you. Nilesh, you were talking about this the marketplace kind of thing where like distributor and farmer can we can match them, and then there is vendors available for the agri output side of this slide. So how would this work, like where FPS can play the role, like just the marketplace or please elaborate about this.
तो फिर आइडिया है कि अभी क्या हो रहा है, अभी हम सिर्फ फार्मर्स के साथ इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, and further we are also buying the produce. What I am proposing here is we can be actually at both the ends. We can create a marketplace for the farmers, connecting corporates, governments, individual buyers, जो even जो मंडी में लोग बैठते हैं उन सब के लिए भी, along with suppliers. So what we can crack deals for farmers with suppliers, and we can crack deals for farmers with customers as well, which will help gain trust in farmers and gain trust with farmers, and this will also generate additional revenue for us. जहाँ क्योंकि हमें अब रेवेन्यू सिर्फ फार्मर्स से नहीं आएगा, हमें सप्लायर्स और कस्टमर्स से भी आएगा, उनके एडिशनल उनके कमीशन पर चार्ज कमीशन बेसिस पर. So that is the model that I'm proposing. So not just having a marketplace for only for the farmers, but the allied services as well.
Okay, but yeah, at FPS we are directly working with farmers, directly collecting output from their doorstep, and we are providing the input supply to their doorstep. Indulging other people in this supply chain, like it will hamper our delivery system and then delivery timing. So yeah.
One thing to add here, we don't want कि जो farmers हैं वो directly suppliers के साथ बात करें या वो सब करें. तो जहाँ पे required है वहाँ पे FPS can step in and help the farmers. It's not like कि model ही हमारा ये हो जाएगा. It is all I'm proposing is जहाँ पे भी third party integration required है, वहाँ पे FPS will take a step and help the farmers in getting whatever is required from the third party.
आउटपुट साइड में दिक्कत, मतलब भारी दिक्कतें होती हैं, जस्ट लाइक पुटिंग योर आउटपुट surplus output on the application on the platform is not the just only the thing. उसका क्वालिटी असेसमेंट मतलब एवरी क्रॉप का जो क्वालिटी होता है वो 5-7 प्रकार का होता है, ABCD ग्रेड में हम बांट सकते हैं. तो लाइक असेइंग द क्वालिटी एंड कंफर्मिंग द क्वालिटी, मतलब जस्ट फार्मर के यहाँ से यदि एक डील हुई है जिसमें फार्मर के यहाँ से कोई गाड़ी उठा ली गई है और वहाँ जाके कैंसिल कर दी, तो हु विल मैनेज these kind of things are like the sector is little complicated in that sense. So yeah, that is it.
Thank you, Saurabh sir, for and all the participants for the presentation. Now we can take up questions from audience. I would request audience to put their questions in Q&A, and also please mention the team name for which specific team name for which you want to ask the question. If there are no questions, we can close this session now. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Rajesh sir and Mr. Saurabh sir for giving their precious time and expertise in judging this competition. I would also like to thank all the participating team. It was a delight to hear from you and congratulate all of you for your great presentations. So with this, we come to the end of this session and day 1 of Ipreneur. The results of competition will be announced at the closing ceremony tomorrow evening, and so please join us for the same. The day 2 of Ipreneur commences tomorrow morning at 10:15. We have a question. Is there a question? Yes, Hira Prajapati, you can go.
I guess there's no question. You can proceed, Mershi.
Okay. Okay. So with this, we come to end of Vishleshan and demo.
I'm audible?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I was trying to speak, but not able to speak.
Okay. No issue.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask something from Saurabh sir. Yeah. Yeah, actually, Saurabh sir, actually, I am also from Tata Institute. Yes, sir, actually, I was seeing one thing in like my area. Here, people are mostly using one crop cycle. Like ये ऑलवेज जो है ना ये लोग एक ही क्रॉप उगाते हैं, ठीक है. अदर सेकंड क्रॉप साइकिल ये लोग जो है दे आर लाइक डूइंग अदर काइंड ऑफ एक्टिविटीज. दे हैव वाटर सप्लाई, दे हैव ऑल द थिंग्स, बट दे आर नॉट डूइंग एग्रीकल्चर. सो आई वांट टू नो दैट कि इफ एफपीएस ऐसे फार्मर्स के जो ऐसा एरियाज है उनको टारगेट करता है. आई एम फ्रॉम मध्य प्रदेश, सो दैट्स व्हाई आई एम आस्किंग द क्वेश्चन. सो अगर उस पर्टिकुलर एरिया को टारगेट किया जाए जहां पे सेकंड क्रॉप वो लोग प्रोड्यूस नहीं करते बिकॉज ऑफ सम लैक ऑफ फैसिलिटीज ऑल द थिंग्स, तो अगर एफपीएस इस फील्ड में अगर आना चाहता है बीच में अगर यहाँ पे, तो वो कैसे मतलब पॉसिबल हो सकता है, उनको कैसे मतलब बनाया जाए?
आप किस एरिया से आप कहाँ से हैं मध्य प्रदेश से?
Yeah, actually, sir, I am from Madhya Pradesh. It's a basically Shahdol district, nearby Katni. You know Katni area? Yeah, so here actually cold belt area. This is a cold belt area. So most of the people, yeah, I have never seen like two crop cycle here. So people always used to like cultivate one crop in a season. और विंटर में तो ये लोग पूरा खाली रहते हैं.
एग्जैक्टली आप जो बोल रहे हैं दैट इज काइंड ऑफ बिहेवियरल काइंड ऑफ थिंग, है ना, जो कि बहुत टफ होता है कि लोग यदि एक क्रॉप उगा रहे हैं, उनका हिस्टोरिक नॉलेज उस क्रॉप के अराउंड है और उनको नए क्रॉप के बारे में बताना एंड देन उनके प्रैक्टिसेस को चेंज करना, है ना, ये बिहेवियरल काइंड ऑफ चीजों मतलब एक चीज है ना. इसको वहाँ पे स्टार्टअप्स को काम करना, वहाँ पे हमारी जैसी कंपनियों को काम करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि ये टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस है ना. जब हम ऐसे कुछ सोल्यूशन बना लें जहाँ पे वी कैन प्रोवाइड देम लाइक काइंड ऑफ सोल्यूशन जो कि उनके बिहेवियर्स को थोड़ा फास्ट चेंज कर सके, तब हो सकता है. बट अभी जैसे जहाँ पे एफपीएस काम कर रहा है या जो हमारे काम करने का तरीका होता है, वी आर वर्किंग विद द चिली एंड कॉटन फार्मर्स. अभी हम जो काम कर रहे हैं कॉटन और चिल्ली के तरफ जो उसकी क्वालिटी असेइंग है उसको ऑटोमाइज करने मतलब ऑटोमेट करने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सो दैट अभी जो किसान है जो अपनी साल भर की फसल उगाता है और 8 महीने की फसल कॉटन होती है, चिल्ली की 10 महीने की फसल होती है, इस फसल को उगा के एंड देन वो जब बेचने जाता है तो उसको 10 सेकेंड में उसकी फसल को खरीद लिया जाता है. तो और उसको पता भी नहीं होता है कि बगल वाले की फसल है और मेरी फसल है, उसमें डिफरेंस क्या है, जिस वजह से मुझे उस कम रेट मिला है या उसको कम रेट मिला है या मुझे ज़्यादा रेट मिला है. इस तरीके की चीज़ें समझ में आती है. जब भी ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन होगा असेइंग में या किसी भी चीज़ में, तो 20-25% का जो वेरिएशन है वो होना बिल्कुल बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है. तो उसको मैकेनाइज करने की कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं एंड देन तो उसको कर पाते हैं तो देन मतलब लाइक अभी तो हम वो कर रहे हैं एंड देन जो आप बोल रहे हैं वो बिहेवियर काइंड ऑफ मतलब चेंज लाने की चीज है. ऑल्सो वी कैन थिंक अबाउट दैट इन लेटर.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh sir, for answering the query. And I guess we're running tight on time and we should close the session now. Thanks a lot to all the attendees and panelists for joining us today. And it has been a pleasure interacting with you guys, and thank you for staying throughout the day. Mershi, you can close the session.
So thank you all the participants, judges and attendees. The day two of Ipreneur will commence from 10:15 a.m. tomorrow. There are array of interesting panels lined up for tomorrow, and we have also arranged, as said earlier, very unique musical show with bamboo instrument. So don't forget to join, and we look forward to hosting you for another event full day. Thank you from